Prologue, 224 days. Dear Heaven, you probably don't know who I am. A week ago, I didn't really know who you were either. I don't really understand what's happened to me. I saw you at Singer's Cove, and I haven't been able to get you out of my head ever since. You were hiding behind the pages of a book and not paying attention to anyone around you. I saw you smile while you were reading. You had this adorable dimple in your left cheek, and you looked so beautiful. What made you smile? I wondered what secrets those pages were telling you. Is there any chance I could ever make your blue eyes light up? I want to. I want to know how to make you smile. What makes you laugh? In some ways, I feel like I already know you. Like I already know I'm going to fall for you. How does that make any sense at all? I have this feeling that you'll break my heart, and I can't seem to care. In fact, I give you my permission. Go ahead and break my heart into little pieces. That sounds better than living the rest of my life without understanding this crazy obsession I'm feeling. Does it say anywhere in your books what's happened to me? Why, ever since I saw you, I have wanted to learn everything I can about you. I wish I'd had the courage to just ask you that day at the beach. I don't know why I'm writing this. It's not like I'll ever give it to you. You probably think I'm crazy if you read it. I promise I'm not just spying on you from the shadows or something. I am going to talk to you. I'm just waiting for school to start up again. And yes, that's mostly an excuse to put it off for another 10 days. I know I said you could break my heart, but do you think you could try maybe giving me a chance first? Eli.
Chapter 1, 214 days. One last semester and then I'm finished. The pros of this? I'm almost done listening to the crap my teachers preach about our perfect world, which is only on its way to more perfection. The cons of this? Pretty much everything else. Once I'm done with school, I get my section assignment and lose all illusions that I can do whatever I want with my life. I can get through one more semester. If I just keep my head down, the semester will pass without any disasters, and I'll be fine. A note drops onto my desk. I hear the scrap of paper fall rather than see it, since I'm too busy craning my neck to try to make out the blackboard where Mrs. Phillips is writing out, "Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to read that." Seating in our classroom is arranged alphabetically by last name. No exceptions. So even though there are no less than 7 students ditching class today, leaving 7 empty seats with better views than mine, I'm stuck sitting in the back corner. At least it's good for passing notes without being seen. I unfold the note as discreetly as I can manage and glance down at the writing. I have a meeting this afternoon with the school board. Nothing set in stone yet, but they're considering approving my request to spend a few months doing volunteer hours outside of Moonshadow. Fingers crossed. Wish me luck. I stare at the back of Sarah's head of dark red hair in the seat directly in front of me, hoping she can feel the weight of it. I don't have to guess who the note's from. She's the only friend I have sitting anywhere near close enough to be passing me notes. I scribble back a reply that doesn't say good luck. What are you talking about? You're doing out-of-town volunteer hours? Since when? I should probably be supportive. Out-of-town apprenticeship opportunities are kind of a big deal, but I can't pretend to be happy. Am I cursed or something? Every time I think I've found my place, someone leaves me, or dies, or gets taken away. Sarah didn't even tell me she'd applied to leave Moonshadow. What section is she even visiting? Moonshadow is a trades town. We have all the normal sections needed for the functioning of society, and then we have the trades. But if Sarah wants to volunteer in a section that's technical, that grows food, or any of the other sections that don't have a place in town, she has to leave, which requires approval. And getting approval is rare. Even getting a meeting with the school board is rare. I should be proud of her. She has dreams that actually have a prayer of coming true. Sarah doesn't reply to my note. I know she read it, but she stays facing the front of the room and doesn't acknowledge that I asked for an explanation. The minutes tick by slowly. The lectures are all the same as years before. Maybe not exactly, but the gist of them are. They create one big horror story about America before the evaluators came around and fixed everything. Whether the lecture is about religious crusades, flooded cities, mass shootings, farm factories, and transportation methods polluting the earth, or broken families, the story is all meant to make the same point. The world was a mess, and now it's better, well on its way to perfection. Just one more semester, I remind myself. I can keep my mouth shut and my opinions to myself for these last few months, and then it will all be over. A clock chimes, signaling the end of the hour and this class. I sling my book bag over my shoulder and stand. You're not even going to answer me? I ask, catching Sarah's hand before she can get swept up with the crowd of 30-something seniors going to our next class. What do you want me to say, Heaven? I can tell you're not happy for me, and I don't have time to explain this right now. I have to go. At least tell me where you're trying to volunteer, I plead. Section 11, she says. I think I'd go to a town called Starfire. I nod. Section 11 is agriculture. It's not a bad section to belong to, and it's important. Without Section 11, there would be no food. Good luck, I say, trying my best to sound like I mean it. Thanks, she says. Even if I get approved, I'll still be here for the rest of the week. We could go to the party at Singer's Cove Thursday, or... No, I cut her off, my voice flat and uncompromising. You know I don't go to those anymore. Heaven, she sighs. We're almost adults. We're going to blink and all this will be over. We're going to have jobs and apartments and things will change. Can't you let go of whatever you've got against parties? It could be fun. I shake my head. I'll pass. Fine. I've really got to go. I'll see you later. She jogs off in the direction of the main office. Nervous, excited energy radiates off her. The school grounds are made up of individual buildings, all enclosed by a 5-foot chain link fence. So to find my next class, I have to wander around the grounds looking for one particular small building in a sea of identical buildings. About 10 years ago, they used to confuse me. Now I can find my classes with my eyes closed. I spend the whole of my next class trying to process the idea of Sarah leaving. But the more I think about it, the worse I feel. Ugh, this semester was supposed to be uncomplicated, if a bit, a lot, boring. I was going to not draw attention, hang out with Sarah and Anna, avoid parties, and try to outrun my past. If I can be perfect enough now, the evaluators might forgive me for the less than perfect things I've done. My fingers unconsciously find the edge of the book in my back pocket, the one with black paint hiding whatever cover it originally had, the one that isn't a school book or any book I'm supposed to have in my possession. It's impressive that I don't have more paper cuts from this habit. I probably should be covered with them by the time the clock finally chimes the end of the hour and our teacher dismisses us for lunch. In the middle of the school grounds where we eat lunch is a courtyard, just a patch of sandy dirt with a collection of round tables surrounded by flimsy chairs. I stop short at the edge of the open area, watching as Anna sits down with a group of girls I'm fairly sure won't welcome me at their table. How did she worm her way into a seat at the popular girl table? I'm not jealous of her for the position. You couldn't pay me to sit at that table. But I guess I'm maybe a little jealous of the way Anna seems to fit in there. She looks as if she's always belonged with them and hasn't spent the past couple of years sitting with Sarah and me. Sarah's at a meeting trying to leave town for a few months, and Anna's got a whole new set of friends. Things clearly changed over winter break, and no one clued me in. Rachel Perlman, the only child of the mayor of Moonshadow, says something, and Anna laughs. Rachel is the girl who would have been crowned prom queen in a different century. She's nice enough from what I can tell, but she has an air that sets her apart from all the other girls at school. I don't know if it's something she does or if it's the posse of girls around her, willing to do whatever she wants. Apparently, Anna's now one of those girls. I survey the rest of the courtyard, acutely aware I don't belong at any of the tables with their clearly defined groups. The popular boys, the male version of Rachel's table, who are too important to give anyone else the time of day. The gossip girls, who can be counted on to keep the school's rumor mill alive. The scholars, who sit together but never talk and hardly look up from their textbooks. The third of the student population who just seem to get along and not realize that they're a group at all. The boys any smart girl avoids, who are currently watching me in a way that says they're daring me to join them. And then there's the swimmers' table where I used to belong, back before Cedric moved and my days of going to parties came to a crashing halt. I don't think I'd be welcome there now. Would it be a bad thing if I just sit alone at my usual table and read for a while? Does it send the wrong message about me? Good first day back? A boy murmurs close to my ear before I can make a decision. I whirl around to see a guy I don't recognize standing a little too close for comfort. He looks about my age, but he doesn't look familiar, which makes no sense since we must have been in school together our whole lives. I look him up and down. He's average height, at least half a foot taller than me, wearing ripped black jeans stuffed into combat boots and a black sweater. One of his wrists is ringed with braided bracelets, and a cord hangs from his neck, disappearing under his neckline. His eyes are a striking blue-green, the exact color of the ocean in the summer sun. One of them is partially covered by his bangs, which come to his chin. The rest of his hair is longer and would probably brush his shoulders if it were down instead of pulled back into a ponytail at the base of his neck. I would never admit it, but there's something intriguing about him, something that screams adventure, or maybe danger. Do I know you? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest to create a physical barrier between us. I'm Eli James. His voice is unhurried, relaxed in a way that implies he has all the time in the world. It's not quite an accent like the 18-year-olds who move to Moonshadow from other towns sometimes have, but it's something close to that. I look him over again. I know who the Jameses are. They're Section 3, law enforcement, but I still don't recognize Eli, nor does he look like someone who belongs in the James family. They're important people, not the type to walk around looking so unrefined. It's annoying not knowing who he is. Annoying because it makes me want to know more, which is definitely a bad idea. This is usually the part where you tell me your name. Heaven, I say, starting toward my usual lunch table. I realize my mistake as Eli follows and lounges in one of the many empty seats at my table, inviting himself to join me. Heaven what? He gives me an arrogant smile. It's the perfect mix of charm and confidence, and I wonder if Eli is the type of boy who's used to getting what he wants. I look away quickly before I do something crazy like smile back. White, I grit out. You haven't answered my question, Heaven White. How's your first day back? Why are you talking to me? I demand instead of answering. It comes out sounding maybe a bit too defensive. Because I want to know you, he replies softly, some of the arrogance dropping from his expression. I don't need more friends. Eli looks around our table deliberately, slowly, making a show of noting all the empty seats. Are you sure about that? He asks when his eyes return to me. Yes, I snap, hoping the heat I feel in my cheeks isn't visible. Come on, Heaven, give me a chance. Why hasn't he given up yet? In fact, why did he start talking to me in the first place? There's nothing particularly special about me, unless you count my lack of friends and love of books. Those things don't make you popular in Moonshadow, or probably anywhere for that matter. I'm not pretty or rich, I don't throw parties, and my family doesn't exactly have a desirable reputation. A chance at what? Being your friend? Why? You don't know me. But I want to. That's kind of the point of us talking, getting to know each other. What if I don't want that? You do, he says, without a hint of doubt in his voice, because I can give you something you don't have right now. And that is, I raise my eyebrows at him and his cocky attitude. Adventure. An escape from the boringness of this life. passion, and even some danger. I believe him. I'm not saying I trust him. In fact, I'm fairly sure I don't trust him, but I don't doubt he could bring adventure and danger into my life. Maybe even passion, too, if I let him. You're wrong about me, I say, even though he's more right than I'd ever admit. What would make you give me a chance, he asks. What can I do? What do you want? I can get almost anything. It's a talent. Get me a first edition of the Bible. It has to be something that actually exists. Fine. Mythology. Get me a book of ancient Greek mythology. It's questionable whether that actually exists either. I'm sure it did at one point, but old books from before the evaluators and the war aren't considered suitable reading material and aren't strictly legal anymore. Sort of like the black painted book I'm pulling from my pocket. And then you'll talk to me? Sure, I tell him, already giving most of my attention to my book. Eli still doesn't leave. He doesn't say anything else. He just sits beside me in silence, his chin resting on his knee, watching me read. I try to pretend he's not there. I have no plans to let this boy take any more of my time or attention than he already has. No matter how inviting his promises may be, in 214 days we'll have to begin our adult lives, and Eli's and mine may not overlap. I keep waiting for Eli to get bored and leave, but he seems perfectly content to just watch me. I am less content with this arrangement. I keep my eyes carefully on the page of my book, but I'm not focusing on any of the words. My head's too busy with questions about the mysterious boy I don't recognize sitting beside me. Maybe I asked him the wrong things during our brief conversation. He claims he wants to know me, but why would he? Is this some sort of game or challenge for him? Or maybe a bet? When the bell chimes, signaling the end of lunch, Eli stands and offers me a hand up, which I ignore. He only smirks as if my reaction amuses him. He walks with me back to the door of the classroom, but makes no move to come in. You aren't in this class? He shrugs. It's nothing I haven't heard before. Besides, I have mythology to acquire. He winks at me like we're sharing a secret and walks away, his hands shoved into his pockets. I watch him go, even though I know I shouldn't. Eli James would only help me break every rule I've set for myself this semester. He's obviously trouble, and I promised myself no more boys. And Eli stands out. The two of us together would stand out. Sarah's waiting for me at the entrance to the school grounds when I go to leave. Hey. Hi, how was your meeting? Good, I think. I'm sorry I couldn't have lunch with you. I heard about Anna and how she's abandoned us. She looks down at her feet, not meeting my eyes. I survived, I tell her, trying not to think too hard about what will happen if Sarah does get to leave for volunteer hours. Come shopping with me? She asks. Please? I don't have the spare cash for shopping. Sarah shrugs. So, come with me anyway. The very idea of going home right now makes me want to shudder, and Amy, I haven't thought of her as mom in years, won't be home for a few more hours. So honestly, I should be thanking Sarah for giving me an excuse not to go home yet. She's clearly trying to make me feel better, and can I really fault her for doing what she needs to for her future? Envy isn't an attractive look on me, I know, and I'm sure pouting isn't going to look any better. Where are you going? I ask. Moonshadow only has 2 official stores. The one for food and most of the normal things people need, like clothes, pencils and paper, and soap, is run by the Robinson family. The other store has bigger, replace every 10 years items like furniture and appliances, and is run by Mr. Kraft. But in addition to those 2 stores, a lot of people also run small shops out of their homes to make extra cash. I was thinking of just browsing the home shops. If there's anywhere you want to go, I'm cool with that too. She must feel bad. Normally, I either go along with whatever Anna or Sarah wants to do, or I don't go at all. This asking me for my input and nervous fidgeting from Sarah is new. I both love and hate the Home Shop network. I'm drawn to it. A certain pull makes me want to go to one home after another. But I also envy the shop owners. I wish there was something I could make or do that was valued by others. But if I have some talent that could make me quick cash, I haven't found it yet. I can't fix bikes or embroider or create art. Okay, I'm in, I say. We can go shopping. Sarah smiles, the guilt fading from her almond-shaped blue eyes. We bike to a shop that sells beads and pendants made of colored glass. The door to the house is propped open with a stone, and laughter floats out as we approach. Inside the shop is busy, and no one pays us much attention as we look around at the displayed jewelry. In a different life, one where my father was still alive, I might have been able to afford luxuries like this. Not that I actually care about beads or decorative jewelry. I'm more interested in books no shop can sell me, and wishes that can't be bought. But sometimes I wonder what it would be like to live that different life. So, Section 11? I asked Sarah. I didn't know you were that serious about agriculture. This is our last chance to get some real-world exposure, Sarah says. I've heard working in the actual workplace is an invaluable experience. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. She sounds like one of our teachers. Sometimes it's hard to believe Sarah is really 17. What's going on with Anna? Sarah asks, changing the subject. I have no idea, I answer. She didn't even look in my direction today. I got to lunch and she was sitting with Rachel and her friends. Sarah grimaces. I'm not surprised, though. If Sarah's the responsible one of the three of us, the one who always does the right thing and takes school super seriously, Anna's the social one. She's always cared about what our fellow students think, just like Sarah cares what our teachers think, and I don't really care what anyone thinks. I'm sure by the end of the week, the whole town will know exactly how and when Anna started hanging out with that crowd, I mutter. Nothing in this town stays private for long. Sarah points to a pendant of clear glass around a light blue center. What do you think of this one? The pendant is pretty, but the color's too light for you. You're right, it is too light. She turns away from the pendant and starts walking to a different display. Are you nervous about the idea of leaving town? I ask. I mean, you'd be miles away. You know, if they give you permission to go, it's practically a guarantee that you'll be sent to Section 11 when we get our assignments. That means you won't be able to come back and visit your family without permission and paying for a train ticket. I know. I've been preparing for this for years. I want to leave and belong to a section where I fit in and can do good for society. If where I belong is out of town, then I'll gladly go. I wonder if that's how my sister saw it when she left town on her moving day. I always thought Lydian would be happier in the city she was moved to than in our coastal trades town. But a selfish part of me hopes it was hard for her to leave, that she wasn't glad to be gone from me and the rest of our family. I'm not going to get anything here, Sarah says. You want to go somewhere else? The next shop we go to is close to my house and sells wooden toy trains with round little wheels and tiny windows carved into the sides. I've never been able to stay inside this shop for more than a few minutes, even after 10 years, but I keep coming back anyway. This is the kind of shop my father could have run. As part of Section 16, woodworking, it's not surprising that my father was good at wood carving. But beyond practice and general skill, he had real talent. If you gave him a block of wood, he could have made trains and figurines and anything else my siblings or I could have wanted. I'm going to go on ahead, I tell Sarah. I'll meet you at the Gordons? She nods. Okay, I'll see you soon. She's never asked why I don't hang around here, but she's used to me leaving practically as soon as I arrive. The Gordon shop sells beautiful harps that have the capability of making sweet music under the fingers of someone with skills I'll never possess. I like to come here and listen to people try out the instruments. Today, it's a girl who looks to be in her late teens or early 20s. I don't recognize her as someone I used to go to school with, so she probably moved here after her section assignment. Besides the girl playing, there are 3 people milling around the shop, and 2 women having what should be a private conversation loud enough for the whole room to hear. "Honestly, I don't know what took him so long to write," one woman says. "It's the middle of winter. What could be so important that he couldn't write his own mother for 4 months?" "You never know what kind of distractions face a young man in a new city," the other woman replies. Probably a pretty girl caught his attention. I stiffen at the insult and the disgust and judgment in her tone, even though the words aren't directed at me this time. The first woman gasps as if this is an unbelievable horror. "I certainly hope not. I taught him better than to waste time on that kind of trash." This is just getting better and better. I would laugh at the ignorance of this conversation if it weren't pissing me off so much. 4 months without a letter from her son? My mother's son hasn't written in over 2 years. I'd be happy with just some confirmation that my brother's alive. And blaming some imaginary girl for her son's lack of writing? Has she considered maybe he just doesn't want to talk to her? If I were her kid, I probably wouldn't write either. But of course, it's so much easier to imagine some promiscuous girl has corrupted him. It wouldn't be his fault at all. "Heaven, are you okay?" Sarah's voice breaks through my thoughts. "You look pissed." "I'm fine," I say, forcing my voice to be steady. They weren't even talking about a real girl, I remind myself. "What happened?" "Nothing." I shake my head, attempting to clear the leftover anger. I'm just ready to go. We go to a few more shops, browsing art and watching shop owners embroider clothing and blankets. As long as it gives me something to do besides going home, I'm not complaining. I've run out of excuses not to go home. I slow my speed as I coast down the longest street in section 16. The road ends in a small loop on which my parents' house is located. The beige stucco walls and brown clay tiles that greet me are about as welcoming as a prison. I dump my bicycle by the door and head inside. Amy's already home. She's sitting at the kitchen table staring off into space as if watching something that isn't there. Surprise, surprise. "Do you want me to make dinner?" I ask, crossing the living room to join her in the kitchen, on the other side of the half wall that divides the 2 rooms. She turns and sort of focuses on me. I sigh. I hope whatever fantasy world she's living in inside her head is really wonderful. I hope it justifies her lack of living in the real world, of playing the role of parent in my life. I don't bother to repeat myself. Instead, I start cooking rice and cutting up vegetables from the fridge. I'm not a particularly great cook, but I have the art of mixed vegetables over rice down pretty well. A breeze blows off the ocean through the kitchen window, ruffling my hair. The window looks out over the cliff that drops off from our backyard to the water below, and from my kitchen I can see all the way to the horizon. The breeze tastes like salt, cold salt. Why is the window even open? I reach over and close it. Sometimes I wonder how Amy's going to manage by herself. Once I'm gone, she'll be alone. Maybe I should be grateful for that fantasy world inside her head. Hopefully it's a more pleasant and less lonely place to live than here. The house is silent as I work, a mocking, loud kind of silence. I used to love this house, but now being here with all this unused space makes me want to crawl out of my skin. I set a plate of food in front of Amy and drop into a chair beside her. For a second, I hold my breath and wait to see if she'll say something, ask how my day was, or acknowledge that I'm here. Nothing. Her youngest child has just started her last semester of school, and my mother doesn't seem to care at all. Does she even see the 3 empty chairs at our table anymore? Does she realize my chair isn't empty yet? "How was your day?" I ask, breaking the silence. Her expression doesn't change, and she doesn't even look at me as she answers. "Fine. How was yours?" "It was fine," I say. "I went shopping with Sarah." I don't tell her about Sarah's meeting or my strange lunch visit from Eli James. I'm burning with the desire to get a second opinion and share all my confusing thoughts, but Amy's not who I want to talk to. The ache of missing Lydian and Cedric tightens my chest. I keep waiting for time to heal that longing for my older siblings, but it hasn't happened yet. Not in the 2.5 years since Cedric was taken away, or the 6.5 since Lydian moved. It's better when I'm out of the house, when I can pretend they'll be home when I get there. For a crazy moment, I wonder what it would be like if I brought Sarah or Anna here. Well, probably not Anna. I try to picture Sarah at our kitchen table, in the same room as Amy. I can't see it. Or maybe I don't really want to imagine the look on Sarah's face if I brought her to meet my mother. And then I'm picturing Eli here instead of Sarah. That thought is even crazier. Trying to picture Eli with his sea green eyes and his black clothes in my kitchen doesn't work at all. It would be like trying to contain all the wildness of the sea or a forest fire within these walls. I was thinking I want to write to Lydian, I say, even though I had no plans to do so until just now. But I need the distraction to remember she's not dead. She just moved. Okay. I tense. Do you have anything you want to say to her? She shakes her head. Whatever, I mutter, pushing back from the table. Good night. I escape to my bedroom before my emotions can escalate. I just wanted a reaction, but Amy doesn't do reactions. She didn't when Lydian left or when the law officers came for Cedric, and she probably won't when I get my section assignment either. Is it too much to ask for her to pretend to care? My bedroom is a lonely place of sanctuary. There are no eyes to watch me, and I don't have to worry about reputations, but there's also no one to interact with. My only company is the 2 4-poster beds and a bookshelf holding all the books Lydian gave me over the years we lived together, along with the ones she left me when she moved. All of them have the same black painted covers as the book I brought to school today. The books are my greatest risk, but Lydian used to read them too. She used to bring them to school and the beach, and she got an okay section assignment. Cedric never cared about illegal books, and he still got sent to section 22. Sometimes I think my whole life is a game, and no one explained the rules to me. If I play my cards right, I'll end up in a good section. If I cause trouble, I could get sent to section 22. But I don't understand how to play. If Eli was telling the truth today about being able to get anything as long as it existed, I should have asked him to get me a copy of my records that have been sent to the evaluators. Then at least I'd know how I'm doing and how badly my screw-ups over the years have already ruined my record. Not that I'd trust any records Eli brought me to be the real thing. Ugh. Why am I even thinking about him? I shouldn't let him take up space in my head. I can give you something you don't have right now. Adventure, escape, passion, danger. His promises sound in my head like a taunt, as inviting as they are dangerous. So he caught my interest today, as I'm sure he had intended to. That doesn't mean I believe him or that he'll actually deliver on anything he said. He doesn't even go to classes. I'll probably never talk to him again. But if he does come back, what then? When he promised me adventure and danger this afternoon, I believed him. For some reason, I thought he was capable of giving that to me. And I want it more than I'll admit to either of us. I flop on top of the pink comforter covering my bed and glare up at the ceiling. I'm letting him get to me. He's winning whatever game we're playing, if he's even still playing. Time starts to slip by in the uneventful routine I expected this semester to be. I bet on the consistent lack of change in Moonshadow when I planned out my life for the remainder of my school year. Monday threw me for a bit of a loop between Sarah's plans, Anna abandoning me, and Eli's random appearance. But as the days keep going, things start to fall back into the normal pattern. Anna's still sitting with Rachel's crew, but Sarah hasn't left town as of now. The days are starting to blend together again. Morning classes, struggling to pay attention to boring lectures and to see the blackboards from my back corner seats, eating lunch with Sarah, looking around the courtyard at least 50 times during the lunch hour. I'm looking for him. I know I brushed him off Monday, but a part of me wants to believe he really will bring adventure and passion into my life, that he meant it when he said he wants to be friends. I know there's a possibility I was a joke to him, but he still got under my skin enough to have me looking for him constantly. Friday, Sarah holds me back as I'm about to head to the courtyard for lunch. She missed last class, and I'm wary of what she's about to say to me. I got accepted, she says excitedly, unable to keep the wide grin off her face. I'm leaving for Starfire today. Today? I have to pack, and then my train leaves this afternoon. But now? You're just leaving? Just like that? Heaven, you're my best friend. You're supposed to be happy for me. If you don't want to think about your future or do any volunteer experiences at all, that's fine. But I'm not going to waste this opportunity. This is a big deal for me. I'm not thinking about my future? That's what she believes? My future, an impending section assignment, dominates the majority of my thoughts. It's a struggle to not obsess over how many days I have left before moving day. But now's not the time to convince Sarah of that. I force my lips into a smile that I'm sure doesn't touch my eyes. But hey, I'm trying. I'm going to miss you is all. I am happy for you. Thanks, she says, without smiling back. I don't think she believes me. I sit alone at our lunch table, reminded of a similar time a couple of years ago, before I was friends with Sarah and Anna, and after I lost my spot at the swimmers' table. My life has felt like one big, hopeless trap for as long as I can remember, but lately it seems to be closing in on me more and more by the day. I'm stuck within the borders of this town, stuck behind as my family and friends leave me, stuck in a world where I don't get any say in my future, stuck with whatever the evaluators of Southern California decide for me. I glance around the courtyard, refusing to admit to myself that I'm looking for a boy with black clothes and an overconfident smirk. It feels even more pitiful to hope to see Eli today than it did the past 3 days. I told him I didn't need more friends. Clearly, I was wrong. I really am a pathetic girl who no one actually cares about, and I have no one to blame but myself. Chapter 2, 207 Days. Workshops are an increasingly important part of education as we near the end of this year. I want each of you to consider very carefully which ones to participate in this semester. Mrs. Phillips drones on. I think she gave this speech the second week of last semester, too, and I thought it was boring the first time. I tune her out and flip through my atlas of towns in the Southern California area. I've never seen a map that extends farther than the region I live in. I'll never leave this region, so why should I need to know what anywhere else looks like? Never mind that I might be interested in looking beyond this tiny corner of the world. I stop on the map of Moonshadow. Lines cut across the town, dividing it into sections, and a thicker line surrounds the town, ending at the ocean on either side. I trace my finger along the town border. It looks so innocent on the page, hardly any different than the borders of all the sections. But sections are more of an idea, a segment of society. They usually consist of a few streets of houses and workshops and offices. There's no real physical division. The town border, though, is a very real physical fence of barbed wire with watchtowers beyond that. Our cage of safety and protection from wild animals and the other dangers of nature. I wonder what Mrs. Phillips' answer would be if I asked why, if the fence is only for our protection, trying to leave is such a serious crime. I've never been stupid enough to ask that question. I tune back into class to see if she's gotten past the instructions on how to sign up for workshops and volunteer opportunities yet. Section assignments are the first and most important step in a person's journey to adulthood and their place in society. On moving day this year, after you receive your assignments, you'll truly become a part of the community. She says it all with an encouraging smile, as if we're supposed to be excited about this. Oh, yay, someone I've never met chose my career for me. Why should I look forward to a future I don't get to choose? Yes, Miss White, I hadn't even realized my hand was up until Mrs. Phillips calls on me. How do the evaluators pick our section assignments? I mean, I know they take great care in their work, but don't I know myself and my abilities better than a group of people who've never met me? She gives me a patronizing look and says, in an overly patient voice, there are a lot of aspects the evaluators consider when they make their decisions. You might think you know yourself, but you don't have enough knowledge of the different sections and the world to be expected to make your own choices. You can trust the evaluators have very good reasons for the choices they make. If I don't have enough knowledge of the world and the sections, isn't that a flaw in my education? The evaluator system has worked successfully for decades, far better than when young people had to figure everything out for themselves and bounced from job to job trying to find their place. Not an answer to my question. I still don't understand why we can't be part of the choice. Why can't the evaluators make a couple of recommendations and still let us choose? Choices are a serious responsibility, Mrs. Phillips says, her patient voice turning to something bordering on frustration or anger. At 18, no one can be expected to take on that responsibility. You could get hurt or make bad choices. And if I don't agree with what they've decided is best? It's not just about you, Miss White. We are talking about what is best for the world as a whole. So is that how you justify Section 22? Because the rest of the world is better off without the people who get sent there? Every section is important to society. They exist to make sure all the jobs get done and everyone has their place. I force myself not to wince at the look she's giving me. The message is clear and brutally simple. Some people's place is on a military base where training accidents are common and often fatal. If we don't fit in, if we cause trouble, if we challenge the government, then our job is to die and keep the population down, not waste the Earth's resources. I've messed up again. Why can't I just keep my mouth shut? Lydian would have. She'd tell me to just listen and nod along in all the right places. Cedric would probably shrug and say I don't have to bother listening. Maybe that's why Lydian moved away for a better section, and Cedric didn't. I have no idea what my parents' advice would be. Lydian and Cedric were more like parents to me for most of my life. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to truly forgive my actual parents for that. I sink a little lower in my seat, hoping against hope that maybe Mrs. Phillips will forget this conversation ever happened, just like I hope she's forgotten all the other ones like it. My usual lunch table is occupied when I get to the courtyard. I was expecting I'd be eating alone again today, and the sight of my company makes me falter. Eli looks pretty much exactly as he did last week. Hey, he says to me. What are you doing here? I'd resolved to give up on him. Sure, he wasn't coming back. I haven't seen him at all in a week, not at school and not around town. He slides a battered book across the table to me. Mythology, he says simply. I feel my eyes widen as I stare at the book. Its cover painted black, just like all my other unsuitable books. You got it? Of course. You promised you'd talk to me if I did. You think I'd let that offer pass by? He is persistent. I'll give him that. My lips tug up at the corners without my permission. His eyes are sparkling. He knows I doubted him, and I think he's enjoying proving me wrong a bit too much. What did you want to talk about? I ask, crossing my arms and pretending that I'm not beyond grateful for his company today. You. What's your story? My whole body goes instantly rigid. No. We're not getting into my story, no matter how nice and charming he acts. Heaven? He asks when I don't answer, his brow furrowing into a frown. He reaches out, but his hand stops a foot from me. We can talk about something else. Anything you want. Just sit down. I sigh and sit, leaving a couple of chairs between us. It's not like I have anywhere else to go anyway. He's sort of sitting at my lunch table. What are you reading? He indicates the book sticking out of my back pocket. I hesitate for a fraction of a second. I've never found an actual law against owning old books that are unsuitable reading material, only ones against selling old books. But I can't imagine reading them would help me secure a good, respectable future. On the one hand, Eli did get me a book just as potentially illegal. On the other hand, I can't really afford the risk of throwing my trust around. Is that a hard one? Eli asks. Oh, what the hell. The Princess Bride, I tell him. It's been my favorite book since I first read it several years ago. What's it about? Well, there's this really beautiful girl, and she falls in love with the boy who works on her father's farm, who's been in love with her for years. It's surprisingly easy to talk about the story. Eli listens with rapt interest. His eyes never wander as I talk, and every time I pause or think maybe I'm talking too much, he nods for me to go on or asks another question about the plot. I don't notice the time passing until lunch is over and everyone's filing back into class. You want to get out of here? Eli asked me. And there it is. I knew this lunch was going too well, that there had to be a catch. I shake my head, ignoring the speeding of my heart and the part of me that's saying to go, have an adventure, consequences be damned. It'd be so easy to make the wrong choice. No one cares if I leave school, but it's stupid. It'll get marked on my permanent records, the ones that get sent to the evaluators. To my surprise, Eli doesn't press the issue. He just shrugs and says, I'll see you tomorrow then. He's gone before I can ask what he means, leaving me alone at the table with the mythology book, the only proof he was real. I flip it open to the cover page, checking that he wasn't lying. Where did he get it? Even if it took him an entire week, that's insanely impressive. I just talked to him for almost an hour and didn't learn a thing about him. He doesn't know anything about me either. So why do I feel like I just had my first real conversation in years? The courtyard is clearing quickly around me. I shove the mythology book into my bag and head to class. The afternoon is torture. I haven't gotten a new book in forever, and I want nothing more than to go home and read. Lydian used to give me books one at a time from her collection, but when she moved, she gave me everything that was left, and when I finished those, there were no more new old books. I opt for ignoring my teachers to avoid a repeat of my debate with Mrs. Phillips. I think it's safe to assume I can pass my tests without listening to every lecture. I wish my life were a storybook. I want a farm boy to love me, for true love to mean something. If my life were a storybook, I'd be able to do something to change my fate, and things like love and hope would prevail. Instead, I have a world without choices where someone else will pick what job I do, what town I live in, who I marry. Maybe I'm pessimistic, maybe I'm just scared, or maybe I'm letting life beat me down just like it did my mother and Cedric. I just know I'm having a hard time holding on to the lie that I'm at peace with my dictated future. When classes end, I go straight home. For the first time in forever, I'm actually craving the emptiness of the house, where I can have a couple of undisturbed hours. Sunlight streams through the living room windows, making the thin cushioned couches look almost inviting. I drop my bag beside one of the couches and take out the book of ancient myths. I still can't believe Eli found it. They're even Greek, per my request. I settle into the cushions and open the book with unquellable excitement. The very first story is of Gaia, the earth, before she was the mother of all things. She was young and lonely, and then she looked up at Uranus, the sky, and fell in love with him and all his glory and glimmering stars. Uranus smiled down at her. She was warm and nurturing. He was dark and mysterious. Together, their love created everything that lived. I kind of like the idea of the whole world being created by a great love story. I guess the hopeless romantic in me wants to believe love could have so much power, that it could create worlds. I want to believe love matters more than the evaluators say it does. Eli's waiting at my lunch table the next day with a mini feast of food spread over the table. Hey, he grins at me. Hi, I say, dropping into my seat. How's school going? You'd know if you showed up, I point out. I'm not that curious. I laugh and he stares at me like I've grown a second head. What? I ask, half wary, half self-conscious. You laughed. He sounds genuinely astonished. I still don't get it. Have you never heard someone laugh before? I have seen you smile exactly once before today, the kind that actually reaches your eyes anyway, he informs me, and I've never heard you laugh. You kept track of how many times you've seen me smile? It wasn't hard, seeing as you don't do it very often. You've known me for like a day. I didn't have to know you to see you. He looks down at the table, not meeting my eyes as his words sink in. Have you been watching me? I don't know whether I find that creepy or flattering, if it's even true. Eli's not exactly inconspicuous. How could he have been watching me without my ever seeing him? Heaven, this is Moonshadow. We've both lived here our whole lives. I know everything about you that everyone else knows. So you think you've got me all figured out then? No, probably not even close, but I'm working on it. So what do you know? I braced myself for the answer. I know what people in this town say about me, about my family. You're Heaven White. You're the girl who always has her nose in a book. You don't let anyone get close to you. You haven't been to a party in years. And on the weekends, you're usually at the beach. I let out the breath I've been holding. That wasn't too painful. I'd still be willing to bet Eli knows the other things people say, even if he didn't include them on his list. I've heard so much worse. I don't know how to have fun. I push people away. My father committed suicide and my mother's become a zombie. I'll probably follow my brother to Section 22. And depending on who you ask, I'm either a flirt who doesn't follow through or a pretty girl who has no standards. That's nothing I haven't heard before. You don't have anything to add? No. Does he expect me to bring up the less than nice things people say behind my back? So you're okay with the rumors being all anyone believes about you? People believe what they want either way. I think I'm better off putting my energy into not caring than trying to change people's minds. And does that work? You don't care what people think of you? It doesn't work as well as I'd like. I try not to let it get to me, but the rumors and gossip still sting. I'm getting there. Do me, Eli says. What? What do you know about me? I don't know anything about Eli. I don't know if that's because of the years he's been skipping out on school, or if I just haven't been paying attention to the gossip. You don't care about school or scores, I say, using my own observations to make guesses. Your parents are important, but you don't have much interest in following in their footsteps. You give off a bad boy vibe, and you don't want anyone to think you have feelings or vulnerabilities. You don't come around here, and I haven't seen you in long enough that I didn't know who you were when you came up to me last week. Is that really what you think of me? He asks after a beat of silence. I never claimed to know you. Do you want to? I don't know. It's the closest thing to an honest answer I can give him. He's intriguing, but I don't want the inevitable hurt that will come with getting to know him. I don't want to be that fool who blindly walks into a relationship with a boy who screams trouble with his every smirk. Even if he doesn't get me in trouble, I don't see a way our story can end happily. Come to a party with me. I thought you knew that I don't do parties anymore. I let a teasing note into my voice, but I'm dead serious. This one's different. How? You have to see it to understand. I know you probably don't believe me or you think I'm wrong and it's just like every other party you've been to, but I promise it's different. No offense, but you're not really selling me on this. It's 2 days away, in the middle of the woods behind Section 19. Just think about it. I study Eli, searching for some indication he's joking. The woods behind Section 19 aren't a small grove of trees. It's more like 35 acres of wilderness. It would be crazy to have a party there. You're serious? Yeah. I shake my head. I think I'd rather not get lost in the middle of the woods. I won't let you get lost. He looks almost offended at the suggestion. I'm not going. Just think about it. He turns his attention to the ridiculous amount of food in front of us on the table. You want anything? I'm fine. I wave my sandwich to illustrate my point. Well, I can't possibly eat all of this by myself. It won't kill you to have a little, will it? He asks, holding out an apple to me. You can't bribe me into coming to the party, I warn him as I take the fruit. I'm not trying to. We eat in silence for a minute while I watch Eli. I can't figure him out. I don't understand his motives, and I'm going into this whole thing blind. I don't know the first thing about him. When he reaches across the table for a water bottle, the sleeve of his sweater pushes up a little, revealing a glimpse of ink on his forearm, though not enough to make out the tattoo's design. He catches me staring and moves his sleeve back down to hide the image, serving to spark my curiosity further. I want to see the secrets written on his skin and learn what they mean. Eli watches me with an expression that suggests he feels the same curiosity about me, despite the fact that he seems to know far more about me than I do him. Did you really not know who I was when I first came up to you? He's smiling, and there's not a hint of smugness in it. I think it's the most genuine expression I've seen from him yet. I still don't know who you are. Let me show you. What are you doing this weekend? No parties, just us. We can go anywhere you want. Why me? He meets my eyes before answering. I don't know. I don't understand it, but I want to know everything I can about you. For some reason, I haven't been able to get you out of my head. I want to figure out how to make you smile, make you laugh. It might be the bravest thing I've ever witnessed, him being so honest, so open. Okay, I whisper. I'll do something with you Saturday under one condition. What's that? We need some ground rules. All right, name them. I'll bring you a list. I'll be here tomorrow, he answers without missing a beat. I can't seem to convince him I'm not worth the trouble. How did I end up here? A few minutes ago, I didn't want to get hurt by him, and now I've pretty much agreed to a date with him on Saturday. I don't know what you've heard about me, Eli, but I want to get one thing clear. I'm not going to be your makeout girl or hook up with you, and anything you might know about my past is in the past, true or not. That's not... I wouldn't... No, Eli sputters, seeming horrified. I give him an apologetic smile. I just don't want you to waste your time. You've got me all wrong, Heaven. I'm going to prove it to you. He stands from the table, making no move to collect the food still spread out. I'll see you tomorrow. I watch him go, leaning back to keep him in my line of sight, when he slips between two buildings and scales the chain-link fence around the school grounds like he does it all the time. I've never seen someone sneak out of the schoolyard before. I can't imagine anyone stopping Eli from coming or going at his leisure, even if he used the gate like a normal person. I'll have to ask him about it tomorrow. For today, my plan is to get some different questions answered. I have to make a trip to Gossip Central of Moonshadow. Mrs. Robinson's store is bright and cheery. Big windows that line most of the walls let in sunlight that bounces off the white shelves, and people move through aisles and talk to each other like the store exists solely as a place for social interaction. I walk past stacks of jeans and shirts, past racks of coats, past shelves of paper and pens and pencils. I pause beside a bin with sheets of stamps. Last week I told Amy I was going to write to Lydian, but I still haven't done it. I have so much I'd like to tell her, to tell Cedric too, but what I really want is their response. I don't want to write more letters that will go unanswered. If Lydian and Cedric were able and interested in conversing with me, they would write. I move on from the stamps and postage supplies, shaking off the abandoned feeling. I'm here for a reason, and it doesn't have to do with my siblings. I'm nearly to the checkout counter when the sound of my name stops me in my tracks. I peek around a shelf of t-shirts and spot Jane Fletcher, a girl my age who frequents the gossip table at school, talking to Anna and standing between me and the counter. Jane's not my favorite person in town, but she's a great source of information on scandals and rumors. If she's talking about me, then there's gossip going around. I sigh internally. There have been rumors about my family and me since I was a little kid, but all in all, it's been a while since I was involved in a scandal. I can't say I'm looking forward to knowing what people are saying now. You really think she's the reason Eli showed up in school again? Anna asks. I don't see what else it could be, Jane says. He hasn't been to school in years, and now all of a sudden he's back, but only to sit with her at lunch. I hope it doesn't last. I swear I can hear Anna shudder. Is it true that he's been to jail? For fighting, I think. Jane's voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper that still carries just fine. He's probably going straight to section 22 at the end of the summer. I'm just glad I'm not heaven. Jane scoffs. Is it really so surprising? You heard about what happened with her and the Brooks boy, right? But that was years ago, Anna says, almost as if she's standing up for me. If Eli's interested in her, she's either his next fight or his next conquest. Which do you really think it is? I go completely still. Are any of the things Jane's saying about Eli true? Fights? Jail? Conquests? I know how inaccurate rumors and gossip can be, but I also know there's usually a nugget of truth somewhere in there. The question is, what's true and what's just exaggerated rumor? I still don't think heaven would do that, Anna says. I mean, she flat out refuses to talk to most people and won't get within 50 feet of a party. Well, good luck to her then. Their voices are growing softer, and it takes me a minute to register that they're moving away from the counter, going in the opposite direction of where I'm standing. I can't seem to make my body move. The way Jane talked, it sounded like she didn't believe I'd make it through the rest of the school year without being seduced or ending up behind bars. Forcing myself out from behind the shelves of food, I walk over to where Erica is standing behind the counter. Only a year older than me, Erica's pretty new to her job at the store. She's good at it, though, and sweet in a way that makes her fit in perfectly with the Robinson family. Actually, with her long blonde curls, she looks like she could be a part of the Robinson family. You shouldn't believe everything you hear around this place, Erica says, leaning forward so she's right between the tower of jars containing jam and candies on either side of the polished wooden counter. The stacks are so high, I'd need help to reach the top, and I'm not sure I'd risk putting my head in the hit zone if one of those towers were to collapse. You were listening to? Erica and I aren't close, but we both grew up in this town. She's heard all the crap that's been said about me over the years, and working in this store, she's a good person to go to if you need reputation-related advice. Plus, she's nice, and I trust her more than anyone I currently go to school with. Erica smiles. Jane doesn't know anything about Eli that she hasn't been told by someone else. Something tells me you're getting your info straight from the source. I chew on my lip. Do you know him? He and Brandon have been friends since they were little boys, she shrugs. I see him on occasion. I don't know Brandon Robinson well, mostly just his reputation. Everyone likes him. At school, he's usually surrounded by a large group of people. He helps his mother at the store and is the type of person who carries groceries for elderly women. I didn't know he was friends with Eli. They haven't talked during the past 2 days. Eli's been sitting with me at lunch. So you're saying Eli's not trouble? Erica laughs. Oh, he's trouble, all right. You don't get connections and a reputation like his by following the rules. I'm confused. Brandon likes him. Ellen likes him. Connections and the ability to hold your own in a fight don't make you a bad person. They just make you someone not to be messed with. Wait, what kind of connections? Erica winks. Underground, black market, law officers. Who knows? It's all just rumors anyway. I'm pretty sure my jaw just hit the floor. Eli doesn't have many friends, she goes on, ignoring my gaping. He's not the trusting type. Neither am I. Heaven, can I help you with anything? I turn to see Mrs. Robinson smiling warmly at me. No, ma'am, We were just talking, Ellen, Erica interjects. She hasn't had a chance to need help yet. I look from Erica to Mrs. Robinson, not sure what to say or do. I can hardly think past everything I've just heard. Is continuing to hang out with Eli a bad idea? I knew he was trouble, but he's been so polite, so kind. I'll be back, I finally mutter and head away from the counter. I move to the aisles of food, loading my canvas bag with my usual collection of vegetables, rice, flour, and fruits. Snippets of conversation float around me as I shop, but it all sounds far away and disconnected. When I return to the counter, Erica is gone, and Mrs. Robinson is in her place at the register. Did you find everything you were looking for, Heaven? Yes, ma'am. How is your mother doing? She asks, somehow counting up my total at the same time she's talking. She's okay. My standard answer to this question. When I get asked, Amy is always okay. Not wonderful, not unwell, just okay. You tell her I said hello, will you? And tell her I miss seeing her. This is her standard line every time I show up to shop instead of Amy. I will, I nod. Mrs. Robinson hands my bag to me over the counter, and I dig cash out of my jeans pocket. You have a good day, dear, she tells me with a smile. I leave the store, not sure if I got what I came for, or if I'm only more confused than before. Erica wasn't quite as helpful as I'd hoped. Chapter 3, 205 Days. You actually wrote them down? Eli shakes his head at me when he sees the piece of paper where I wrote out my list of ground rules this morning. I didn't want to forget something or lose my nerve when you look at me like that. Like what? He asks innocently, as if he doesn't know what his smirk and the humor dancing in his eyes do to my common sense. Never mind. Just let me read them, would you? He gives me a smile that shines with amusement and a sort of joy. I'm listening. Rule number 1. We're friends only. No flirting or kissing, and we are absolutely not starting a romantic relationship. I'm not sure I can follow all those even if I try. I have a very charming, flirtatious personality. I honestly can't tell if he's joking or not. You have to. I shrug, feigning casualness. It's the rules. He chuckles. Anything else? Yes. Rule number 2. No doing anything illegal with me or around me. No fights. No alcohol or drugs. I don't want to know about your sex life, and I'm not bailing you out of jail. Eli blinks. What are you expecting me to be doing? I wouldn't ask you to break the law for me. Good, because it's against the rules. He sighs, but doesn't argue with me. Is there more? Just one. Rule number 3. We can veto any conversation or invitation without having to explain ourselves. If I don't want to go to a party or answer a question, I don't have to give an explanation, and you have the same right. Eli reaches over and plucks the list out of my hands, his eyes scanning over the page as if he's looking for the small print. Do you have anything to add? He doesn't look up from the list. This is what you want? Yes. I'm growing more anxious by the second. I lay awake for hours last night, thinking about what rules I should set between Eli and me, but I'm still not sure I got it right. It's not that I want to keep Eli away from me. I want to keep him an exact distance where he can't hurt me, but we can still be friends. All right, he sighs. All right. I agree to your rules. He doesn't exactly sound happy about it. He folds up the paper and it disappears into his pocket. Are we friends yet? Yeah, I guess so. So this list? Why? Why what? Why no flirting? Why do you have a list in the first place? I get that you don't trust me, but I wouldn't pressure you to do something you weren't comfortable with. You can just tell me no. You don't have to give me a contract. If this is going to work, I need to feel like we're on the same page, I explain. I don't want to flirt or fool around without it meaning anything. I know some people find it fun, but I'm not one of those people. I don't want my heart played with, and I don't trust myself around you. I'd rather establish it all now. I can't tell what he thinks of my answer. I know rules aren't common between friends, that I'm being weird, but I just don't want to take any chances. I watch Eli drum his fingers on the wooden boards of the table. He's watching his fingers, seemingly lost in whatever he's thinking. You're quiet today. Sorry, he says, looking up with a quick smile that looks more like a grimace. You don't have to apologize. Maybe I should go. He sounds uncertain, and I don't know if he's suggesting it for my benefit or because he actually wants to leave. Wait, I say before he can stand. Yeah? Why did you leave over the fence yesterday instead of going through the gate? A ghost of a smirk turns up the corners of his lips. Well, it's more fun for one thing, and I prefer to have as few people as possible know where I am at any given time. That sounds shady. He shrugs, his usual charming smile spreading across his face. I'm surprised by how relieved I am to see it. It's like a confirmation I haven't ruined everything with my rules or newfound knowledge of the rumors that circle him. Or at least confirmation I haven't ruined anything yet. I'll see you tomorrow. You promise? I ask before I can stop myself. Great. Now I sound desperate. Yes, I promise. I watch him until he disappears between a couple of buildings on his way to the fence. A number of other people are watching him too, but none of their eyes stay on him for long, as if they're afraid of getting caught looking at him. I look over at Brandon Robinson. He's not paying any attention to Eli's departure at all. Neither boy shows any sign that they're friends like Erica claimed. The list of rules might have put my mind at ease about some of the things Jane and Erica said yesterday, but I still can't help wondering if Eli's playing a role. Erica said he doesn't have many friends. Am I an idiot to think I could be one of them? In reality, am I just another conquest, a challenge that makes the game more interesting? It's too late to back out now. He's the only friend I have until Sarah gets back from Starfire. All I can do is pray this friendship doesn't break our hearts and we don't ruin each other in the process of whatever it is we're doing. Chapter 4, 204 Days. Mr. Boyd, my history teacher, is doing that annoying pacing thing he always does right before he's about to quiz us. History is one of my least favorite classes, second only to Mrs. Phillips' class on sections and current society structure. We don't learn much about all the time periods of history. It's almost all focused on the time that came right before the evaluators. We sort of just skip over ancient Egypt and Greece and Rome, the time of castles and kings, and spend most of our time on the age of electronics and cars, when people had everything. That's the age when we almost killed the Earth. And then we almost killed each other to the point of extinction. It's the only time in history my teacher cares about. Who can tell me the steps leading up to the Great War? Mr. Boyd asks. A few hands go up. I keep mine down. I don't need a repeat of what happened the last time I raised my hand in class. I lean my elbow on the desk in front of me and prop my chin on my hand. Now I won't be able to accidentally raise it. Various kids answer as Mr. Boyd calls on them, painting the story we've been learning since we were children. Natural disasters got worse as people carelessly wasted the Earth's resources, burned rainforests, and polluted the air and the oceans to support their excessive lifestyles. The divide between people got wider as they argued over different opinions and political views. Illness and poor health killed off thousands. Rising water levels led to floods that wiped out Los Angeles and other big cities, causing economic systems to collapse, in addition to leaving millions without their homes. People panicked. They fought. They died. We managed to wipe out a huge percentage of the population with war because diseases and natural disasters weren't wiping us out fast enough. And what steps did the evaluators take to ensure the protection of our world and race? More hands rise, including mine. Miss White? They took away our choices, I hear myself say. Careful, Heaven, this is dangerous territory. We don't get to vote anymore. The evaluators took away our ability to fight because they just decided for us. As individuals, we don't matter. It's all about what part we play in the whole picture. Mr. Boyd clears his throat. Thank you, Heaven, for that interesting perspective. Class goes on, and I return to using my hand as a chin rest. Miss White. Mr. Boyd stops me before I can leave for my next class. I close my eyes and force myself to take a calming breath. Yes, sir. I turn and face him. You don't seem particularly happy in my class. Gee, really? I'm not sure I follow. I know this can be a stressful, exciting time in your life. You're only months away from getting your section assignment, and that can be overwhelming. If you want to talk to anyone about concerns you might have, I'll think about it. I've learned that's the best answer when dealing with teachers. I'm not promising anything, but he can't easily argue with me. Please do. I nod and jog in the direction of my next class, making it inside just as Mrs. Phillips is starting to speak. Ms. White, she says in a warning tone, I had to be late for this class. I'm sorry, ma'am. Next time you disrupt my class, you will be asked to leave. I nod, swallowing my desire to point out that class hadn't started when I walked in, and she's probably caused more disruption by calling me out. That comment would get me kicked out for sure. Mrs. Phillips has had it out for me since our debate Monday. I've been a model student in her class all week, mostly using the tactic of ignoring the lectures so I won't be tempted to ask any questions or start any discussions. I drop into my seat in the back corner and rest my head on the desk, listening for the sound of the clock signaling the hour. When lunch rolls around, I practically run to the courtyard, only slowing when I'm at my lunch table. "Hey," Eli raises his eyebrows at me. "Hey," I reply, dropping into the seat beside him. "You okay?" I groan, dropping my head into my hands. I'm going to get expelled before this semester is over. Why can't I manage to keep my mouth shut? There's something legitimately wrong with me. Expelled? That seems a bit extreme. I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you don't seem like the troublemaking type. I'm not sure my teachers would agree with you. I mutter into my hands. Is there anything I can do? I lift my head to look at him. Not unless you can change the past. Has anyone ever told you you're sort of pessimistic? I'm sorry, I say without much sincerity. If he'd watched his brother be taken away by law officers, I bet he'd be pessimistic too. Maybe we can try focusing on the future instead of changing the past, which is impossible, by the way. He pushes his bangs out of his face and meets my eyes. Do you want to do something tonight? I can't skip the party, but I can be late. I'm taken aback by the offer. He would do that for me? I don't want you to be late. Really, it's nothing. The people I'm meeting can wait. The people he's meeting. Not his friends, just people he has an appointment with. This party, I ask. Who's going to be there? Eli hesitates. I can't tell you. But wouldn't I meet them if I came to the party? Are you saying you're considering it? No, I say flatly. Just answer the question. If you come, I'll be with you. I don't understand what difference that makes. What is he not telling me? He rubs a hand over the back of his neck. I don't really know how to explain it without showing you. Just trust me that it does make a difference. Trust him? I don't even remember how to trust someone. Every time I have, it seemed to end rather poorly. I trusted my parents, and they let me down. I trusted my siblings, and they don't even reply to my letters. How do I trust Eli? So, did you want to do something tonight? Eli asks. I shake my head. I don't want you to miss the party for me. We're already doing something Saturday, and I think I need some time alone today. He nods, looking sort of disappointed and sort of preoccupied. Okay. The rest of lunch is quiet. He's clearly got something on his mind, and to be honest, I don't want to know what kinds of things worry Eli. I'll be back a little later, he tells me when lunchtime is up. I'll try to catch you between classes. I look for Eli while I walk from one building to another throughout the afternoon. With every class, I lose a little more hope that he's actually coming. I'm trying not to be disappointed, but it's hard, and by the time I leave my last class, I've let the disappointment settle firmly into place. Heaven, fingers brushed my arm, like he was trying to grab me but missed. I thought you weren't coming, I blurt out before I can think about it, surprising myself, possibly more than Eli. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier, he says. I was hoping things wouldn't take so long. What kind of things? I ask, my guard coming back up. Maybe you'll see someday. I don't like surprises. I bet we can change that eventually, he says with a glint in his eyes. Can I walk with you? I didn't walk. I state the obvious as we arrive at the rack where I left my bike this morning. If you ride slow, I can probably keep up. I raise my eyebrows at him, but he just smirks at me. God, he's cocky. Are you always this overconfident? He shrugs. I guess you'll just have to stick around and find out. I roll my eyes. I'll see you tomorrow. I take it that's a no to me coming with you. If you change your mind about the party tonight, the invitation still stands. I'll wait for you where Native Drive meets Creek Road. I told you I don't do parties. I just said I'd wait in case you change your mind. You don't have to come. He reaches out and squeezes my hand. Later. He makes that single word sound like it holds all the promise in the universe. I watch him jog away from me, using the gate for the first time I've seen. Once he's broken away from the other students crowding the exit, he picks up speed significantly. He is really fast. I called him overconfident, but now I wonder if he really could keep up with my biking speed. Instead of going home, I head to Singer's Cove, my home away from home for as long as I can remember. The beach is at the base of the cliffs, so from here I can hardly see the rest of the town. There's just me and the sand and the water and the dilapidated dock that hasn't been maintained in decades. The midwinter chill keeps everyone out of the water, but by evening there will probably be campfires and people coming to dance and talk and just spend time together. Once upon a time, that was how I would have spent a Thursday evening. I sit in the sand and watch the waves break on the shore a few feet away. Sometimes I wonder if I subconsciously sabotaged my place in my old social circle on purpose. Things were different after Cedric left, and this beach was one of the most noticeably different. Cedric taught me to swim here when I was a little kid. He loved the water, and he was always here, swimming in the waves or dancing on the beach or chatting up girls. Without him, everything felt off, wrong, or maybe I was what was wrong. I take a deep breath of salty air and try to clear my head. The ocean breeze has always been good for that. Today, though, its magic doesn't seem to be working. My head is stubbornly staying jumbled with a mess of feelings. Longing and curiosity and good sense are all at war with each other, pulling me in different directions. What makes this party in the middle of the woods so different? What makes Eli different? Just a week ago, I never would have entertained the idea of going to a party, much less going with a boy. So why do I want to go so badly? Eli is dangerous, but it's not his connections or the other things people say about him. Eli is dangerous to me because he makes me want things. It's dark, but the moon lights up the streets with clear silver light. Standing at the fork where Native Drive ends and splits into Creek Road, I stare straight ahead at the forest that stretches out in front of me. Eli's not here. I guess I couldn't really expect him to wait forever, especially since I said I wasn't coming. The trees look taller the longer I look at them. What if I get lost in the woods? Am I completely crazy? No one's making me do this, I remind myself. I can still choose common sense, turn around, and bike home. I can walk away and never know what secrets hide within these woods. I sigh and then push my way into the trees. Immediately, I feel as if I've been swallowed. The moonlight is half as bright here as it was on the road, having to pierce through the branches of black cottonwoods and California sycamores to get to me. I am so going to get lost. I take a hesitant step that crunches against the earth, and I flinch at the sound. A flash of light catches my eye, and I breathe in sharply before realizing it's only the moonlight reflecting off the metal frame of a bicycle. I take a step in that direction, and then another, and then I can see the small circle of open space where at least 100 bikes are resting. I guess it's proof the party really does exist, and I'm in the right place. I let my own bike drop alongside them. Okay, I'm really doing this. I just have to calm down and focus on one step at a time. I move through the trees in as straight a line as I can, heading for what I hope is the middle of the woods, and refusing to think too hard about how I'm going to find my way back. It feels weird not thinking about consequences. Kind of freeing. The same way it felt 3 years ago, right before all the consequences caught up to me. I'm not sure how long I've been walking, doing my best not to get killed by the numerous branches that seem to come out of nowhere, when the trees open up and reveal a cleared path through the woods. Every branch has been cut away from the path. Even with all the bikes I saw, the path is a surprise. I wasn't expecting to find something so well taken care of. I hear the party before I see it. It sounds nothing like the beach parties I used to frequent. The music is so much louder, and it's amazing. I can feel it pulsing in my chest. The notes play over each other in a complex melody with multiple instruments working together. This has been planned, probably practiced, and it's beautiful. The kind of music that makes me want to dance or cry or sing along. After another few steps, I can see past the trees into an open field full of people. I look around, stunned by the numbers. There must be 300 people here, dancing and drinking from glasses with a variety of different colored drinks inside. Near the middle of the field is a bonfire, and the stage where the musicians are playing is lit with bright lights, but the rest of the party is in shadow. I work my way through the crowd, trying to take it all in at once. The air smells of sweat and smoke, and all around me people are dancing and kissing in a way that could definitely get them in trouble for excessive public affection. A girl runs across my path. She shouts an apology over her shoulder before throwing her arms around another girl. I pause and watch them. I've never seen two girls kiss before. To be honest, I've never seen anyone kiss like this. They can't seem to get close enough to each other, like they're desperate to crawl inside each other's skin. It takes me a second to realize openly staring at them probably isn't polite, even if they are standing in the middle of a crowded field. I turn away from them and scan the mass of people, trying to find somewhere to look where people aren't shamelessly grinding against each other or making out. I feel so out of place, but no one seems to recognize me as new to this scene. I don't really look out of place. Some people dress like Eli, in combat boots, dark-colored clothes, ink decorating their skin. But others are dressed more like I am, in plain, faded shirts and fraying jeans. It's a surreal feeling to be at a party. It almost doesn't feel like I am because it's so unlike the parties I used to go to. I've been so afraid of attending a party, of what reactions I'd get. Here, though, I'm invisible, just another person who's come for the music and freedom. I could make out with a boy here, and I sincerely doubt anyone would even notice. There's a sort of heady feeling in the air that I can't put my finger on, but I can feel it with every breath I take. The air seems filled with electricity that hums along my skin. It's not a bad feeling. "You want a drink?" asks the boy who could be my age, his eyes ringed and black. "I think they're out of the good stuff," he adds apologetically. I shake my head. "I'm okay." He nods and runs a hand through his blonde hair nervously. "You want to dance?" I look at him more carefully, trying to see beneath the eyeliner. "Brandon Robinson?" I ask. "Moonshadow's golden boy. What are you doing here?" Brandon smiles. "Right now, I'm asking you to dance." I don't dance. And even if I did dance, it wouldn't be like what the dancers around us are doing. I fight the urge to look around. I fail miserably, my gaze trailing to the couple dancing nearest us. The boy has his hands on his partner's hips, and I can't seem to tear my eyes away as his hands slide up under the hem of her shirt. I promise I'll keep my hands to myself. I look over to see Brandon watching the same couple. My cheeks heat, and I feel as if I've been caught doing something wrong. "I'm actually looking for someone," I tell Brandon. "Excuse me." I try to step around him, but he reaches out to stop me. "That's not a good idea." "What?" "You don't want to be wandering around this place by yourself before you understand how this community works. These parties aren't exactly advertised. Not everything that happens here is strictly legal, and no one wants law officers poking around. You need an invitation, and the more badass the person who invited you is, the better off you are." "Who invited you?" "I came to my first party with a friend," Brandon says evasively. "Well, I was invited," I say. "That's who I'm trying to find." Brandon shrugs. "Then I'll come with you." We look for Eli for a while, but with every minute that goes by, I lose a bit more hope that I'll find him at all. "I don't understand how all this exists," I whisper, more to myself than to Brandon. "Most people don't," Brandon answers. "That's part of the charm. Take away the mystery, and the underground wouldn't be nearly as alluring." I wonder if he's right. In the dark, with the pounding music and press of bodies, it's easy to forget real life waits just on the other side of the trees. This field belongs to a different world than the rest of the town. I've never seen anything like this party before. It's defiance and freedom and joy all together in a terrifying, beautiful jumble. "Is it safe to be here?" I ask. "Probably not," Brandon says, like it's a trivial concern. "But nothing is ever completely safe. You have to weigh the risks versus the rewards. The music, the drinking, the dancing. It's not like anything you can find anywhere else in Moonshadow. I think it's worth the risks for the freedom." Before tonight, I couldn't picture Brandon and Eli being friends. They're just too different. But looking at Brandon now with his makeup and the devilish glint in his eyes, I can see it. "Is that why you come?" I ask. "Because it's freeing and lawless?" "It's not lawless. The underground just runs by its own laws. They still have them. Anyway, no, that's not why I come. I'm here for the music." He grins at me. "Do you want to get closer?" I nod without deciding to, like my body has a mind of its own. Brandon pushes through the mob of people on our way to the stage, clearing a path for me. Am I stupid for trusting you? I ask as I follow behind him. I don't really know you. I swear I won't let anything happen to you. He pauses our progress to briefly meet my eyes. For tonight, I'm your bodyguard. Does anyone else know you come to secret parties and help random girls not get crushed by partiers? Brandon chuckles. You're not random, he says, not elaborating further or answering my question. The closer Brandon and I get to the music, the more I find myself getting lost in the pure pleasure of the moment. Around me, people are jumping up and down to the beat, and some are singing along. The excitement and energy is contagious. It thrums in my veins and makes all my inhibitions fade away. I don't know how long we stay there. It feels like minutes, but it could be hours. Brandon walks with me back to where I left my bike at the edge of the woods. The walk seems shorter this time and far less scary with company. That was fun, he says when we're on the street. It was nice meeting you, Heaven. Thank you for taking care of me. I'll catch you later. We mount our bikes and take off in different directions, each heading for our own homes. My body's buzzing, like I can still feel the music throbbing in my bones, and I realize I'm grinning like an idiot. I had fun tonight. Eli was right. This party was different, and I had to see it to understand. If he tried to explain the freedom and adrenaline to me, I never would have believed him or thought it was something I could want so much. I still don't understand what he was talking about when he said he couldn't tell me who was going to be there. Obviously, he couldn't give me a list of the 300 people who were in attendance, but why did he make it seem like such a secret? And do I even want to know? Amy's up when I come into the house. She's sitting at the table under the bare light bulb in the kitchen, looking at nothing in particular. Are you okay? I ask her. She blinks and looks toward me. Heaven? It's late, I tell her, coming farther into the house so the light reaches my face and she can see me. You should go to bed. Why are you out so late? She doesn't sound angry or accusatory, so much as confused, like the fact that I was up had her convinced it wasn't late. I was meeting a friend. Oh. She doesn't try to tell me I shouldn't have been out late or that I should have at least left her a note saying where I was. She doesn't scold me for making her worry. Hell, she probably wasn't worried. Good night. I shake my head and retreat to my room. Chapter 5. 203 Days. My whole body feels heavy with tiredness as I bike to school the next morning and drag myself into class. But I wake up pretty fast when I notice a seat 2 rows in front of me that's occupied for the first time since before I can remember. Eli's turned around, his arm resting on the back of his seat, watching me. I gasp out loud, and a couple of people near me look over. Eli raises a finger to his lips, his eyes sparkling with laughter. I raise my eyebrows at him in a silent question, but he just smirks at me and turns back around. He keeps his eyes on the front of the room, pointedly ignoring the stares of me and all our other curious classmates. Or maybe I should say suspicious classmates. Most of them look at him as if he's a bomb that could go off at any minute. He looks like he usually does. Brown hair pulled back at his nape, black clothes, braided bracelets circling one wrist. But there's something different. He's wearing a leather jacket I haven't seen before instead of his usual sweater. Am I even supposed to notice something like that? I've read about schools where students didn't have every class with the same 45 kids their age, but that's not the case in Moonshadow. Eli is in every class with me. He waits for me at the door at the end of each one, and we walk together to the next one. A couple of our teachers give him strange looks, like they can't figure out who he is. I wonder how many years it's been since Eli set foot inside any of these classrooms. I only half listen to the lessons and lectures. I'm too busy trying not to pay any attention to Eli while wondering what he's doing here. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Every few seconds, someone's looking at him. I wonder if he cares about being the subject of school gossip. When lunch finally comes, I practically drag Eli to our table. What's going on? I ask in a whisper. You're going to have to be more specific than that, he whispers back. And why are we whispering? I don't know, because people are staring. There was staring before when he just showed up at lunch, but this is ridiculous. I swear I can feel at least 30 pairs of eyes on us, like an uncomfortable weight on my shoulders. Ignore them, he shrugs. I'm not here for them. What are you here for? Before he can answer, Brandon slides into the empty seat across from me, dropping a bag onto the table in front of him. It's a little hard to ignore people when they come and sit with you, something I learned from my experience with Eli, actually. Brandon looks different than he did last night, more average without his dark eye makeup. He has bracelets like Eli's on both wrists, I notice, and a silver chain with a round metal pendant rests against his chest. He has on black jeans like Eli's, but his are in much better shape, and a dark pea coat over his white t-shirt. How did you get this guy to come to class? He asked me with a grin. Shut up, Eli mutters. Heaven, this is Brandon, the only person here besides you that I'd call a friend. We've met, Brandon says. She came to the party yesterday. I squirm in my seat and look down at the table, refusing to look in Eli's direction, afraid of what his expression will be. I should have realized Brandon would tell Eli I was at the party. What was it that Brandon said last night? That I'm not random? It makes sense now. He was looking out for me because of Eli. It was a favor to his friend. I am so busted. Eli's arm reaches across my line of sight to grab the bag Brandon brought. Brandon, you're amazing. I learned from the best, Brandon replies with a pleased look on his face. You want anything? Eli's voice is soft, and when I meet his eyes, they have none of the accusation I feared I'd see there. Brandon's access to his mom's store is the only reason I put up with him. Jerk, Brandon mutters. Thank you, I say, taking a handful of nuts from the bag Eli's holding out to me. So, Heaven, Brandon says. How'd you do it? I haven't seen Eli inside one of these buildings since we were, 12. I don't think it was me, I admit. Trust me, sweetheart, it was you. Eli shoots Brandon a glare, but Brandon only laughs, tossing an apple up in the air and catching it again. The sight jars something in my memory, and I'm suddenly a kid again, sitting at lunch with my old friends and watching another table where two boys are sitting alone. They couldn't be more different. The blonde one is tossing an apple and catching it repeatedly. His clothes are rumpled and streaked with sandy dirt across the knees. The other boy, with dark hair neatly cut and combed, is bent over a schoolbook. His clothes are immaculate in a way that doesn't look natural on someone our age. The blonde boy leans over and says something to the other boy. The dark-haired one looks up from his book and smiles. Then he turns and sees me watching. His gaze is fragile. His eyes the color of the ocean, if the ocean knew how to be afraid. Heaven? Are you okay? I blink, and Brandon and Eli are watching me, both back to being teenagers. Heaven? Eli asks again. I remember you, I tell him. How could I have forgotten? You used to sit with Brandon at lunch every day. Eli doesn't exactly look thrilled by that. His eyebrows pull into a frown, and his lips press together into a line. He doesn't look much like the young boy in my memory. Gone is the refined haircut, the perfect clothes, and the breakable look he had then. A lot has changed since we were 12. I want to ask what, but I get the feeling that's exactly what Eli's hoping I won't ask. Well, Brandon breaks the heavy silence between us. It was nice seeing you again, Heaven, but if you'll excuse me, I have another hot girl to talk to today. He pushes back from the table and stands. Enjoy your date tomorrow. It's not a date, Eli says before I can. Brandon only winks and heads over to slide in next to Rachel Perlman, of all people. Somehow he manages to fit in there seamlessly, despite the fact that he's at the popular girls' table and he's a boy. He seems nice, I remark. You went to the party last night? Eli asks without bothering to acknowledge my comment. I don't know what to say. I waited for you, but you didn't show. Were you even going to tell me you were there? We were in class, I protest lamely. I walked with you between every single one. If you wanted to tell me, you would have. I'm sorry. My hand moves to my pocket to fidget with the corner of the mythology book Eli gave me on Monday. I wasn't going to go, and then when I changed my mind, you weren't waiting, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you I went. Why? He asks. You spent the night with my best friend and you didn't want to tell me? Is there something I'm missing? I'm surprised by the hurt in his eyes. He's looking at me as if I've betrayed him in some way. I'm sorry, I repeat. There's nothing going on. I just couldn't find you. There were too many people there. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. Were you the friend Brandon told me brought him to his first party? I ask. Yeah. Who brought you? No one brought me. I built up my own connections over the past 6 years. What kind of connections? He shakes his head. It doesn't matter. I'm more than my connections, Heaven. They don't define me. I want to know more, but something in his expression stops me from asking. It's the same look in his eyes that kept me from asking what happened to him since he stopped coming to school. Have you thought at all about where you want to go tomorrow? Eli asks, changing the subject rather blatantly. Not really, I say, letting him change it. Sounds like a plan, he says, even though it sounds like anything but a plan. Eli comes up behind me, swinging onto the branch I'm balanced on. I can't believe you've never hidden out in the sycamore trees before. We're in a small grove of trees at the end of my street. Not that I told Eli I live on this street when he suggested this as our meeting place for our non-date today. You aren't going to tell me you climbed the palm trees instead, are you? No palm trees, I reply, and no sycamore trees either. I've never done much climbing. So what, you only spy on people from the very visible beach at Singer's Cove? Is it so unbelievable that I haven't done much spying in my life? From you, it's believable, he says. I think you're one of the only people I know who really doesn't care about appearances or gossip. He reaches out and picks a tiny stick out of my hair. I like that about you. You don't think I'm just antisocial? Nah, I think you just aren't worried about fitting in. You don't have any problem sitting alone and reading a book. You don't apologize for being who you are, and you don't act desperate for attention. I think it's admirable. I snort. Not having friends is admirable. I raise my eyebrows at him. I'm trying to compliment you. Geez, woman. I laugh. You're doing a really great job. Please go on attempting to compliment me. This is really entertaining. He lets out an exaggerated sigh. And now you're making fun of me. So, do you come here often? I gesture at the branches around us. More like occasionally. Brandon and I come here when we want to hang out without being bothered by other people. He reaches over and plucks out the book that's sticking out of my pocket. I've been wanting to ask you, what is it that's in the books you read? You gave me that one, I say. You didn't read any of it? I don't really know how. You don't know how to read? Exactly how much school did you skip? I can read, he says, sounding offended. I just don't think I'm doing it right. I've never had a book make me smile the way I've seen you smile when reading. He stretches out along the tree branch, so he's resting on his stomach with his head close to my leg. Will you read it to me? He looks up at me. He's so earnest, I can't say no, though I don't know what difference it will make if I read it versus him reading it. I take the book back and let it fall open somewhere in the middle. It opens to a story about a musician whose voice was flawless enough to tame warriors and fearsome beasts. He was in love with a young girl, but not long after their marriage, she was bitten by a snake and died. The musician was brokenhearted. He couldn't sing or play his lyre. All joy had abandoned him. He searched the earth until he found an entrance to the underworld, and when he found one, he descended to the land of the dead to plead with Hades to get his wife back. With the return of his hope came the return of his music, and his songs moved the gates of Hades' palace and tamed the three-headed watchdog. Even Hades himself was touched by the music and allowed the musician's wife to return to the land of the living on the condition that the musician not look at her until they were out of the underworld. He must have faith that she was following without ever looking to be sure. So the musician walked back through the underworld while his wife supposedly walked behind him. As he walked, doubt crept in, and he began to fear Hades had played him. He was close enough to see the world above, but he couldn't stand it any longer, and he looked behind him. He saw the beautiful face of his beloved for only a second before she was taken back. The musician was never happy again. He sang and played songs that were grief-stricken and forlorn. He was later murdered by a pack of wild nymphs for refusing to dance with them, and was once again reunited with his love in the afterlife. Are they all so depressing? Eli asks when I finish reading the story. Most Greek myths are, I admit. They teach hard lessons. The musician lacked faith. It still seems rather harsh. It does, I nod. But he shouldn't have looked back. He had everything to lose if Hades was telling the truth. And if Hades had lied, he wouldn't have been any worse off. Love makes people do crazy things. More like stupid things, I mutter. Anything that has the power to ruin your life doesn't sound like a good thing. Are you saying you don't believe in love? I sigh. I want to, but at the same time, I don't want to. Love gives people the power to hurt you. Love ruined the musician's life. I think it was loss of love that ruined the musician's life. Love was what brought his life joy in the first place. Who knew you were such a romantic? I grin at him. He smiles. Read me another one. Any requests? Anything. I flip to one of the few stories of pure love and loyalty. It's about two boys who were half-brothers. Pollux was the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Castor was the son of a mortal king. From the time they were born, the boys were inseparable. They loved and protected each other to the very end, and even died side by side in battle. But in death they were separated, as Pollux went to Olympus, the home of the gods, to live with his father, and Castor went to the underworld. The boys were so unhappy apart that Pollux gave half his immortality to Castor so they could stay together. Pollux took half of Castor's death, spending half the year in the underworld with Castor, so Castor could spend half the year in Olympus. I like that one, Eli says when I stop reading. A small smile tugging at his lips. He pushes himself up from his stomach and begins climbing down the tree. Come on, I want to show you something. He holds out a hand. I place my hand in his and let him help me down. He's touched me before, a quick brush of his fingers to get my attention, or a squeeze of the hand as a promise, but we've never held hands before. His is rough with calluses from the heel of his palm to the tips of his fingers. Like when I saw his tattoo peeking from beneath his shirt sleeve, the feel of his hand sparks my curiosity. I just know there's a story written on his skin, and I want to learn how to read it. I drop his hand when my feet are firmly back on the ground. Eli leads me down road after road, passing the invisible lines drawn between the different sections. When he starts to walk down a street lined on both sides by large two-story houses, I start to feel uneasy. I've only ever passed through the high-class government and law enforcement sections. I'm about to ask Eli what we're doing here when he veers off the street, taking me through a strip of yard between two houses. The landscape behind them looks a lot like the one behind my home. A little ways beyond the buildings, the ground drops off a cliff to the ocean. The back of the house, which appears to be Eli's destination, has big windows showing what looks like a living space and dining room on the first floor. Above that, on the second floor, there are more windows. Eli climbs up to one of the second-story windows, using hand and footholds along the wall I never would have been able to find. I stand awkwardly on the back lawn while Eli slips through the window and disappears from view. A second later, he drops down, a guitar strapped to his back. Whose house did you just break into? I ask. My parents. And you can't use the front door? I prefer to avoid running into them. I don't really want them knowing if I'm here. It reminds me of what he said when I asked why he climbed the fence at school. Why are you so paranoid about people knowing where you are? I ask. What are you hiding? My parents and I don't always get along, he says. They're kind of important people, and I'd rather stay as far off their radar as I can get. Oh. I nod to the instrument on his back. Is that what you wanted to show me? Sort of. He looks nervous, or even self-conscious. I didn't think Eli could look anything but confident. He doesn't say anything as he takes my hand again and practically drags me away from his parents' house. And he doesn't say anything for the 20-minute walk to the field that only a couple of days ago was alive with music and energy. Today it's deserted, and there's something sad about the empty space. There's no stage, no lights or equipment, and no people. A chilled breeze blows through the clearing, and I shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Eli asks, removing the guitar from his back and stripping off his jacket before I can answer. The shirt he's wearing underneath is short-sleeved, leaving his arms bare and his ink fully visible. He wraps the jacket around my shoulders and sits on the ground, cradling the guitar in his arms. Won't you be cold? I protest, sitting beside him. Don't worry about it. He shrugs off my concern. I slide my arms into the sleeves of his jacket, accepting that he isn't going to take it back. The leather is warm from his body heat and smells earthy and comforting. Eli's fingers dance along the strings of his guitar, but he doesn't strum a single one. My parents have never heard me play, he says. They paid for me to take lessons and bought me the guitar, but they've never listened to a single song. He bows his head, hair falling forward from behind his ear, and begins to pluck the strings softly. The music is beautiful, but his crooning is what has me spellbound. This song is softer and sadder than the music I heard at the party a couple of nights ago, but I'm falling just as completely in love with it, with Eli's voice. His eyes are closed, his fingers moving across the frets from memory and feeling. When the song comes to an end, he looks up at me. Whoa, I breathe. A relieved smile breaks across his face, his eyes shining. That was beautiful. I try not to wonder how many women he's charmed with that voice. If I suck, you can tell me. I don't play for people that often, and not for anyone who'd be honest with me if I do suck. Trust me, you don't suck. Then the rest of what he said sinks in. Wait, you normally don't play for an audience? What makes me so special? You're different, he says. When you look at me, I feel like you're actually seeing me, and not just my reputation. I look down, my eyes settling on the black and gray ink covering his arms as I say, I'm not that different. Your reputation does scare me. Do I scare you? No. And you're not going to elaborate at all? I take a deep breath and look up. My eyes lock with his and our gazes hold. It doesn't make any sense, you hanging out with me. I'm not afraid of you or spending time with you, but I can't stop wondering what you're getting out of this. I know what people say about me, and I know what they think we're doing. I'm not trying to get in your pants, Heaven, he says. I'm hanging out with you because I genuinely like spending time with you. His voice is soft and earnest. I want to believe him, but I can't forget what I overheard Jane say in the store. She called me Eli's next conquest. Is it really so surprising? You heard what happened with her and the Brooks boy, right? Has Eli heard what happened too? Or at least what people have decided happened? Most people blame me for what happened to Alan Brooks. They say I led him on, and maybe I did. I refuse to lead Eli on. And I never again want to feel the way I did when I couldn't push Alan off me. The fear that I couldn't make him stop. I wince, trying to force back the memory. Nothing happened, I remind myself. He didn't get that far. Heaven? Eli prompts. What's wrong? It's nothing, I whisper, but the shudder that runs through me kind of contradicts that statement. No, it's not, he says, his tone deadly quiet. Tell me what's going on. Did someone try something with you? I was at this party years ago, right after my brother left, with this boy. I don't really know what I was doing with him. I think I was just looking for some kind of connection, something to fill the hole in my life. He wasn't the only boy I kissed, not even close, but he was the only one who tried to take it further. Eli's eyes flash with a fury that makes me falter for a second. He's terrifying, so still and cold, like an angel of death. Nothing happened, I say in a rush. A law officer showed up and stopped him before he could do anything. He's gone now. I don't think he's getting out of prison. Lucky for him, Eli growls, and I can understand why people take him seriously, why they'd have cause to be afraid of him. The rage on his face, the deadly promise in his eyes, it's downright scary. I just don't want another misunderstanding. I whisper, my voice small. It doesn't sound like there was much to misunderstand, he says, anger still coloring his tone. You're not, nor will you ever be, some conquest of mine, and no one is ever going to lay a hand on you again. I can't hold his stare. I can't believe I just told him any of that, but his reaction was way more than I expected, more than I know what to do with. My gaze drops again, back to the tattoos that decorate his skin. A raven wing wraps around his right arm, from wrist to elbow. On his left is a young woman with her face painted in sugar skull makeup. She's beautiful with long hair and long eyelashes. What do your tattoos mean? I ask, grasping for a different topic of discussion. Eli reaches for his arms as if to pull down sleeves that aren't there. They don't mean anything specific, he says, and I'm grateful he's letting me change the subject. They're just works of art, except this one. He turns his left arm over so I can see a verse written on his inner forearm. They're lyrics from the first song I ever heard played at an underground party. Can you play that song? Not as well as a whole band can, but it's something like this. His fingers return to the strings of his guitar, and the music fills the space between us, easing the tension that had a hold on both of us. Chapter 6, 182 Days. As weeks go by, Eli and I spend nearly every day together. Hanging out with him feels normal now, almost like it's always been this way. Eli continues going to class, and Brandon says I'm a miracle worker. I still can't believe that I'm really the only reason he shows up, but Brandon's pretty insistent. Either way, I'm grateful. I honestly don't know what I'd do without their friendship. Anna's desertion appears to be permanent, and Sarah's out of the picture. I need Eli and Brandon. Hey, Brandon's voice makes me jump as he sits down beside me at the lunch table. Sometimes he joins us and sometimes he doesn't, and I thought he was eating with Rachel and her table today. Sorry, darling, I didn't mean to scare you. No, it's fine, I mumble. What are we doing this weekend? Brandon asks Eli. I'm not invited to join them on whatever it is they do together on the weekends, and they usually don't talk about it in front of me. I don't know yet. Eli shrugs. He glances at me quickly before saying, depends on what Heaven and I are doing. Brandon shakes his head and laughs. It's a free sound, like he doesn't have a care in the world. He doesn't say anything else, but he obviously finds Eli's answer highly entertaining. What? I ask suspiciously. Brandon just gives me this infuriating grin before turning his attention to the bag he's brought to our lunch table. He roots around in it, comes up with a pen, and pushes the bag toward me. With the exception of the one pen, the bag contains only food. I take an apple and pass the bag on to Eli. How are things going with Rachel? Eli asks. Brandon goes still, the pen halfway to his arm. He takes a breath and then continues drawing on his arm with the pen. We're not talking about it, he says with what sounds like forced calm. Why don't you take her to the next party? No, Brandon answers, his voice flat. I'm clearly missing vital information to this discussion. It sounds like a continuation of something I wasn't a part of. The whole idea of Brandon being friends with Rachel and her posse is still a bit bizarre to me. I look over, studying Rachel. Her long, raven-colored hair is tucked over one shoulder. She's wearing jeans almost as ripped as Eli's, shoved into knee-high boots, and a forest green tank top, despite the cool temperature. Something metal glints in her ears, catching the light. She looks like she belongs in Section 1, about as much as Eli looks like someone from Section 3. But there's something different about Rachel's style. I just can't put my finger on it. I could help, Eli's saying to Brandon. I can... Don't. Brandon cuts him off. Thank you, but just let it go. If you say so. Eli holds his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Lunch is quiet after that, and I don't dare ask what that whole conversation was about until Eli and I are leaving the school grounds together at the end of the day. What happened at lunch? We're walking to Singer's Cove. Well, technically I'm biking and Eli's jogging beside me. I think Brandon should take Rachel to a party, and he said no. I gathered that much, I mutter. Rachel's parents are Section 1. Her father's the mayor, and Brandon doesn't want to get her in trouble. The underground might not exactly welcome her with open arms. How would you help? I could invite her, he says. I have more pull with the underground than Brandon does. If I say she's welcome, I'd like to see someone try to say otherwise. Do I want to know? I set my bike in the rack by the stairs leading down to the beach. Eli chuckles. Probably not. He never tells me anything about his connections or what kind of rank he has among the underground of Moonshadow. I know he's good at finding things, sometimes flat out illegal things, but he never gives details. I take off down the street to the sand at the base of the cliffs, not bothering to check if Eli's following me. Heaven, he calls, catching up easily to my short-legged stride. Come on, what's up? I don't answer until we're both lying on the sand halfway to the water. There's probably going to be a party here later tonight, but for now we have the beach to ourselves. Everything's a secret with you, I say. You invited me to an underground party, and you didn't even tell me that your invitation was important. I still don't understand exactly what that means, what you mean there. Eli sighs. I know, I'm sorry. It's selfish, but I want to keep you separate from all that. I can't escape that life, but when I'm with you, I feel like a different person. I can be someone else, someone I'd rather be. What can I say to that? I want to push, but I sort of like being his escape, just like I kind of like him being my escape. Tell me something about your family, Eli says. You don't talk about them much. I'm sure you've heard the rumors, I mutter. I've heard you were really close to your siblings. He rolls onto his side and props his head up on his hand, watching me. Tell me something I don't know. There's a lot you don't know about my family. Then it should be an easy answer. He grins like he's daring me to contradict him. I look up at the sky. Sometimes I think of my family as an old photograph someone ripped apart and scattered in pieces, I say. My dad's part of the picture, and possibly Cedric's, were destroyed. My pieces and Amy's landed close together, but with a wall between them. Lydian's piece is so far away from the others she may never make it back to the rest of us. Even if someone tried to restore the photo, it would never fit back together. It'll never be whole. There's a stretch of silence as Eli waits for me to go on, and I decide whether I want to. You'd think I'd get used to it after a while, them leaving me, but somehow it got worse each time. When Dad died, I got closer to my siblings, and when Lydian's section assignment moved her out of Moonshadow, I got even closer to Cedric. I let out a short laugh that feels more like a sob. I idolize Cedric, and sometimes I think I forget that he was human too, that he was still a kid. He's only 3 years older than I am. He was 17 when he got assigned to Section 22. You know, he hoped for a Section 5. He wanted to work in a hospital and help people. He called it his impractical dream. You have no idea how much it scared me to hear him sound so bleak and downbeat. He was always the hopeful one in my family. I can't help wondering if he somehow knew he would end up in Section 22, if he was trying to prepare me. How would he have known? I don't know. I don't mention the hours of time I've spent pondering that very question. I never understood why. He was kind and caring, and if he had a fault, it was that he tried to do more than he was capable of. But I keep feeling like he knew. Maybe there was more to his story that he hid from me. I don't know. To me, he was protective and more of a parent than anyone else. Your brother sounds like a pretty amazing person, Eli says softly. Both my siblings were. Sometimes I wonder how my life would have turned out if I had siblings. Do you wish you did? I ask. I used to, he replies. I wanted a relationship like the one between the brothers in that story, who were inseparable to the point of dying together. But as I got older, all I could think was I didn't want any other child to be going through what I was. It was that bad, I whisper. My parents, they aren't around much, and when they are, they don't really have time for me. At some point, I stopped seeking approval I was never going to get. I was probably about 12. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe it's just their jobs. But I'm not sure they want to care about me. I mean, we're a family. An effective unit made for raising a new generation. No emotions required. For a second, Eli sounds as bitter as I often do. He's not looking at me while he talks. His fingers draw patterns in the sand between us, and he keeps his eyes on them, like the random patterns require all his concentration. I'm sorry, I murmur. A part of me is glad I figured it out, he confesses. It's freeing in a way, to not be trying to meet imaginary expectations or prove anything to them. Is that why you started cutting class? I stopped going to class because I didn't like them, not as some way to defy my parents. He looks up from the sand and meets my eyes. Why do you go to class? Because not going will affect my records, I say automatically. You believe going to school will get you a better section? You believe going to school will get you a better section? I don't know, I say honestly. Probably not, since I don't think I'm making a great impression on my teachers. I just don't know what else to do. You don't sound like you have high hopes for your section assignment. I look away from him. His eyes are too intense, and they see a bit too much for my comfort. You're probably right not to want siblings. I keep my gaze on the sky above us. The more people you love, the more you have to lose. You're saying it's not worth it? I hear him shift beside me. You don't think it's better to love and lose than to not love at all? I know it hurts. It hurts not having anyone to lose, too. Something in his voice makes me look over at him. He's lying on his back with his eyes closed tight. I've never thought about what it would be like to not have the family I had. My family made me the person I am. All the times Lydian read books to me, the house filled with the scent of Amy's cooking, afternoons spent in the ocean with Cedric, Dad dancing me around the living room. What would I be if I didn't have any of those experiences? I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to make his pained look go away. It's not your fault, he says, making it clear he thinks it's someone's. You do have people who care about you, you know, I whisper. You have Brandon, and you have me. You're not alone. He laughs without humor. I'm not good for you, Heaven. I'm not sure I'm good, period. I don't make good choices. I've lost count of how many times I should have ended up in jail, how many laws I've broken. If it'll bring me an adrenaline rush, you can bet I'll jump in with both feet, no matter how dangerous or stupid. I'm a mess. Have you ever been to jail? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. Not yet. What about fighting? Are those rumors true? Yeah, he sighs. Are you scared of me yet? No. Maybe it's stupid, but I'm not. I don't particularly love the idea of Eli fighting, but I'm more scared for him than of him. You probably should be. Well, I'm not, so get over it. He lets out a startled laugh and looks over at me. Yes, ma'am. I smile as a warm feeling spreads through my chest. Besides, you need someone to keep you showing up for class. He chuckles. So you now buy Brandon's theory, I see. You aren't denying it. He just smirks at me. Okay, well, I should probably get home. I push up from the sand and Eli follows. I'll come with you, he says casually. What? I want to come to your house. I can meet your mom. No, you really don't want to do that. I shake my head to emphasize my words. Yes, I do. He looks at me, completely earnest. Please, Heb, don't make me go away. I want to spend today with you. I could say no, but I won't. Saying no to Eli isn't as easy as it used to be, and that sort of scares the hell out of me. Fine, I snap. You don't have to act like it's such a bad thing. It is a bad thing, I groan. You don't always do great things for my confidence, you know, he says, keeping easy pace with me even though I'm speed walking to my bike. It's not you I'm worried about. I pick at a loose thread on my sweater and avoid his eyes. Then what is it? He uses his finger to lift my chin. I swallow hard. What if you don't like what you see? You're worried about impressing me? He asks, sounding honestly bewildered. I like you, Heaven, and neither your house nor your mother is going to change that. I nod, though I'm still nervous it will. The nervous feeling doesn't lessen as we approach my house. I rush Eli inside before I can start making comparisons between my house and Eli's parents'. I don't feel much better once we're inside, though. I look around my home trying to see it the way Eli must. I'm sure it's not as bright as his living room since we don't have those huge windows to let in all that light. The walls are painted this dark grayish beige. The living room doesn't look lived in, with its shabby couches and a desk no one uses. The kitchen, on the other hand, is a bit of a mess. Dishes from breakfast are still piled in the sink and on the stovetop. Shoes on or off? Eli asked me. On. The floors are cold wood in the living room and bedrooms and even colder linoleum in the kitchen. Do you want anything? I ask, moving toward the kitchen. Yes, he says, catching my arm before I can make it more than a few steps. I want you to show me everything. There's really not that much to see. I want to see it all anyway. I take him down the hall and show him Cedric's room with its lonely bed and layers of dust. I show him my room with the matching 4-poster beds. A bedside table sits between them under the window, where I keep whatever books I'm currently in the middle of. Eli runs his fingers over the bookshelf that stretches from floor to ceiling against one wall. It's not by any means full, but I'm proud of the collection. He doesn't say anything as he examines my home, opening doors and making his way through the house ahead of me. That's it, I say when we've looked through all 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. I head back to the kitchen and Eli follows, leaning against the counter while I start boiling water for tea. It's nice. You don't have to lie. I'm not. I look over at him. He looks so comfortable and at home in my kitchen, far more at home than he did in the brief time we spent in his backyard. I was so sure Eli would be out of place in my home, but the whole house seems to have changed to accommodate him. He almost appears to fit in better than I do. The shadows and ghosts that always haunt me here don't dare get near him, like they've been banished to the farthest corners. Why are you looking at me like that? Eli asks. I blink. Nothing. I just can't quite believe you're here. We sit at the table with mugs in our hands and a loaf of bread between us. I'm not sure how long we sit there, talking about families and every memory I have that took place in this living room, before the door opens and Amy comes in. I jump up, but I'm not sure what to do once I'm standing. I look between Amy and Eli. No brilliant plan or introduction pops into my head the way I wish it would. Eli stands and moves toward Amy. His guard is up. It's subtle enough that I wouldn't have noticed a couple of weeks ago, but his confidence is a front he uses to hide the vulnerable side he shared with me a couple of seconds ago. Mrs. White, Eli says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eli." He extends a hand to Amy with a charming smile. If it's occurred to Amy that maybe he shouldn't be here without her permission, she's not showing it, though she does look a bit flustered as she takes his hand, and I don't miss that she smooths down her hair after taking her hand back from Eli's. I stifle a moan and cover my face with my hands, peeking through my fingers. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming," she says. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Eli wanted to see the house, I tell Amy. He was just about to leave. I give him a pointed look. He doesn't budge. "Actually, I'd love to stay," he says. "If you really don't mind, that is. If it's easier, I can come back another time." I'm now openly glaring at Eli, but Amy's either oblivious or she doesn't care what I think. There's even a possibility she's finding my manners and people skills poor enough to consider my behavior rude. "It's no trouble at all," Amy assures him. "I'll start dinner." She moves past us and begins pulling things out of the cabinets. I stare at her in poorly concealed shock. I can't believe she just invited him to stay without asking me. "Hey," Eli runs a hand over my shoulder. I shrug him off. I don't want him touching me, not when he so obviously ignored what I wanted by accepting Amy's offer for dinner. Hello. I shrug him off. I don't want him touching me, not when he so obviously ignored what I wanted by accepting Amy's offer for dinner. I walk away from him for the second time today. I don't slam my bedroom door, though I'm sorely tempted. I'm not quite mad enough to hurt the house. I drop onto my stomach on my bed, hiding my face in the pillow. "Heaven," Eli says from the doorway. I don't reply. I hear his boots on the wooden floor, and then the bed dips as he sits by my feet. Please talk to me. And say what? I ask, my voice muffled by the pillow. Maybe tell me why you're so mad at me? I get that you don't want me to stay, but why? Why can't I be part of your life here? I feel like a dirty secret you want to keep from your mother. He sighs. Look, I'm sorry I made you mad. Will you forgive me? No, I mumble. I don't mean it. He probably knows I don't mean it. Come on, Heaven, please. I roll over. Will you take me to your house for dinner with your parents? My words have the expected effect. He looks appalled, and a bit like he wants to take back the whole idea of meeting each other's families. I don't think you want to meet my parents, he says slowly, as if he's not sure what the right thing to say is. Why? I ask. Am I a dirty little secret? No, of course not. Good. Next week we can do this at your house. I get up from the bed and head for the door. I don't want to spend a prolonged amount of time with a boy in my room. I can only imagine what sort of gossip that would fuel. Heaven, he calls. I turn. Yeah? He gets up and comes toward me. Amy doesn't look much like you, he says, wrapping a strand of my hair around his finger. I look away. I know I'm not beautiful like Amy. I look like my dad, I mutter. I have his blue eyes and wavy blonde hair. Eli's fingers trace along my cheek. Your mom doesn't have your smile. My cheek is tingling under his touch, and the air between us feels heavy. I never thought about it, I stammer, stepping back and escaping to the kitchen where Amy's making dinner. I know Eli's following me. I can feel him stop too close behind me as I turn on the water in the sink and begin washing dishes. Can I help? Eli asks, his breath stirring my hair. I silently hand him a towel from the drawer. He takes it and the now clean dish from my hand. He's quiet while we work, but I can feel him watching me as clearly as I can feel the breeze on my face from the open window over the sink. Dinner is a pasta dish with mushroom sauce. Eli sits beside me at the table. He's a perfect gentleman, complimenting Amy on her cooking and answering her questions with flawless manners. I wonder if it's left over from his days of trying to gain his parents' approval. It's interestingly different from the way I'm used to seeing him. Time slips by in a blur, and before I know it, Amy's going to bed, leaving Eli and me alone in the kitchen. It's strange, but the longer we're together, the less I want it to be over. The sky outside has turned to a navy blue, lit up bright with silver moonlight that creates squares on the floor where it comes through the windows. It's getting late, I say, stating what I'm sure he can see all on his own. I know. We should probably call it a night. What would you say if I told you I want to stay? I look at him sharply. His hands are shoved in his pockets and he looks anything but relaxed. A part of me wants to stay quiet and watch him squirm, but I can't do it. When's your birthday? This is such a bad idea. I can't even begin to think it through. Eli gives me a confused look. Early autumn? So you're already 18? Yes, he says, realization sparking in his eyes. I'm old enough that if my parents pick tonight to be the first night they care where I'm sleeping, they can't legally do anything about it. You're not sleeping in my room. I guessed as much. I almost want to tell him he can't have Cedric's room either, but I can't. If Cedric could give his input, he'd want Eli to take the empty room. He was nice like that. The room isn't a shrine, and I don't own it. Well, good night then. I wake up with the sense there's something important I've forgotten. I lie in bed for a minute trying to remember. It's Saturday. There isn't anything particular I have to do, and Eli usually spends the weekends with Brandon. Eli was going to spend the night. That's what I'm supposed to be remembering. I jump out of bed and rush across the hall to Cedric's room. It's empty. The layer of dust on Cedric's bed hasn't been disturbed. Did I dream that conversation last night? I leave Cedric's room and go to make breakfast. In the living room, Eli stretched out on the sofa, his head pillowed on one arm and his feet resting on top of the armrest. His bangs are fanned out across his face, but what I can see of his expression looks peaceful, young. His boots rest beside the sofa, and his leather jacket is spread like a blanket over his chest, his bare shoulders showing over the top of the jacket. He doesn't stir as I move closer. The necklace that's always tucked under his shirt is fully visible. A caged, pearly white orb pendant hangs from the black cord. It looks oddly dull in the light of the sun. I take another step closer and Eli jerks awake, sitting up fast, the jacket falling away from him. Well, this got awkward fast. Eli's breathing hard, his bare chest rising and falling rapidly. The cord of his necklace looks strikingly dark against his light skin. I'm sorry, I whisper, backing away. I don't even know what I meant. I certainly didn't mean to be standing before a shirtless Eli in my living room. I try not to notice the amount of skin on display or the muscles that sculpt his abdomen. It's okay. His breaths are slowing back to normal, and he appears to be relaxing a little. I didn't realize it was you. Who did you think it was? I'm a little afraid to know who would make Eli wake up so tense and upset. I'm not used to sleeping in places where being woken up is a good thing. You know, that doesn't really explain anything. I don't like being caught with my defenses down. Eli pulls his shirt over his head, and I try not to have any opinion on that action. I didn't mean to freak you out. I apologize again. It's okay. Seriously, I trust you. He combs his fingers through his hair and shoves his feet into his boots. So what are we doing today? What do you usually do on a Saturday? Brandon and I hang out and do a bunch of stuff you wouldn't approve of. Oh, really? I raise my eyebrows at him. He grins. Oh, yeah. There's lots of alcohol and girls involved. Though we've been doing less of that since Brandon started spending so much time with Rachel. Are they, dating? You don't have to say it like it's such a bad thing. Eli rolls his eyes at me. I actually don't know if they're exclusively dating. You'd have to ask Brandon. Isn't it kind of a bad thing? What if they fall in love and then don't get to stay together? Dating as a kid isn't always a bad idea, Eli says. If they prove they're a good match and could create a successful family, then it could help their chances of getting matched if they put in a marriage request. But marriages are arranged with someone in your section. Brandon and Rachel don't know if they'll end up in the same town, never mind the same section. And even if that works out in their favor, the evaluators still have to happen to pair them up for marriage. The chances of that don't sound high. Eli shrugs. I'm not sure you really have a choice in who you fall in love with anyway, and they don't have a better chance of being matched together if they don't date. He gives me a teasing grin. Besides, I don't think Brandon's doing anything as crazy as sleeping on a girl's sofa. I scowl at him. His smile only grows wider. We're not dating. I happen to be aware of that. I cover my face with my hands and giggle into my palms. I still can't believe Eli spent the night on my couch. We must be crazy, completely and utterly insane. Eli tugs my hands down. No hiding, he says, especially not when you're laughing. He's standing close, too close. I need to take a step back and gain some personal space, but I can't make my legs work. I look up at him and wonder if he can see how afraid I am of ruining what we have. I can't lose Eli's friendship. It would simply hurt too much. Chapter 7, 175 Days. I wake up feeling like crap. A week ago, this sounded like a good plan. I'd meet Eli's parents and see his family life and home. The thing is, it means I actually have to go to Eli's house for dinner. I'm sure he'd be more than happy if I back out, but I do want to do this. Sort of. I force myself out of bed and through my morning routine, fighting a feeling of nausea all the while. I'm going to Eli's for dinner tonight, I tell Amy as we eat breakfast together. One advantage to Amy's total lack of interest in the real world is she hasn't asked which family Eli belongs to and doesn't know I'm eating dinner in the home of 2 law officers tonight. Not that I'm sure she'd care if she did know. Okay. Great. I'm going to head out. I escape before any more awkward silence can ensue. Or worse, Amy decides to ask me about Eli's family and what it means that I'm having dinner at their house. I'm early for class, but Eli has still beaten me. He's perched on the arm of my chair when I get to my first class. What are you doing? I ask him. With the assigned seating no exceptions rule, Eli being back here with me when class starts is bound to get him in trouble. And if we're really unlucky, I'll be in trouble too. I've been thinking. Well, that's dangerous. Hey, he protests. I was thinking that you don't have to come over today. I think we should wait. It'll be warmer if we wait until mid-spring or Eli, we're having dinner, not going swimming. And can we please have this conversation later? You're not supposed to be back here. Scoot over. No one will notice. I shoot him an unimpressed look. He can't possibly believe that will work. Fine. He holds his hands up in a gesture of surrender and moves from his perch. But we're finishing this conversation later. I'm sure we are, I mutter under my breath as he slinks back to his own seat. We continue the conversation between every class, if you can call it a conversation, when only one of us is talking. I listen while Eli all but begs me to change my mind about coming over. I figure he might as well get it all out of his system. He's still trying to convince me when we're walking to lunch halfway through the school day. Brandon's already there, and surprisingly, so is Rachel. Brandon sits with Rachel for at least part of the lunch period almost every day now, but she's never sat at our table before. I wonder what her minions think of her sudden abandonment. Brandon and Rachel seem to be in the middle of some sort of argument that convinces Eli and me both to stop short. Do we go over there or not? I whisper. We could wait it out for a minute, he suggests. Maybe they'll work things out quickly. I'm still coming over today, I add. You owe me, and I'm not backing out. I can hope, he sighs. After a minute of waiting, Brandon and Rachel are still arguing. I don't think they're finishing that argument in a timely fashion, I say. Eli takes a deep breath. Here goes nothing. We slide into our chairs as quietly as we can. It doesn't work. Both Brandon and Rachel look at us, stopping their conversation instantly. So, how's it going? Eli asks cautiously. Brandon's being a jerk, Rachel informs us. No, Brandon interjects. I'm trying to keep you from doing something you'll regret. It's my decision, Rachel snaps. Technically, it's a joint decision. You're asking me for something. We both have to agree. I'm not going to regret it, Rachel says in that tired way that indicates she knows she's not getting anywhere, but doesn't know what else to say. You did Eli's. She reaches over, grabs Eli's hand, and pushes up one sleeve of his shirt. It's the arm with the wing inked on it. Rach, Brandon starts. You should do it, Eli says before Brandon can finish. Brandon gives Eli a betrayed look. Whose side are you on? Neither, Eli says. I just think you're wrong. Eli rolls his sleeve back down over the ink on his right arm. Do whatever you want, man. It's your funeral. Does someone want to explain what's going on? I ask. I believe Rachel wants Brandon to give her a tattoo, and he's refusing. He's worried she'll regret it someday, and she thinks that's her risk to take. Is that about right? Brandon and Rachel both nod. Dude, you can't make her decisions for her. It's never going to work. Brandon glares, but Eli's already turning his attention to me. I'm sorry for trying to get out of today. You're right. I owe you. Thank you, I say, fighting the smug smile that wants to spread across my face. Can I ask you something? Why, when I asked to come over last week, didn't you say no to me? Because you're too freaking charming for your own good, I tell him. I think I agree with you on that one. I also think I need a minute to regret everything I did last Friday, he groans. He drops his head onto the table and covers it with his arms. What did you do to him? Brandon asked me curiously. I'm making him take me to his house tonight. He agreed to that? Brandon laughs. Shut up, Eli growls without removing his arms from around his head. So you're the one who did Eli's tattoos. I ignore Eli and focus on Brandon. Yeah, Brandon nods. He didn't tell you? I shake my head. You're really good. Brandon shrugs off my compliment. I try. He reaches for Rachel's hand like he doesn't even realize he's doing it. She pulls back. Rachel, he pleads, talk to me when you get it through your head that my body is mine and I get to decide what happens to it. She stalks away to sit with her friends. I'm an idiot, Brandon sighs. I'm not going to disagree with you there, Eli says, apparently done hiding under his arms. Don't worry, man. She'll probably forgive you. You think so? Brandon asks like he's scared to hope. She will if you give her that tattoo she wants. Section 3 is just as intimidating as I remember. The large houses seem to tower in a hulking sort of way. They make me feel small and shabby. Last time I was at Eli's house, I only stood in the backyard. This time, I'll be going through the front door, as will Eli. I wonder when the last time he did that was. I don't know if my parents are actually going to be around. Eli says while I gawk at the house. I can only ask. I might be able to live with that. The house alone is intimidating, with its dark gray stucco walls and double doors that are painted black. It's cold and the opposite of homey. I can only imagine how confining it must feel to be inside. We don't have to do this, Eli murmurs. I know, but I'm going to anyway. Inside, black and white wallpaper covers every wall, and it seems to absorb all the light in the hall. Yo, Eli calls into the house, and I swear his voice echoes back at us. The place is all ours, he says, spreading his arms wide. Are you going to give me a tour? There's not much to see. At the end of the entry hall, an archway leads to a living room full of furniture that looks completely unused. The other side of the open room has a dining table set for 6. Eli quickly leads me through the rooms in a circle, from the dining room, through the kitchen, into a room with a chessboard in it, and then we're back in the entry. Upstairs there are bedrooms, bathrooms, and an office. Eli's room has a big window and a view of the ocean that automatically makes it my favorite room in the house. So what do you think? Eli asks unenthusiastically. It's too big. He laughs. It really is. Even when we're all home, we don't have to see each other at all. I look around his bedroom. It's huge, nearly twice the size of mine, and it screams loneliness. The bed is made so perfectly, I have a hard time believing he slept in it recently. When was the last time you stayed here? I'm not sure. Sometime before I spent the night at your place. This house was always going to be temporary anyway. It's a bed and a roof, that's all. It's not a home. You can always stay at my house, I tell him. You don't even have to sleep on the couch. Cedric would want you to have his room if he knew. Knew what? That I have a bed here in my parents' 2-story house that I don't want to stay in? That's not the whole story. It's the plain and simple version. How can you even stand to listen to me complain like this? I am such a selfish jerk. And I'm a pessimistic bitch who doesn't like anyone. I shoot back. We all have our issues. Did you really mean it? About me staying with you and Amy? Eli asks in a small voice. I nod. Why? I cross to Eli's window and look out at the ocean instead of at him. I don't know what you've heard about my dad, and I'm not even sure if I have accurate information. He died when I was 7, and Amy doesn't talk about him. But I know he didn't die of some disease or in a freak accident. I don't even know how I know that. Maybe one of my siblings told me when I was young, and I don't remember it. Or perhaps it just rang true when I heard the rumors. He chose it. I don't know why he was hurting so much, but I wish there was something I could have done to make him happy. I chance a look at Eli. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're hurting and if staying at my house makes you feel better, then I want you to do that. You're pretty incredible, you know that? Eli says, a slight tremble in his voice. I've lived here my whole life, and I have never once met someone who would make that offer. It's not that hard. Maybe you don't think so, but it's not something most people would do. I'm not sure what to think about the way he's looking at me. I'm not even sure what the expression on his face is. It's too complex for me to read. Play me something, I blurt out, trying to lighten whatever's between us at the moment. What? We have the house to ourselves. Play me a song. If my parents come home, then we'll probably have to explain who I am and what I'm doing in their house, I finish. Something like that. Eli sits on the floor, pulling his guitar into his lap while I lie next to him. If I close my eyes and let Eli's voice and melody wash over me, I can pretend we're somewhere else. I try to picture the world beyond Moonshadow, a place without fences and suffocating safety. I imagine animals, real and alive, being close enough I could practically reach out and touch them. Would they be soft, like touching cotton, or coarse, like sand? I wonder if my imagination is even close to the real thing. Besides birds that can fly over the fence, I haven't seen too many animals outside of drawings in a book. They could be a complete lie for all I really know. My imaginary world is shattered by the sound of a door banging shut downstairs. The music stops abruptly. I guess we should go down there, Eli says, setting aside the guitar and standing. He holds out a hand to pull me up from the floor. It turns out only one of Eli's parents is home. Mr. James is sitting in the living room with a glass of water in his hand. the cold liquid making the glass sweat with beads of water. He doesn't look up from the folder resting in his lap as we enter the room. "Dad," Eli says, sounding half annoyed, half hesitant. "This is Heaven. She's staying for dinner." Mr. James's eyes cut to me. He's frowning, but he was frowning before he looked at me, so it's possible that's his normal expression. I fight the urge to fidget under his gaze. Should I say something or wait for him to speak first? "Mom's not coming, is she?" Eli breaks the silence before either Mr. James or I can speak. There's a bitter edge of disappointment to his voice. "She's working late, yes." Mr. James's brow furrows, like he can't figure out why he's being asked a question with such an obvious explanation. "Of course she is," Eli says with a humorless laugh, and turns away from his father. I follow him into the kitchen. "Eli?" He doesn't turn around. I don't know why I'm surprised. I just thought maybe once if I asked for a couple of hours of her time. He cuts himself off, shoving both hands through his hair. "Eli." I step forward. He rolls around and his eyes are burning with such anger that I take a tiny involuntary step back. He freezes, going instantly still, while the heat drains from his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "I shouldn't be this upset." The tension leaves his shoulders and he falls back against the counter. "It's okay," I tell him. "I don't have to meet your mom tonight." "Does this make me unbearably selfish and ungrateful?" he whispers. "I mean, they've given me everything I could ever want. They've seriously never denied me anything except their time and attention. If money can buy it, it's mine. But if they have to take time away from their all-important jobs, forget it. Does it make me a bad person that I want to spit in the face of their generosity?" "You're not a bad person." I take a step forward. "You're allowed to want their support and attention." I reach for his hand, and to my surprise, he pulls me into his chest. He's warm, and his embrace is strong. I can feel his breath, hot against my shoulder, as he buries his face in the crook of my neck. I wrap my arms around his waist and hug him, knowing it can't make up for the lonely years he spent in this house, hoping for a reaction from his parents that never came. Chapter 8. 160 Days. All my attempts to get Eli to sleep in Cedric's room fail. He's insistent on the couch, and nothing I say can sway him. I'm not sure, even after 2 weeks, he's convinced I really am okay with his staying here. He's only spent 8 nights here since our dinner with his father. He doesn't tell me where he is the rest of the time, though I sort of doubt it's at his parents' house. I think he spreads the time out with various friends, but he's yet to confirm my guess. I wake up Saturday expecting Eli to be gone already. He was in the living room when I went to bed, but the past 2 Saturdays he left pretty early to meet up with Brandon for their guy time, so I'm surprised to find him in my kitchen. "What are you doing here?" I grin at him. "And here I thought you wanted me around," he replies with false hurt. I roll my eyes. "You aren't going out with Brandon?" "Nah." He shoots me a grin and starts rummaging through the cabinets. "You're prettier." "And how does that explain why you're going through my kitchen?" "I'm making breakfast." "You don't have to do that." I walk over and attempt to take the pan from his hand. "I know I don't have to," he says, refusing to relinquish the skillet. "I want to." He's looking at me the way he did in his room 2 weeks ago when I gave him an open invitation to stay at my house. He sets the pan down somewhere behind him, out of my reach, but I can't take my eyes from his. The air between us is loaded in a way I haven't felt before, and he's slowly moving closer. I shift backward and feel the counter at my back. "What are you doing?" I ask nervously. "This." He reaches out and pushes my hair back from my face, taking his time curling my hair around his finger before securing it behind my ear. "Eli?" My voice is barely audible. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I can't make my body move. My pounding heart is probably louder than my words were. Eli's fingers are moving along my jaw, the rough calluses scraping my skin. I shiver without meaning to. His thumb brushes over my lower lip, and they part of their own accord. "Tell me to stop," he murmurs. One hand is still cupping my cheek while the other moves to rest on my hip. "Tell me and mean it." His forehead touches mine, and I can feel him straining to hold himself back. It would be so easy to lean in and close the space between our lips. So easy to break every rule between us and every rule I set up for myself. And I want to. I want it more than I've wanted anything in years. Eli moves infinitesimally closer. He's so close we're breathing the same air. I can feel his breath on my lips, can feel every centimeter of space between us. This is really going to happen. I'm going to kiss Eli James, where my body jerks away from him as reality hits like a wave of icy water in the face. This isn't some fairy tale where we can kiss and then live happily ever after. In the real world, the one we're stuck in, we don't have the luxury of choosing who we want to be with. Stop, I whisper. I told you I didn't want this. Heaven, he pleads. I can't do this. We can't do this. I know you felt what I did just now. You wanted it too. What are you so afraid of? I'm not afraid, I snap, turning away from him, trying to get some distance between us. His hands pull me back around to face him. I think you're scared of letting someone in. Because if you do, you can't hide behind your books or your reputation or whatever else it is you've used to build up the walls around you. Let go of me, Eli, I say through gritted teeth. We are not ending like this, he says with a sort of desperation. I feel his words somewhere deep in my chest, a sharp flash of pain. I don't want anything to end. There's nothing we can do. There's no happy ending for us. And you're too scared to try? His eyes bore into mine, daring me to be honest about what I'm feeling. Why aren't you? I am, he practically yells, but I'm scared of not being with you too. It's worth a shot, isn't it? And what happens when we get our assignments, when we move into our own sections? I wish he'd just understand what I'm trying to do, that I'm trying to save us. I don't know how much longer I can have this conversation without completely falling apart. Somehow my heart doesn't really care. Well, mine does. I put as much ice in my voice as I can manage. It's been broken enough times. And this doesn't break your heart? He asked softly. Oh God, does it? But I can't admit that to him. No matter what I do, this isn't going to end today. It's going to keep hurting in a million tiny ways every day. But if we let ourselves get more attached, it will only be worse. You don't think it'll be worth it? I'm sorry, I whisper. He lets go of my arm and takes a stunned step back. All his walls are down, and I'm looking at the most vulnerable version of Eli, the one who admitted how much the lack of his parents' attention hurt, the one who told me he was a mess. I'm sorry, I say again, and then I flee. Heaven, Eli calls after me, but I don't stop. I run. I know he can catch up to me if he follows. I've never seen anyone run as fast as Eli can, but I don't think he'll try. Just in case Eli changes his mind and comes looking for me, I decide to go somewhere I know he won't find me. I keep running until I reach the street that runs parallel to the border fence at the northern edge of town. Through the rows of barbed wire, I can see the guard tower on the other side and train tracks that lead off into the wilderness beyond Moonshadow. Past the train station, where the trees line either side of the street, there's a spot several steps off the road, in the area thickest with trees, where there's a hole in the ground. It's not a small hole, and you'd think it'd be easy to find, but vines and trees have grown up around it. I think they might have been intentionally planted, just like the planks of wood that covered the hole. The thing is, no one's maintaining the current setup. I'm fairly sure no one knows the hole exists anymore, except for Cedric and me. This was our secret place. I slip into the trees and through the opening in the boards where the wood's rotted. I've walked down these stairs enough times that the darkness doesn't even slow me down. There's a lantern at the bottom of the steps, but I don't bother lighting it as I sit down on the last step in the pitch darkness that suits my mood at the moment. Why did Eli have to go and change things? We were good, happy, and now it's all ruined. I know you felt what I did. He was right. I wanted to kiss him just as much as he wanted to kiss me, but one of us has to be smart enough to know it's a bad idea. It is a bad idea, right? Being here, even if I can't see the abandoned subway station beyond the stairs I'm sitting on, makes me want to talk to Cedric more than ever. We used to come here to talk, or sometimes just to get away from everyone else. I want to tell him about Eli. to ask him if any of the girls he ever flirted with or kissed meant something really special to him. What I wouldn't give to hear his voice, to let him tell me what I should do. The weekend is long and lonely, and I'm starting to wonder if I made the biggest mistake of my life. I thought I was avoiding pain, but I'm in pain now. By Monday morning, I can't wait to get to school, to have the chance to talk to him, the chance I ran away from Saturday morning. But Eli's not in class when I get there. I tell myself it's not a big deal, that he'll be back. I keep telling myself that as Eli cuts all his morning classes, and as I sit down at our lunch table alone. He'll be back. He'll be back. Please come back. Brandon's sitting at Rachel's table today. They look happy, not like their relationship is a terrible weight on their shoulders. Brandon's drawing on Rachel's arm and around the leather strap on her wrist. I wonder what they're talking about. Have they seen Eli since our non-kiss? I look away from them and pull out a book. It takes a conscious effort to keep my focus on the words printed there, instead of stealing glances at Rachel's table. I've gotten used to Eli's constant questions or demands that I read aloud from whatever book I bring to school. The sudden silence is deafening. It's almost scary how much my life has come to revolve around Eli. Everything I've done in the past month and a half, he's been with me. Every moment I've laughed, it was because of him. Without him, there's just this hollow loneliness that sinks its claws in and won't let go. Eli doesn't show all afternoon, and despite my hopeful mantra, I'm not surprised. He's not going to come to me and make things easy, so I'll just have to find him. I look for him everywhere I can think of. He's not at Singer's Cove or the grove of trees we sometimes hang out at. I don't even know where he goes when he's not with me. I have no idea how to find him unless he comes looking for me. I always thought Moonshadow was so small, but it turns out it's pretty big when you're trying to track down one specific person. After biking all over town for hours, I fall onto my bed that night, utterly unsuccessful. Tuesday is the same story again. Eli's seat is empty in every class, and I'm alone at my lunch table. He's not coming back. I've stopped trying to lie to myself that he will. He's not going to give me the chance to try to make things right. I just want to take it back. I want to go back to Saturday morning and not run. I would ask more questions and take more risks. I would do anything to not be facing the horror of realizing I've lost my best friend. I will do anything, I decide, even if it means begging help from Brandon. I find Brandon just before he can leave the school grounds. "Brandon," I call, sprinting to catch up to him before he passes through the gate in the fence. He waits for me, but he looks like he'd rather be doing anything other than talking to me right now. "Brandon, I need your help," I pant, way more out of breath than the short sprint warrants. "I don't think I can help you, Heaven." I hate the pity in his eyes. "I'm sorry." "Wait, please, have you seen him? Do you know where I can find him?" I sound desperate, but I don't really care at this point. "Heaven, I don't want to be in the middle of this. I'm sorry, I am, but he's my best friend. You have to talk to him." I give a short laugh. That's what I'm trying to do. It's hard to talk to him when I can't find him. There's an awkward silence while we stare at each other, and I try not to turn into a hysterical mess. "Please, Brandon," I whisper. He closes his eyes and sighs. "Okay, I'll figure something out and leave you a note with a place and a time." I nod. "Thank you." Wednesday marks day 4 without a word from Eli. I can't help looking at his empty chair when I come into class, even though I know he's not going to be there. It's a habit I'm not sure how to break. On the plus side, Brandon made good on his promise. A note is waiting on my desk. A date and a time and a warning. There's a party Friday night. He'll be there. It's in the same place as last time. I can meet you at 9 p.m. Don't go without me. Brandon. I shove the note deep into my back pocket and push down my guilt with it. How pissed would Eli be if he knew I was making plans with his best friend behind his back? I can still remember the hurt, betrayed look in his eyes when I went to the last party with Brandon. I can't imagine he'd be more okay with it this time around. But what choice has he left me? I'm pacing the floor, getting more anxious by the second. Brandon promised Eli would be at the party. We'll be in the same space for the first time in nearly a week. But how will I find him there? I failed to at the last party I was invited to, and Eli didn't have a reason for wanting to avoid me then. Is it wishful thinking that I can find a single person in the hundreds of partiers? God, I just want to get moving. Preferably before my head explodes from the nervous energy that's eating away at me. I glare at the clock on the wall as if that will make time move faster. Why did Brandon have to pick 9? What am I supposed to do for the next 2 hours? I need to do something, to move, and walking around my living room isn't cutting it. I make it 30 more minutes before I'm walking out the door and heading for section 19. This is a new level of stupid for me, worse than debating with teachers or reading borderline illegal books in public. Right now I can't quite seem to care. I've spent years trying to change, to do the right thing and not be reckless. What's it all for? It's not making me happy. So if I want to try living a little, so what? What's the worst that can happen? Okay, bad question. How about what good has come of denying myself all the things I want? Walking from my house to the crossroads of Native Drive and Creek Road kills about half an hour. I'm still an hour early for my meeting with Brandon. The trees loom in front of me, inviting me to come closer. I can't just stand here in the road waiting. It's too conspicuous. Not something I want to explain to passers-by or any law officers who might walk this way. The first steps into the trees fill me with an unexpected feeling of anticipation. It's not just the idea of seeing Eli I'm longing for. Memories of how it felt to have music beating in my chest flood me. I want to go back so much. It won't hurt just to get close enough to hear the music, right? I'll hear it before I'm really at the party. I can wait for Brandon there. Finding the path isn't hard, and I'm fairly sure it actually wraps around in a circle that makes it nearly impossible to miss. Once again, it's deserted. Most likely, everyone who's coming to the party got here at a reasonable time. I do stop walking, still hidden among the trees, when I hear the music. It's just like I remember, maybe even better. It works its way through my body and captures my heart. It's so achingly like the music Eli played for me, but so much louder and with more instruments. I don't know how long I stay there waiting for Brandon. It feels like it must be an hour, but I can't see the face of my watch in the dark of the woods. Maybe I'm supposed to meet him somewhere in the field? Unlikely, but my legs are already walking to the clearing where the rest of the people are. The party comes into view as suddenly as last time. It's even more beautiful than I remember. The laughter and freedom washes over me, and I feel like I can breathe in a way I haven't all week. Now I just have to find Eli in this mob. It's not such an impossible task. Walking through the crowds proves harder to do without Brandon playing bodyguard and clearing the way for me. People press against me, and it seems to take twice as long as it should to move 10 feet. A boy bumps into me, hard. His hand grabs for me as I stumble, and he catches me just before I can hit the ground. "Sorry, darlin'," he drawls with an accent that screams he's not a Moonshadow native. He's young, probably only 18 or 19, so he must have moved here recently. "Good catch," I say, a little bit flustered. "Thank you." "No problem." He smiles, and it's almost as charming as Eli's. "You come here often?" "Not really." Is he flirting with me? I don't think I want to find out. I need to be looking for Eli. "That's so? Well, what do you think?" There's something about the way he's looking at me that makes goosebumps spread up my arms. His eyes, somewhere between gold and brown, are studying me as if he's evaluating a threat. Probably not flirting then. "The music's great." Hopefully that wasn't the wrong thing to say. "It really is," the guy agrees. "I'm Les, by the way." He holds out a large hand to me. "Heaven," I introduce myself, reluctantly taking his hand. Les is kind of handsome, and he's being nice, but it's impossible to keep my eyes from his broad shoulders and the intimidating biceps that are shown off by his rolled-up sleeves. His grip is firm, and he doesn't let me go as his other hand pulls up the sleeve of my sweatshirt. "Is it on the other wrist, or are we going to have a problem?" he asks in a hard voice. My stomach drops. What? Wrong answer. He takes my other hand roughly and pulls up my other sleeve. "You're not supposed to be here." I want to step back, or better yet run away, but I'm not going anywhere while he's holding on to me. Les's grip is like iron. "Look, I'm sorry, he says, and he actually sounds like he means it. You seem like a sweet kid, but rules are rules, and I can't let you go. He's not making any sense, but I'm getting the feeling this is the part where I'm supposed to plead for mercy. What's going on? I squeak out. What did I do wrong? Besides not heeding Brandon's warning to not come alone. Oh my God, what have I done? The short answer is that you aren't allowed here. He isn't looking at me, which for some reason scares me more than his words. He moves through the crowds with ease, dragging me back the way I came, heading for the trees. I'm trying really hard not to panic, but I don't know how long I can keep it up. What's he going to do to me? Should I ask or keep my mouth shut? She's with me, drawls a relaxed voice with a hint of arrogance in it, a voice that immediately calms me before I even place it. Les stops, keeping his hand securely around my wrist. Why wasn't she with you then? Does it matter? Yeah, it kinda does. You can't pull this kind of shit, Eli. This ain't a game. I'm not saying it's a game. A sliver of ice enters Eli's tone. She got away from me for a couple of minutes. Look, I'm just doing my job, Les says. We can't be careless. I know, damn it, Eli snaps. I'll take care of it. Let her go. Les and Eli are glaring at each other, and I really don't like how close I am to them. Eli's hands are curled into fists, and a muscle is jumping in his jaw. Both boys look ready to start throwing punches. Would you risk your trading license for her? Les asks. Because what you're doing is stupid and careless, and if things go south... You want my necklace? Fine. Eli pulls a pendant that glows with light from beneath the collar of his shirt. Just let her go. Okay, Les says. I'll let her go, but know that a lot more eyes will be on you for a while, and on her. I understand, Eli says. Les nods and drops my hand. I'm sorry, Eli. It's not personal. Then he jogs off. Hands, rough with calluses, skim over my face and arms as if Eli needs reassurance I'm really here. Heaven, are you okay? Eli asks anxiously. I'm fine. It's not true, and my trembling voice gives me away. He pulls me into his chest. What were you doing? I'm sorry, I say, leaning into his body. I messed up. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. I couldn't find you, and I didn't know what to do. I'm an idiot, and I'm sorry. I'm babbling. I don't remember ever babbling before. Hey, slow down. Eli takes my hand and leads me off toward the edge of the clearing. Ironically, the same direction Les was leading me not 5 minutes ago. Tell me what's going on. We drop to the ground, and Eli wraps his leather jacket around my shoulders. I made a mistake, running out on you Saturday. You were right. We shouldn't have ended like that. I regretted it, and I wanted to tell you how sorry I am, but you didn't come to school, and I didn't know how to get in touch with you. It's kind of a relief to tell Eli, and the words keep coming easier. Brandon told me about the party when I begged him for help, but he told me not to come alone. I know I should have listened, but I was impatient and worried I wouldn't have enough time to find you. I'm sorry. Heaven, Eli murmurs, running his fingers through a loose strand of my hair. What did I do wrong? I ask him. Why am I not allowed to be here? The underground parties have to stay secret. Eli sighs. A lot of people could get in serious trouble if the wrong person shows up here. They're invitation only. The bracelets mark me as belonging here. He holds out a hand, showing me his wrist. I run a finger over the bracelets of braided twine, silver and blue beads, and chain links. Brandon wears them too. I remember noticing them the day Eli first introduced us. What about your necklace? What does that mean? I reach toward Eli's collar, but he pulls back. It's nothing. It's not nothing. I glare at him. You were going to give it to Les in exchange for me. It means something important. I'd rather not talk about it, Eli says. Knowing that information is dangerous. But Les said, don't worry about what Les said. Too late, I mutter. I need to understand, Eli. Les sounded really serious, and I don't want to get you in trouble. Where was he going to take me? What if I do something wrong while eyes are on me? You're not going to do anything wrong, he assures me. I trust you not to rat out the parties. I'll get you a bracelet as soon as I can. Then you'll be able to come whenever you want and won't have to stay glued to my hip. That's what you're worried about? A pass to the parties that lets me go without him? That's really what he wants now? Come on, he says, looking away from me. I'll take you home. I've really made a royal mess of everything. Eli doesn't look at me the whole walk back to my house. I must have been crazy to think we could talk about the almost kiss, that we could figure something out. He obviously wants nothing to do with me right now. I wonder why he even bothered vouching for me with Les. It's not fair that he should have to take the fall for my stupidity. Not that I even understand what the fall is. Eli stops outside my front door. I'm sorry, he whispers, soft enough that I almost miss it. What? What do you have to be sorry for? I should have told you more about the underground when I invited you to a party. I should have explained the dangers. If I'd warned you about Les and his job as a bouncer, this wouldn't have happened. For a second, I just stand there. He's blaming himself for my idiocy. But if he feels bad, does that mean he still cares? Will you stay tonight? I ask, reaching for him. Please? His eyes drift closed as my hand brushes against his cheek. Are you sure? Positive. Chapter 9. 153 days. I wake up early after not sleeping well. I'm out of my bed and in the living room as fast as I can manage. I breathe a sigh of relief when I see Eli still asleep on the couch. He stayed, and he's okay for the moment, curled up under Lydian's flowered blanket, which I pulled from her bed last night. Don't you dare disappear on me, I whisper, and head back to my room to get more presentable. I have no idea what I'm going to say to Eli. Do I start with the conversation I meant to have with him last night about our almost kiss, or should we talk about what happened last night first? Eli has more secrets than I realized, or at least more than I wanted to acknowledge. I can't control him or change the way he lives, but I'm scared for him. How many enemies is it possible to make in a place like Moonshadow? What's so dangerous about his necklace? I'm making breakfast when Eli wakes up. He moves silently enough that I don't notice he's awake until he comes up behind me in the kitchen. Good morning, he murmurs. I turn so fast I knock the spatula I was using off the counter. It clatters harmlessly to the floor beside our feet. I gasp. Jeez! We should probably talk about last night. He shoves his hands deep into his pockets, rocking back and forth on his heels. He's nervous too. I brace myself against the counter with my hands. Probably. You were looking for me? I'm a little taken aback. That wasn't the direction I thought this was going. Yeah. I look down at where his jeans are torn over the knees. I'm trying to minimize my remaining heartbreak. We're months away from graduating. I could lose everything soon. And losing you? I didn't want to get attached like this because losing you feels like losing the only part of me that still knows how to feel happy. Do you regret it? He asks in a strained voice. Getting attached? No, but I might when we get our section assignments. I still can't look at him. I don't want to see if there's hurt in his eyes. I really admire you, Heaven, Eli says. You're kind and generous. You're exactly who you are without apologizing for it. In your own way, you've told this whole small-minded town to shove it. But you've got one thing wrong. You know that? What do I have wrong? His fingers press against my chin, gently making me look at him. Life is a gift, he says. You only get one. You don't get to do this again, so don't waste your shot. Don't forget to live while you have the chance. I lied to you, I whisper. You were right. I am scared. He takes a step closer to me, so I'm sandwiched between him and the counter. I know. You weren't fooling anyone, he murmurs, leaning closer to me. It's okay. You wouldn't be human if you weren't scared sometimes. I tried to avoid this. I did everything I could think of to keep us out of this kind of a relationship. Even back in that first week, I knew he was going to get me into all kinds of trouble. It was probably that line about adventure and escape and passion and danger. But despite all my best efforts, we still ended up here. We're more than just friends, and we both know it. This is crazy, I say. Maybe. His hands wrap around my waist, gentle and strong. It's going to hurt, I warn. It already hurts. He's moving too slowly, and I don't want to wait any longer. I wind my arms around his neck and pull his head down. His lips are soft and hungry on mine. Our world has stopped turning, and our world is the only one I care about at the moment. Nothing could have prepared me for the feeling of Eli's lips. Not all the books in the world, nor any of the kisses I've experienced before. Eli kisses like he wants to explore and worship every part of my lips, my tongue, but also as if he's starving for me and can't get enough. I can relate to the feeling. I'm breathless when we pull apart, just a fraction of an inch. We are in so much trouble. He chuckles and I can feel his breath against my lips. And why's that? He's grinning at me and his eyes are shining. My breath catches. I've never seen him look so happy. We could get in trouble if we're too affectionate with each other. I look down, worrying the hem of my shirt. Don't care, Eli says, ducking down to kiss me again. Seriously, though, how is this going to work? Well, I think things stay pretty much the same as before, except I expect there to be a good deal more kissing and flirting than there was. You make it sound so easy. It's not that complicated, Heaven, he laughs. How would I know? I haven't done this before. Neither have I. His lips brush my forehead. For a minute, we just stand there in my kitchen, our arms wrapped around each other. I really hate myself for saying this, but I have to go. Eli breaks our bubble of peace. Why? I ask, my whole body tensing up. Does it have to do with last night? With your necklace? Sort of, he admits, reaching up to fiddle with said necklace. Tell me you're going to be safe, I demand. Tell me I'm going to get you back exactly the way you are now. I don't know what I expect him to be doing, but I can't shake the memory of how he and Les looked last night, like they wanted to beat the crap out of each other. I'm going to be fine, baby, he promises. I know what I'm doing. You aren't going to tell me where you're going or what you're doing by any chance, are you? He rubs circles on my back. I don't want to involve you. What if I want to be involved? Believe me, you don't. Oh, I really don't like the sound of that. If I don't want to be involved, why do you want to be? He sighs. Because I'm good at this, and I'm in too deep to get back out now. That doesn't sound comforting, I tell him, as in at all. I'm now less afraid he's about to get in some fistfight with Les, but I feel more uneasy. How dark is Eli's life? How complex and dangerous is the underground and whatever connections he has? Sometimes you really scare me, I whisper. I can feel him shudder as his arms tighten around me. It's going to be fine, he says. I'm not going to let anything hurt you. Even you, I wonder. I'm not a trusting person, and Eli's asking for an awful lot of faith and trust right now without giving me a lot of answers. You did promise me danger. How much danger? I don't know, he admits. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Danger's like a side effect of adventure and passion. What have I gotten myself into? I moan. The biggest adventure of your life, he answers. It's going to be fine, I promise. I'll see you first thing tomorrow. He holds me tight for a second before letting go and walking out of the house. I stare at the closed door for a long minute after he's gone. I will get more answers. He can't keep me in the dark forever, right? My fingers trace along my lips. Please, God, don't let this blow up in my face. Eli's already waiting for me when I wake up Sunday morning. You ready? He asks, sitting up from where he's lying on the couch. For what? Double date with Brandon and Rachel. I raise my eyebrows at him in silent question, but he ignores me. Come on, Brandon's bringing breakfast and I'm starved. I laugh, shaking my head, and let him lead me away from the house. Brandon's waiting for us in the grove of California sycamores where Eli and I had our first date. He's sans Rachel, and he doesn't look particularly happy. Morning, Eli says. Hey, Brandon replies. Heaven, he nods to me. Where's your girl? Eli asks, earning a scowl from Brandon. Her dad's having some brunch thing, and she can't get out of it. She has this deal with her parents that if she's present and behaves during important events, they'll leave her alone the rest of the time and let her do her own thing. Sorry, man, Eli says, dropping onto the ground beside the bag of food at Brandon's feet. I see you guys work things out, Brandon says, looking between Eli and me. I guess you must have found him Friday. He shifts his attention to me. Oh, crap. Brandon, I'm so sorry. It's okay, he promises. You keep Eli from kicking my ass and we'll call it even. I shoot Eli a look. Care to explain? Not really, he says. Now get over here and eat something. I fold my arms and stare down at him. Only if you promise not to blame Brandon for my mistakes. No fighting. I'm not sure I'd really consider it fighting, Eli mutters. I shoot him a glare and he sighs. Fine, I promise. Thank you. I can't entirely keep the smug smile off my face. I have something for you, Eli whispers in my ear once I'm seated in front of him between his legs. Yeah? I ask, leaning back against him so my back is pressed to his chest. Eli's arms wind around my waist, reaching for my hands. He clasps a bracelet around my wrist, a blue braided loop with a tiny circle of metal at the clasp. If I look really closely, I can see the number 913 etched into the metal disc. But this will take all the fun out of parties, I laugh. You won't have to sweep in and save me from scary, devastatingly handsome bouncers. Oh, the horror, Eli says dryly. I promised you I'd get you one, and I keep my promises. Am I going to have to watch this the whole morning? Brandon asks. Eli chucks a pebble in his direction. Shut up. Seriously, you guys are so happy it's sickening. You're just jealous. So when are we going to another party? I break into the conversation before they can piss each other off too much. Are they always at the same place? And how do you find out when they are? They're pretty much always in the woods behind Section 19, Brandon says. And they run on the same schedule as the trains, Eli finishes. The trains stop in Moonshadow twice between each underground party. The parties are usually 3 days after the train arrives. Usually not everyone goes every time, but we all keep tabs on when they're happening so we don't lose track of the schedule. I'm surprised by how complex and organized the underground is. I was sort of picturing someone passing out flyers or something, though I probably shouldn't be surprised it's more complicated than that. I saw the equipment the band used. It isn't mediocre stuff that just anyone has hanging around their house. It's the kind of equipment only used by government officials in the broadcasts that show on the screen outside the Robinson store. And Brandon told me the underground operates by its own laws. The parties aren't run by a couple of kids. I know that much. But who does run the underground? Someone scarier than Eli and less? Distract me, I say to Eli. What? I'm thinking too much. Distract me. Did I mention I have something else for you? He asks. I shake my head. He pulls a book from inside his leather jacket. It has the trademark plain black cover of all banned books. I don't know what you already have, he says apologetically. I take the book from his fingers like it's a rare gem. Thank you, I breathe. It's amazing how good Eli is at making me smile, something I really haven't done enough of in the past few years. I did okay? Also, he's adorable when he gives me that look, like he's actually nervous. I love it, I tell him. Thank you. The first of many, he promises. Chapter 10, 146 Days. We've officially entered mid-spring and are enjoying the balmy days that go with it. Singer's Cove is moderately crowded. Probably close to 200 people dot the sand, mostly teenagers and mothers bringing their young children. I survey the beach for a more secluded spot and then sink down in the sand with a book near a couple of mothers and their little kids, who are probably 3 or 4. It sounds stupid, but I sort of envy the little children playing in the sand. I loved being that age. 3 or 4 was before Dad died. I watch them with their wild hair and grabby hands. I bet they have more figured out right now than I do. They're innocent and don't yet have to worry about which questions they should or shouldn't ask in school, what their role in society will be, or if there's any hope for their love story. Right now, they're cute and naive and free. If I lived in a different world, I would want children, but I don't want to bring my kids into the life I've had. I don't want any child of mine to ever feel the powerlessness of living in a giant cage and knowing they have no real say in their own future. The dream of a family where I'm a parent and not a child is just that, a dream. I'm not willing to do what Amy's done and watch my children leave one by one. The breeze picks up and blonde strands of hair blow across my face, blocking my view of the toddlers. I push my hair out of my eyes and tie it back before opening my book. I came here to find some peace and distraction. I'm trying not to think about where Eli is or what he's doing. Is he with Brandon or off doing something related to the underground? He didn't spend last night at my house, but he promised to meet me here later today. I managed to focus on the book in my hands, the one Eli gave me last weekend. It's interesting, about a man who gets injured in a motorcycle accident. From what I can tell, a motorcycle sounds like a cross between a bicycle and a car, but way more dangerous than either. I'm actually getting pretty lost in the story when Eli arrives. He drops down behind me and rests his chin on my shoulder, looking over at the book in my lap. "Hey," I smile, turning and giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. "You ready to get out of here?" Eli whispers against my ear. Okay." Eli jumps up, offering me his hand to help me to my feet. As I reach for him, I can feel the eyes on me, worse than at school, where everyone's kind of gotten used to us. Eli's fingers close around mine. If he cares about the people staring at us, he isn't showing it. Why did I have to pick a spot so far from the stairs up from the beach? The walk feels way longer than it did when I got here, and whispers follow us the whole way. Heaven White and Eli James, isn't that the most unlikely couple you've ever heard of? Can't believe he's actually dating someone. Do you think well, he is hot. Remember what happened to her the last time. My cheeks are flaming by the time we're off the beach, and I'm not even sure if it's from embarrassment or anger. I try to remember I don't care, but I'm not doing such a hot job of convincing myself. My life and Eli's aren't a story or source of entertainment. We're more than a supply of new gossip. Eli and I are quiet until we're all the way back at my house and in the safety of my bedroom. "Heaven?" Eli asks. "Are you okay?" I want to tell him I'm fine. I want to be fine and not care what anyone's saying about me, about us. But I can't make any words come out. I drop onto my bed and look down, hiding my face behind a curtain of my hair. A second later, Eli's kneeling in front of me, looking up into my eyes. "Please tell me." "It's nothing." He raises his eyebrows skeptically. "You don't honestly think I believe that?" I shake my head. People talk about us like we're not even real people with feelings and opinions. People have always done that. I know, but this feels different. I don't know why, but it does. Things with Eli feel so different from anything I've been through before. Not that I ever liked my life being a source of gossip, but the boys I kissed during that black phase when Cedric left didn't mean anything important to me. If people wanted to make guesses about what happened between them and me or blame me for Alan Brooks going to prison, fine, but I really don't like them making assumptions about Eli and me. I don't want our relationship picked apart and debated by all our classmates and neighbors. I just want us to get to figure things out without any other opinions. "Have?" Eli's voice brings me back to the present. He doesn't say anything else before leaning forward and bringing his lips to mine. His kiss is sweet and not in the slightest bit demanding. I can almost feel him giving me strength through his lips. "I'm so sorry," he whispers when we break apart. His forehead is resting against mine, and he's breathing harder than that kiss really warranted. "What are you apologizing for?" "I didn't mean to bring this on you. The things people will say, they're my fault. I've built up a reputation that doesn't make you look good." I laugh. "I've built a reputation for myself that doesn't make me look good. Everyone already thinks I slept with Alan. If they think I'm sleeping with you, that's not making anything worse." His arms wrap around me protectively, and I can hear the way he's clenching his jaw with his next words. "They'll get over it. Something else will happen, and no one will care about us anymore." "I don't like people talking about you," I say against his chest. He pulls back and stares at me in what looks like awe. "You're worried about me? Baby, I can take it. It's okay." "That doesn't mean I have to like it." He kisses my forehead. "Let's go make dinner and forget all about everyone else, okay?" "Dinner with Amy?" Or we can go somewhere else. It's your call. Actually, there is somewhere I want to show you, I say. Somewhere you want to take me tonight? I glance out the bedroom window at the sky with its last few streaks of color. Or in the morning? I'm up early, but Eli's already awake when I come down the hall. I start counting seconds as soon as he sees me. I get all the way to 30 before he says, "Please give me a hint about where we're going." "No," I reply. That would ruin the surprise. He spent all of dinner last night trying to get me to tell. "Well, can you at least tell me what I should bring or prepare me for what's coming?" "This isn't exactly a dangerous adventure," I inform him. "You don't have to bring anything, and I won't let anything hurt you either." "You're impossible," he mutters. "Really?" I laugh. "Because I'm making you be patient for once in your life?" "I know how to be patient," he smirks at me. "I waited a whole 7 weeks and 5 days before I tried to kiss you. I wanted to that very first day, when you tried to tell me you didn't want any more friends." I roll my eyes at him. "Are you ready to go yet?" "Nope." He strides over to the couch and strips out of the shirt he was wearing, and my eyes get sort of stuck watching the muscles of his back ripple and contract. I need to look somewhere else, like now, but I can't tear my eyes away. And my memory is helpfully supplying images of what his chest and abs look like too. This isn't the first time Eli's been half naked in my living room, but things were a little different then. We were different. A clean shirt covers Eli's bare back, and I'm still staring at him. In some ways, he's so exactly the same as the day I met him. He's still got that charming smile and confident, bordering on arrogant attitude. And he still radiates adventure, danger, and I still don't know why. Is there something wrong with our relationship if he still scares me a little? Or is this how a relationship is supposed to feel? Like it's just too scary to open up and trust completely, because what if you get something wrong? Eli turns and gives me a smirk as if he totally knows I was checking him out. "Now are you ready?" I ask. "Lead the way." We walk down my street, passing the streets that branch off to the rest of town, until we reach the one that runs parallel to the border fence. "Where are we going, Hav?" Eli whispers from behind me. "You'll see. It's kind of fun to be the one calling the shots. For once, I'm the one with a secret, and he has to follow my lead." We get to a stretch of road where trees line either side of the street, hiding the fence on one side and the rest of town on the other. I can feel Eli's eyes on me as I walk off the road and move the vines away from the boarded up hole in the ground. The spot where the wood is rotted leaves a gap big enough for even someone with Les's shoulders to get through, and I know Eli can see the stairs leading into the darkness beneath the ground. When I'm at the bottom of the stairs, I look back up at Eli. He's looking down at me, but I'm not sure if he can actually see me. "You coming?" I call up. He descends the steps cautiously, feeling for each one, and I take his hand when he's close enough for me to reach. "What are we doing?" he whispers. "Just wait a second." I drop his hand and fumble the matches from my back pocket to light the oil lamp I keep by the foot of the stairs. Once it's lit, the station comes into view. Eli steps forward, looking around in awe. The station is in remarkable condition, considering how old it must be. The benches are all intact, and long dead screens still hang from the ceiling. Tunnels lead off where trains used to travel. Everything's clearly abandoned, but nothing's broken. "What is this place?" Eli asks. "My brother showed it to me," I tell him. "As far as I know, we were the only ones who knew about it. And now you do." "What did it used to be?" "A subway station," I say. "The subway used to travel through the tunnels underground, and this is where people would get on and off. I've often wondered what used to be here before Moonshadow was built. I imagine it was something much bigger, with far more than 3,000 people. But there are hardly any clues left. Everything's been stripped away or repurposed to fit the current layout of the town." Eli's gaze turns back to me and my breath catches. We've been alone a whole bunch of times before, but this is the first time there's no risk of anyone walking in on us. We're safe from any prying eyes or even petty laws, and I think we both feel it, the freedom that exists here. Eli sits on one of the benches and pulls me into his lap. I didn't know you were such a rebel, he murmurs. I shake my head. This was Cedric's place. I just came along for the ride. Eli's hands slide up my back. I was kind of liking the whole rebel look on you. Don't ruin it for me. I smirk and lean in to kiss him. I meant to pull back, to keep the kiss innocent, but I get kind of lost in the amazing softness of his lips. He seems pretty okay with it. His tongue wets my lips, gently asking for access to take the kiss further. I don't remember deciding to open my mouth, but suddenly our kiss is a whole lot less innocent. My thoughts are scrambling as my brain picks up on tiny details and feelings. The scratch of his cheeks under my fingers, the slightly spicy taste on my tongue, his hand on the back of my neck tangling with my hair, his other hand slowly opening the zipper on my sweatshirt. His lips leave mine, making a trail along my jaw and down to my shoulder, while his hands slide my sweatshirt off. It falls somewhere behind me, leaving me in just a tank top. My body feels like it's on fire, despite the chill of the basement air on my bare arms. At some point, my hands moved from Eli's face to his biceps. When did that happen? I'm not sure I care. Strong arms wrap around my waist, pulling me closer to him, so we're chest to chest. His hand slides under the back of my shirt, leaving a trail of heat up my spine. His fingers go still on the strap of my bra, and everything else seems to still with them. Time itself seems frozen. I'm slowly coming to my senses, cold and fear flooding in where a second ago there was nothing but fire and want. I shift off his lap so I'm not straddling him anymore, but sitting beside him on the bench. Heaven? He asks, his voice tight and strained. A part of me would love to just kiss him and keep the thoughts and fears away, but I can't. There's no ignoring the fact that we're alone in a very private place, and Eli, well, I'm not under the impression anything we just did is new to Eli. Heaven, what are you thinking? I swallow. I so don't want to have this conversation. Please tell me. I don't want kids, I blurt out. Oh God, I just said that. You don't want kids? Eli repeats, sounding a little confused. And someone please kill me now. We don't have a way of preventing, the creation of babies if we go too far. Is it possible to die from embarrassment? Understanding lights Eli's eyes. He whispers. We don't have to. I would never want you to do that unless you were sure, really sure. Okay, I say, still caught between embarrassment and fear of how easy it would be to take things too far. If we're going too fast, just tell me. One of his hands brushes hair back from my face and guides my head to his shoulder. Please, he adds so softly, I almost don't hear it. We sit like that for a while, lost in our own thoughts. Or at least I'm lost in thoughts. I believe Eli won't push me to do anything I don't want, but he doesn't seem as concerned as I am about the consequences. Sex among minors is completely prohibited. If we got caught, I'd get to see what the inside of a jail really does look like. Because unlike what half the town believes, I've never been to jail and I've never had sex. Heaven? Eli breaks the silence. What are you thinking? I lift my head from his shoulder to look at him. Are you hoping to get out of Moonshadow on moving day? It doesn't really matter. He shrugs. If I get sent somewhere else, what's the real difference? It'll be another fenced-in town or city ruled by the same panel of evaluators. Ruled. The official word is governed, but I think ruled is a better word, more straightforward and to the point. What are you hoping for? He asks. Do you want to move somewhere else? I don't know, I say. It's better not to want things like that. If I have a preference, I open myself up for disappointment. You're probably right. Hey, I'm supposed to be the pessimistic one in this relationship. He gives me a small smile that doesn't come close to touching his eyes. It's okay. I know where I'm going anyway. You can't know that. Everyone knows, he says with a bitter laugh. Don't tell me you haven't heard what people say. Ellen gets asked on a weekly basis if she's worried I'm a bad influence on her son. As if Brendan would ever get sent to Section 22. I do remember Jane saying something about that. But how many of the things people say are actually true, I ask. I mean, If you're getting sent to Section 22, then so am I. No, he says in a cold voice, as if it's me whose mind he has to change. I shrug. I've suspected it for years. I see the way the teachers look at me when I ask questions or voice my opinions. I know I don't fit in. And after Cedric, I'm pretty damn sure. He had a rebellious streak, but he never would have caused the government any real trouble. Me? I can't promise I won't snap someday. Eli gives a startled laugh. I always knew I liked you, but dang, girl, I think I'm falling for you all over again. My heart does a weird flipping thing in my chest. You're falling for me? Like you didn't know, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. It's not the same thing as saying he loves me. He hasn't said that. There's a difference, right? Between falling for someone and being in love with them? Because I'm not ready for that. I need more time. It's not fair finding Eli and learning about the underground only months before moving day. In 145 days, this will all be over, and I want more time. I want a forever. What if we left? I'm not sure if I 100% mean it or not, but the idea definitely appeals. True escape. Not just a few hours at a party or hiding out in an abandoned subway station. Eli and I could leave, and we wouldn't have to worry about Section 22 or our lives being chosen for us. We could make our own choices. You mean run away? Eli asks, pulling back to look at me. There's something tentative about his voice. You're right, it's crazy. Leaving town without approval is one of the greatest crimes we could commit. We get caught and will be locked away until moving day. And if by some chance we aren't getting Section 22, an escape attempt would be the push the evaluators need to assign us there. Crazy doesn't have to be a bad thing. I meet his eyes, and I can tell he means it. One word from me, and he would run with me. He's just crazy enough. We don't have to decide today. He nods. You didn't mean it. I don't know. I swallow. I want to, but it's dangerous, and there's no coming back after that. How are we going to survive on the other side of the fence? I don't know how to find food or make shelter and clothes from what we can find in the wild. Is freedom worth dying for? Isn't that the question of a lifetime? What would I give up for freedom? My mother and friends? My life? Eli's life? I really don't know. Do you even think it's possible? Maybe, Eli says. I don't know if anyone's done it successfully, but I'm sure I can find out. His hands move to either side of my face, his touch gentle and grounding. But you're right. We don't have to decide anything today. We still have a few months. Chapter 11, 133 days. I'm pretty sure my eyeballs are bleeding. I never should have signed up for this workshop. The only silver lining is that it's Friday, and I don't have to come back tomorrow. Also, hopefully I sufficiently suck and have convinced all my teachers not to recommend me for Section 6. Payroll and finances is not something I want to spend the rest of my life doing, that's for sure. The spreadsheet on the desk in front of me has endless columns of names and numbers that are supposed to mean something, but all look like gobbledygook to me. This is the 4th or 5th spreadsheet I've been handed in the past 2 hours. Has it really only been 2 hours? It feels more like 2 days. I look at the sheet of paper where Example Project, Moonshadow Section 15, is written across the top, and Payroll below that. The far left column has a list of names I think represents everyone working in Section 15. Beside that is a column for Section 15's minimum wage, and that's where the easy part ends. Everything to the right of that is a mess I can't begin to understand. Somewhere in there are ratings for how hard their jobs are and how hard they're working, and the wage increases based on those scores. I'm supposed to be doing the math and figuring out the final number that should be on the check that is sent to each individual person. Good thing this is just a practice workshop, or all these people would be getting checks for the wrong amounts. Miss White, do you need something? The workshop leader sighs. He's from out of town, the real deal from Section 6. I kind of admire that he can make some sense out of these spreadsheets. I don't understand what this means, I admit. He looks over my shoulder at the spreadsheet and starts explaining something that doesn't sound like English. After I stare at him blankly for several minutes, he must consider me a lost cause and just writes out the equation. Thanks, I say to his already retreating back. The math I can do. It's understanding what I'm doing that's impossible. You look like you've just been forced to withstand torture, Rachel says to me when I get to our lunch table. I have been tortured, I grumble. I'm pretty sure assigning me to Section 6 is the worst punishment the evaluators could pick for me. The workshop was that good, huh? Brandon chuckles. Be nice, Eli warns, looping an arm around my waist as I sit beside him. Last I checked, you two want her help. I look between the three of them. Help with what? I ask, instantly wary. We need a place to do Rachel's tattoo, and we're hoping we could use your house, Brandon answers. A safe place where no parents are going to come home and flip. Because I have no parents, I mutter. No, Rachel says. Your mom's just cool. I want to laugh. Amy's not cool. She's oblivious. But all in all, it does make my house an ideal safe place, at least for things like tattooing. Fine, you can use my house. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Rachel squeals, jumping up to give me a slightly awkward hug since I'm still sitting and Eli doesn't move his arm from around my waist. No problem, I say with a wry smile. Rachel is so different from what I assumed she'd be like. Sure, she's still the mayor's almost perfect daughter and has a group of girls who are desperate for her approval, but she's far nicer and more spunky than I expected. 3 hours later, we're all sitting on the floor of my room. Your parents are going to kill me, Brandon tells Rachel. I think they might actually murder me. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, Rachel says. They aren't allowed to do that. Are you sure about that? Brandon asks. Murder rights are for evaluators only, Eli assures him. This conversation is so ridiculous, it'd be funny if it weren't so dark at the same time. Just do it, Rachel says, holding out her left arm. It's going to hurt, Brandon warns as he gently lays her arm across his lap. How would you know? She retorts. It hurts, Eli promises her as he rummages around in his pockets. He comes up with a lighter and holds the flame out to Brandon. I can't take my eyes off the needle as Brandon runs it through the flame in Eli's hand and then dips it into the bowl of ink beside him. Rachel winces as the needle pokes into her skin. It's fascinating to watch and also a little terrifying. I will not be jumping in line to be tattooed next. After the first several minutes, it's less interesting to watch. We're obviously going to be here for a while. It takes a lot longer for Brandon to apply ink under the skin than it did for him to draw the design in the first place. I lean back against Eli's chest and he wraps his arms around my waist. I push up the sleeves of his shirt and run my fingers over the ink on his arms. He shivers as my hand skims over his skin. Sometimes I still can't believe this is my life. Am I really sitting on the floor in the arms of a boy while watching one of my friends tattoo another friend? I wish I could freeze this moment, our group, and live like this forever. It takes a while, but eventually Rachel has a lotus flower on her bicep. Brandon says he's going to have to touch it up later when the swelling is gone. He cleans away the blood and extra ink on her skin and rubs on some cream. It's beautiful, Rachel breathes. I'm glad you like it. Brandon looks relieved. I don't know what he expected. It could look like crap and Rachel would probably still think it was beautiful. Not that anything Brandon has ever drawn in my presence has looked less than amazing. Brandon's an artist at least as good as anyone running a shop in Moonshadow. In a different time, his name could have been known throughout the country, or even the world. Instead, the best he can do is someday run a shop out of his house to sell his art or services as a tattoo artist as a side job. I have got to stop comparing what could be to what is. It doesn't ever make me happy, and it's not like the world was perfect before the evaluators. It wasn't even close. But in some ways, maybe it was better than now. I bet that thought alone could earn me a place in Section 22 if anyone important knew what I was thinking. If I don't buy their story that the world is really as close to perfect as it's ever been, I'm a danger to society. You okay? Eli murmurs, so close his lips brush my ear. I nod and pull his arms tighter around my waist. There's a party next Friday, Brandon says. Are we planning on going? I can't go Friday, Eli says, fidgeting with the cord around his neck, something I've noticed he only does when he's talking about secrets I'm fairly sure involve more danger than I'm comfortable with. Do you guys still want to go? I can feel Eli wince behind me. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings, but I am sort of hoping to discourage him from doing whatever it is he has going on next week. Sure, Brandon says. If I don't get stuck playing the perfect daughter that night, Rachel adds. So I'll meet you there? I ask. We'll be by the stage, Brandon says. You really can't come? I bend my head back to look at Eli. I'm sorry, he says. And I believe he is sorry, but it doesn't change the fact that I'll be going to the party without him. Again. Brandon and Rachel leave shortly after that, when Amy gets home. Hi, Amy. Eli greets my mother, and she smiles at him. For whatever reason, they've gotten sort of comfortable with each other. Are you staying for dinner? She asks in her polite, normal person voice as she heads for the kitchen. I'd love to, he says. Can I help at all? She nods and thanks him. I start to follow, but Eli blocks my entry into the kitchen. I've got this. Relax and let someone take care of you for once. I'm not sure what he's up to. This isn't normal, him barring me from my own kitchen, though he has been spending most evenings and nights here for the past week. I glance at Amy's back and think of what Rachel said about Amy being cool. Maybe Rachel was right after all. Not every mother would be as okay with a boy practically moving in, and it's not like she doesn't notice him. She talks to him more than she talks to me. I move to Lydian's desk and sit on the top with my feet propped on the chair. It puts me high enough to easily see over the half wall to where Eli and Amy are cooking. They look so normal and happy that it kind of hurts. Looking at them, I can see a future I wish I could have, one where Eli and I could choose to stay together, in this town, close to Amy. We could come over for meals and help her with the house. We would have kids, and Amy would know them in a way I never really got to know my grandparents. I want to find a way to make her happy again, to give her more family. I know no one can ever replace Dad and my siblings, but a new family might heal some of the holes they left behind. I'm sure it would, because I can see how Eli makes Amy happy. If I'm being 100% honest, I'm pissed at my mother more often than not, but I also love her beyond any kind of choice in the matter. It's the kind of deep-rooted love that doesn't go away no matter what happens or what pain drives us apart. And deep down, I know she loves me too. And that scares me, because what's she going to do if Eli and I are right and we get sent to Section 22 at the end of the summer? How is she going to deal? Is this how Cedric felt when he was getting close to the end of his childhood years? When he started spending more and more time with me, as if he needed to soak it all up while he had the chance? The next morning, Amy shocks me by announcing she's going to visit a friend and will be out all day. Shock is probably too tame a word, actually. I stare at her with my mouth hanging open while my brain demands to know who this woman is and what happened to my mother. She gives me a quick smile. You two have fun and be safe. And with that, she's gone. I stare, completely frozen, at the door. What just happened? Did she just imply? No, I'm imagining things. Are you still with me? Eli asks, moving a hand across my line of vision. Uh-huh. He chuckles. You sure about that? I shake my head sharply in an attempt to clear it. When I turn my attention fully to Eli, he's already in the kitchen, rummaging around, making breakfast. I swear every day he seems to spend more time in that one room of my house. I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to start sleeping in there by next week. Next time Brandon comes over, he should bring more food. Your selection is super limited. I sigh. We've been over this. You don't need to buy food from my house, and neither does Brandon. Why not? He demands. So we are getting into this again. I cook here as much as you do. I eat here. I should pitch in. I have to admit, he is actually making a decent argument. Look, I've been making my own way for years. Eli takes advantage of my silence. I don't want to owe my family, and I don't want to take advantage of your family either. How? I ask. You don't have a job. You can't get a job until after you're sectioned. I have a skill that people value. He shrugs. Turns out people like things not easily found. I do pretty well for myself. My mind flashes to the books he's given me and when he told me he could get anything. I can see how that business could be profitable, if not strictly legal. I don't want you supporting me, I tell him. I see it more as supporting myself while I'm practically living at your mother's house and taking total advantage of your hospitality. Fine, you can bring food over here. I can't help smiling back when he grins at that. So what do you want to do today? Eli puts down the jar in his hand and turns his attention to me. Beach? He asks, a glint in his eyes. Why do I get the feeling you have some evil plan involving the beach? Oh, come on, Heaven, stop being so paranoid. I'm not a trusting person. He sighs. You always have to make things difficult, don't you? He kisses me quickly and returns to his task, which now that I'm looking more carefully, doesn't actually look like making breakfast. What are you doing? Packing lunch, he says, like it's something he always does. I'll be ready to go in a few minutes. You've got everything planned out, don't you? Yep, he grins. It really does only take him a minute to finish packing food and start bugging me about leaving. The beach isn't crowded when we get there, and I send a prayer of thanks. I really don't want a repeat of 2 weeks ago. It's early on a Saturday, so I'm sure that helps. It's also my favorite time to be here when it's quiet and has that morning feel. For some reason, the water seems clearer and the light looks softer. Eli drops to the ground, his dark clothes a striking contrast to the white sand. Well, he grins up at me. Well, what? I ask, letting a teasing lilt creep into my voice. He reaches for me and I dance back. He moves toward me, crawling at first before he makes it to his feet. I shriek and run away from his grasp. I expect him to catch me easily. I've seen him run enough to know he should be able to, but he's giving me a chance. His mistake. I kick off my sneakers and run straight for the waves, not caring that I'm fully clothed and might regret this decision when I'm sopping wet. I don't know if I'm faster than he is in the water, but I know I'm slower on the sand. I fight my way through the waves, and once the water reaches my thighs, dive under. When I come up and look back, Eli's up to his knees in the water. His boots, jacket, and shirt are abandoned on the sand behind him. I take a second to appreciate the view of him without a shirt. It's a really good look on him, and one he doesn't display nearly often enough. What does he do that gives him abs like that? My momentary pause costs me. Eli dives, and I remember I'm supposed to be moving. I swim away, heading deeper out. I'm not fast enough, and my jeans are really slowing me down. Eli's arms catch me around the waist, pulling me against his bare chest. Eli, I say warningly. He turns me around to face him. I'm hyper-aware of how soaked I am. My shirt is practically see-through. Eli's fingers slide down my arms, wrapping around my wrists and pulling my arms around his neck. We're seconds from really pushing the PDA laws. Technically, we haven't done anything wrong yet, but if we close the couple of inches keeping our bodies from being flush against each other, it becomes a different story. Eli, I repeat. What? He whispers, his head bending toward me like gravity is pulling him down. We're not alone here. Someone could see us. We're not doing anything wrong, he replies. Yet, I finish. We spend so much time alone that I don't trust either of us to remember to keep it completely clean right now. Besides, he's not wearing a shirt, and I'm not sure how that affects the rule about not placing hands under one another's clothing. Is his whole chest, back, and abs off limits right now? I really, really need to think about something other than Eli's half-naked body. You're showing your tattoos, I observe, skating around the topic of all the other skin he's showing at the moment. He shrugs. There aren't really that many people here. Why did you get the tattoos if you were just going to cover them up all the time? I love them, and I'm not ashamed of them, he tells me. I only cover them up because they're easy to remember and can be used to identify me, and I don't want to be memorable or easy to describe. And he says I'm paranoid. I let my hand slip from around his neck and down his arms. At some point his hands settle on my waist just above the waterline, and I'm not sure when that happened. His grip tightens as my fingers move along his skin, staying on the safe zone of his arms. I still can't believe it, he murmurs. Can't believe what? That you're mine. I don't understand how I managed to convince you to like me. Well, just a little bit. I grin. You only like me a little bit? I'll have to work on that. He leans down and kisses me. It's definitely longer than the allotted 2 seconds that's considered appropriate, and I can't seem to care. Anyone who can see us is lucky we're keeping our tongues to ourselves. Someday, Eli and I are going to make it to an underground party together, and we're going to make up for all the holding back we're doing right now. That's what I promise myself as I stop Eli before his kisses can stray away from my face. Maybe we just shouldn't leave my house from now on. That would take care of the pesky restrictions, avoiding being in public. Something's different between Eli and me. I can feel it Monday when I get to school, but I can't put my finger on it. Eli follows me to my desk when we get to school and perches on the edge. There's clearly something bothering him, and he keeps fidgeting with that necklace of his. What? I ask him. Are you really going to go out with Brandon Friday? You're invited, I remind him. Last I checked, it's you who's ditching me. That's not fair. I would come if I could. And why can't you? I don't expect him to answer. This is one of those things that falls under the category of things he refuses to share with me, for my safety. Mrs. Phillips comes in to begin class, and I expect Eli to leave and head for his own seat. Instead, he slides into the empty seat beside me. This is so not going to fly, I whisper. I bet I can wear her down, he says, winking at me. I roll my eyes, but I'm ridiculously curious how this will pan out. I've never had a teacher who let the assigned seating rule slide. Mrs. Phillips' eyes go straight to Eli. Mr. James, please move to your own seat. This is not musical chairs. I'd rather stay back here, ma'am, he says, his tone perfectly polite. That is not an option. Either sit in your own seat or leave my class. Sorry, baby, he murmurs to me. He kisses my cheek, picks up his backpack, and heads out the door. My teeth sink into my bottom lip as I try to keep the smile off my face. If Mrs. Phillips thinks Eli cares about getting kicked out, she's wrong. Eli's waiting for me when class ends, and we walk together to our next one. He manages to get kicked out of every class for the rest of the day, but that doesn't keep him from trying again on Tuesday. This isn't going to work, I tell him. You have no faith in me, he says. It'll work. And how do you figure that? Well, one of us has to give up eventually. I'm going to keep coming to every class and sit with you, which means our teachers have to take time to kick me out of every class. I don't care if I miss the class, and I'm not going to give up. Chances are, eventually they'll get sick of it. Sure, I say, not convinced that's a plan for success. You'll see. The day goes pretty much like yesterday, with the exception that Mrs. Phillips tells Eli to stay after school and meet with her. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't stay for that meeting. Wednesday, we begin the routine again. Mr. James, my class is not social time, Mrs. Phillips says. Eli crosses his arms and stares her down, waiting for the inevitable get out. Mrs. Phillips sighs. Get out of my classroom. You too, Miss White. What? Eli snaps, sitting up straighter in his seat. Now, please, both of you. Before he can argue further, I pick up both our bags and head for the door. I know he'll follow me. I'm sorry, Heaven, Eli says the second we're outside the building. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I didn't think she'd punish you too. I'm sorry. I don't want you to get expelled. The look he's giving me, so full of regret and apology, breaks my heart. He hasn't cared once about getting himself in trouble. But throw me in the mix, and it's suddenly a different story. And maybe I should care. A couple of months ago I would have. But right now, all I can think is I sort of love that defiance in him that will get us in so much trouble. I smile and shrug my shoulders. If we get expelled, I guess we'll have more time to plan our escape. Because if we keep pulling these stunts, we're really going to need that escape. Eli gives me a look I could really get used to. I've surprised him. Shocked him even. I can see him reevaluating everything he thought he knew about me, and he's looking at me with awe. This is a side of me he didn't know existed, never saw coming, and it's exhilarating to watch him realize it. I want to kiss him right here, a long, deep kiss that's definitely illegal. I'm still sorry, he murmurs. It's okay. It's more than okay. This feels freaking great. Let's leave. I want to go somewhere we can have that kiss. Eli doesn't argue with that idea. I cast a quick glance back at the school grounds on our way out. What I'm doing probably isn't smart. I'm not worried about my scores. I've learned the material by now, and this whole year has been mostly review in between workshops and volunteer hours. I don't have to show up or listen to classes to do well on my final tests. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. But low attendance isn't going to look good on my record, even next to high scores. I thought I was going to try to do better this semester. That was my plan. But instead, I've broken every rule I set up for myself. I expected that to feel scarier. Instead, it just feels exciting, and a bit like a giant weight has been removed from my shoulders. I don't want to fight how I feel or what I think anymore, even if the consequences kill me. Chapter 12, 126 Days. The day of the party starts out normally. I go through the motions of every other Friday morning, which is pretty much the same as any other weekday. Eli didn't spend the night last night, and Amy's already gone to work, so the house is quiet and empty as I make tea and get ready for school. The rain comes suddenly, the clouds blocking out the sun so quickly the kitchen goes from moderately lit to too dark to see what I'm doing in a matter of seconds. I reach around for the pull cord on the light bulb in the kitchen. When I pull it, nothing happens. With a groan, I stumble out of the kitchen to the bulb in the living room. No light there either. Our power's off. It happens. Sometimes Amy forgets to pay for it and it gets turned off. But more likely it's due to the rain. Rain is not common in Moonshadow. There's normally not even a cloud in the sky, and the whole town gets kind of helpless when water falls from the sky. I move through the house blindly as I try to finish making breakfast and get on my way. I count myself lucky that I don't get burned using matches to light the stove or smash my head into anything. I'm outside for about 3 seconds before I'm soaked. The spring air isn't that cold, but the mix of wind and water have me shivering by the time I get to school. Eli's not in class, but Brandon is perched on the arm of my seat. Are we still on for tonight? Will they have the party in the rain? No, but the rain probably won't last that long. The party's tonight, not right now. He strips off his coat, revealing another one beneath it, and wraps the first one over my shoulders. You look like you're freezing, he comments unnecessarily. How many coats are you wearing? I could swear I see another one draped over the back of his chair. As many as Mom doesn't think she'll sell today. Well, thank you for lending me one. Don't worry about it, he says. It's really not a big deal. Is Rachel coming with us tonight? I ask in an effort to keep talking and not focus on where Eli is this morning. No, Brandon says glumly. She can't get away tonight. I hope it's nothing too bad this time. Dinner party, Rachel says, coming up behind Brandon. The boring, awful kind with big shots from other towns. She rolls her eyes. Rachel was really born into the wrong family, possibly even more so than Eli. Her parents both revel in her father's important position and high status, while Rachel claims nothing sounds more torturous than her father's job and spending time with his associates. I'm sorry, I tell Rachel. We'll miss you. It's not your fault, she says with a shrug, and I'll miss you guys too. Eli doesn't come to any classes all morning. By lunchtime, the rain has let up and there's still no sign of him. Where is he? I know he said he couldn't come to the party tonight, but he didn't mention anything about disappearing all day. I'm sick of the secrets and I'm tired of worrying about him. I can't keep being the girl left in the dark while he lives some top secret life I'm not allowed to know about. I only vaguely remember the first day Eli came up to me. He was just an arrogant, dangerous-looking boy who was interrupting my life. Back then, I didn't think anyone could get under my skin like Eli did. I was like a locked door, one no one had ever tried to open. Then somehow Eli got me to open up. I wish I knew how to get him to open his now. I swear, once summer starts, I'm blowing the whole perfect daughter thing and throwing consequences to the wind, Rachel sighs, dropping down into the seat beside me at the lunch table. That sounds interesting, I say. That sounds dangerous. Brandon sits on Rachel's other side. Danger is the point, babe. Rachel smiles sweetly at him. The whole idea is to take risks and make our own stupid choices. Playing it safe is sort of like the opposite of adventure. Like, who are my parents and the evaluators to tell me whether I can have sex as a minor? Brandon covers his face with his hands and lets out a soft groan. Rachel ignores him, turning her attention to me. There's so much I want to try, and while I'm a minor, the consequences aren't as bad. Do I want to know? I ask. I haven't done anything interesting. I've never gotten totally drunk or had sex or traded on the black market. I choke on my breath. Maybe because none of those things are a good idea, I suggest between coughs. Forget them being a bad idea. Some of them are serious crimes. I hope to God Rachel never finds her way into the black market. Okay, what if we stow away on a train out of Moonshadow and see the rest of the world? You mean the rest of Southern California? Whatever, same difference. You're missing the point. We live in a giant cage, if you haven't noticed. Don't you want to see what's on the other side? Rach, that's never going to work, Brandon says, cutting in. You think no one would notice a whole group of us sneaking onto a train? You're no fun, Rachel sighs. No one said you have to come. I'm not talking about myself here. Playing stowaway is a bad idea for you. What's your suggestion then? She asks, looking from Brandon to me. I shake my head. No way am I answering that. Something that doesn't end with us in a jail cell would be good, Brandon says. That's a much smaller cage than this town is. It would be an adventure, though, Rachel points out. Brandon rolls his eyes, but he's smiling. And while he's arguing against Rachel's ideas, I get the sense that if she insists on doing stupid, dangerous stuff, he'll be right there with her. If she falls, he's going to make sure he goes down too. It's sweet, even if it is rather stupid. Those poor girls who thought you were a role model, I tell Rachel, glancing over at what used to be her table. All those popular girls who treated Rachel like a queen are still sitting there. I make eye contact with Anna, and she looks away quickly. It's kind of bizarre how things turned out. Anna used to be my friend, and then she left to be part of Rachel's gang, and now Rachel's sitting here with me. I never would have expected that. They don't really care about me or what I think, Rachel says, following my gaze to her old friends. They looked at me and only saw my parents' section and my father's job, just like everyone else. Brandon takes her hand. I see you, babe. It's such a simple comment, but Rachel smiles like he just gave her the world. And just like that, I very much feel like I'm third wheeling. Brandon and Rachel are making eyes at each other, and I don't have Eli to talk to. And now I sound like a clingy girlfriend out of a book. The girlfriend the love interest has to dump so he can be with the heroine. Ugh. I don't need Eli here to entertain me every second. I got on just fine before him. I pull out a book and let the pages keep me company. It's nice to have the time to read anyway. I've been doing a little less of it in recent days. I've spent a lot of time reading with Eli, but that's different. Eli never ends up showing, and I go home alone to wait until it's time to meet Brandon for the underground party. Our power's back on, and Amy's already home. Hey, I drop my book bag onto my sister's old desk and walk to her side. You're home early. How was your day? It was fine, I say. I'm going out tonight. She gives me a questioning look. I can tell she wants to ask me something, but she isn't saying anything. Is that okay? I don't know exactly what makes me ask. I've never looked for permission before. Maybe it has to do with how sad she looks at the moment. Are you going to be staying for dinner? She asks. Yeah. She smiles slightly, and I feel a little guilty. I go out so much more now than I used to. Eli definitely takes up more of my time than Sarah ever did. I wonder if that bothers Amy. Would she tell me if it did? What is it? I ask when she gives me that strange look again. Are you going with Eli tonight? No, actually, a different friend. Oh, that's nice. Now I'm the one giving Amy a strange look. Is she actually trying to bond with me? She suddenly cares if I have friends or who I'm spending time with? And if we're really having some bonding moment, should I push it further? I ignore the nerves churning in the pit of my stomach. I was wondering if you have anything of Dad's I can take with me after I get my section assignment. Amy shakes her head. What, she's just going to shake her head without even a little explanation? You don't have anything of Dad's, or there's nothing you'll give me, I demand. I don't have anything, Heaven, she says. One of her fists clenches, and I can tell and I can't tell if she's angry or just upset by the mention of Dad. If I did, I would give it to you, she adds in a small voice. My jaw tightens as I try to control my anger. I know losing Dad was hard for her, but it was hard for the rest of us too, and she hasn't made it easier. She doesn't want to talk about him. She clearly got rid of all his stuff. And she's flat out refused to talk about his death or the depression that must have led to it. I'm sorry, Amy says, and some of my anger dissolves. I wish... Well, it doesn't matter anymore. What doesn't matter? It's too late for wishes. Amy shakes her head. Have fun tonight, okay? And stay safe. She leans in and kisses my cheek in a rare display of affection that leaves me more confused than anything. At sunset, I take my bike out and ride to the party. It's the first time I've arrived in time for the start of the party. Usually I take my time pacing around the house, debating whether to go first. The stage is set up, but the music hasn't started yet. The musicians are on the stage fiddling with their instruments and other equipment. It's still baffling to think about all the speakers and microphones here. Everything must have cost a small fortune, and that doesn't include how much someone's paying to power everything. Who is that person with the cash to put these on twice a month? I work my way to the stage where Brandon said he'd meet me. There aren't nearly as many people here as there were last time. I imagine the field will fill up as the night goes on. Heaven, Brandon calls. I turn toward the sound of his voice. He's maneuvering his way through the people between us. He's got his black eyeliner on tonight, and it makes him look different. Kind of hot and sort of like a stranger. Also, I'm going to pretend I didn't use the word hot in reference to Brandon Robinson, even in my head. Besides the fact that Eli would in no way appreciate that, Brandon belongs to Rachel as much as anyone can belong to another person. Hey, I sound so normal, like I wasn't just debating the attractiveness of him with eyeliner. He's wearing a white t-shirt with no jacket, showing off fading lines on his arms. I'm pretty sure Brandon will never get a tattoo simply because it would take up too much of his canvas space. How was your afternoon? Too short, he answers. Yeah? They're all too short. Each one's like a ticking clock, and every second gone is like a loss. I raise a brow. Yeah, he agrees. It feels exactly like that. I know the feeling. We look at each other for a minute, an understanding passing between us in the silence. Things are going to change soon, and it doesn't matter if we're ready to put everything we've known behind us. We don't get any say, but neither of us are ready. 126 days isn't enough time. I want things to stay as they are, but they won't. My heart is going to break into a million pieces, and there's nothing I can do to avoid it. The music starts playing, and Brandon holds out a hand to me. You want to dance? I feel like we've been here before. I don't dance, remember? Yeah, you said that last time. He grins. The thing is, you've said a lot of things you didn't mean, so I have to assume you're either lying or wrong. Brandon. He ignores my objections and grabs my hands, moving in time with the music and pulling me closer. It's not that hard, he promises. Let the music be your guide. You can do it. But I can't. I'm too self-conscious, and every move I make feels wrong. You're going to look more ridiculous if you don't dance, Brandon tells me. His hands rest on my hips, and he moves them. I almost tell him to stop, refuse to let him help me, but I don't. With a deep breath, I push away my insecurities and for once let myself enjoy the moment. I belong here, in this freedom where no eyes are looking to kill the mood or judge me. No one here is worrying about anything but having fun. I don't stand out, and no one's whispering behind my back, and it feels wonderful. As more people pack in by the stage, Brandon and I make our way further out so we can have the space to keep dancing. We're both laughing, and Brandon occasionally sings along with the music. You want a drink? Brandon asks. I shake my head. I'll come with you, though. We walk to the drink table, which is still pretty well stocked for the moment. How does this work? I ask, while Brandon pours himself a cup of something dark from a glass bottle. How does what work? These parties, the bracelets, the underground. Brandon sighs. Why can't you ask Eli? Because he doesn't want to scare me. So you want to talk to me instead? Behind my best friend's back? I just want to know what I'm getting myself into, I say. Please, Brandon? Fine, he mutters, shoving a hand through his hair. The bracelets act sort of like an ID card for the underground. He holds up his hands where bracelets circle his wrists. He only has a couple per wrist, while Eli's wrist is packed with bracelets. When you buy one, you have to give them your name and ID number. There's a record of everyone who's ever bought a bracelet. You can give one away, but then you can never buy another one from that seller again. I study the bright blue braided cord with its tiny numbered charm around my wrist, trying to picture what Eli's bracelets look like. I think his are mostly silver, if I'm remembering correctly. How is the bracelet an ID if no one has my name? I ask. Eli gave it to me. You're more like a guest, Brandon says. Eli vouched for you when he put his name down for that particular bracelet. If someone looks up your bracelet number from the vendor he bought it from, it's his name they'll find, and ultimately he's responsible for anything you do that affects the underground. Is that dangerous? I mean, him vouching for me? Not as long as you can keep a secret. Eli gave me 3 of my bracelets. Brandon's fingers pick at a black braided one. This is the one I bought myself. What about Rachel's bracelet? Did you give that to her? No, Eli did. He's more connected than he looks. He just keeps giving away the proof. But what does that mean? I ask. That he's more connected. It means he's got a lot of friends in powerful places, and he's earned a lot of respect over the years. Oh. So Eli's scary enough to earn respect, not just to cover himself, but Brandon, Rachel, and me too. What does his necklace mean? What necklace? Brandon asks, his eyebrows knitting together. The one Eli wears that glows in the dark. Brandon shakes his head. I don't know. He sounds like he's being honest. What about your necklace? I ask, curious. He looks down at the metal disc resting against his chest, his fingers moving to the pendant almost automatically. It doesn't mean anything, he says. It was a gift from my sister. You have a sister? He's never mentioned her before, and I don't remember ever hearing about a girl in the Robinson family. Yeah, she's a lot older than I am. She gave it to me right before she left Moonshadow, after she was sectioned. I was 5. I'm sorry. He didn't exactly say anything went bad, but I can feel it. It's that same kind of loss I feel when I talk about Cedric, and I've never seen Brandon without his necklace. It was a long time ago. He doesn't tell me where she moved to or what section she got, and if he's not offering up the information, I don't dare ask. Thank you, I say softly, for telling me about the bracelets. Heaven? Yeah? Be patient with him. You mean more to Eli than I think you realize. He just hasn't figured out how to be honest without dragging you down. Do you know where he is? I ask. Or what he's been doing all day? Brandon shakes his head. I'm sorry. I nod. On second thought, maybe I do want that drink Brandon offered earlier. I pick up the bottle Brandon poured his drink from and fill a cup for myself. Alcohol gives you courage and memory loss, right? I wouldn't know. I've never tried it before. Are you sure you want to drink that? Brandon asks. I'm sure I want to do something rash and dramatic, something Eli most definitely wouldn't want me to be doing without him. I'm sure I don't want to think about where Eli is or what he's doing, and drinking may be the fastest way to do that. The stuff is strong, and I nearly choke as it goes down. It burns my throat and tastes like something that isn't meant to be drunk. You okay? Brandon asks. I'm fine, I force out and make myself take another gulp of the searing drink. Eli's going to kill me, he mutters. I down the rest of the drink as fast as I can manage and then pull Brandon away from the table. I don't know how long it will take for the alcohol to hit my brain, but it's not fast enough as far as I'm concerned. Come on, I tell him. Let's dance. I want to dance until I've forgotten there's anything else in the world besides music and dancing. Whoa there. What happened to I don't dance? I changed my mind. Is that so? He's looking at me weirdly. I don't really care as long as he'll dance with me. I look up at the sky as Brandon spins me around. The stars look so shiny. There's a whole world up in the sky. People used to see it up close. They'd travel through the stars. I would like to do that. Maybe heaven really is in the sky, and I'll get to go there when I die. Heaven. I wonder what made my parents decide to name me after the kingdom of God. No one talks about heaven or any gods. Literally no one. I only know the meaning of my name because it was in a book Lydian read to me. Brandon drops my hands, but the world is still spinning. Heaven, he says. Are you all right? He sounds concerned. It's sweet. Or maybe he sounds panicked. I can't tell the difference. I'm fine. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I dance away from his grasp. At first it goes really well and I can do anything. And then the world doesn't look quite right. The ground's coming up to meet me. Is it supposed to be doing that? Arms catch me and the ground stops moving. I twist to see who caught me. Eli! I smile up at him. Are you okay? He asks, glaring at something over my head. Don't look at me, Brandon says from behind me. She poured her own drink. Whatever, Eli snaps. We need to get out of here. He's looking at me now, and I'm not sure which of us he's talking to. But I'm having fun, I protest, winding my arms around his neck. Heaven, please. No, I say. I don't want to go. Heaven, he says through gritted teeth. Just tell me, are you drunk or high? I'm fine, I say again. Why is he trying to ruin this for me? I'm having a good time, and now he's here. This moment should be perfect. I stand on my tiptoes and press my lips to his. It's not a shy or quick kiss. I've never felt so brave or bold before in my entire life. Eli groans against my mouth and his hands tighten around my arms. He breaks away too soon for my liking. He's breathing hard and he looks equal parts angry and helpless. Okay, now you really need to leave. What's going on? Brandon asks. This place is almost definitely turning into a fight zone tonight, Eli answers. It's not safe to be here right now. He pulls me into his chest, hugging me quickly, and then pushes me toward Brandon. Wait, I struggle to hold on to him. The buzz I felt is starting to fade, and fear is replacing it. What about you? I ask, my voice coming out small. I'm right behind you, Eli promises. Brandon's hand is already gripping mine. He's probably going to drag me away if I don't start moving soon. But before I can take a step, a boy approaches, coming up behind Eli. He's young, no more than 18, with dark hair, sharp features, and eyes like ice. I was told you weren't here tonight, he says. Eli's shoulders stiffen. I wasn't, he says, turning toward the boy. And now I am. I can't see his face, but I can hear the grin in his voice, the taunting arrogance. The boy's eyes flick to me, and there's a dangerous glint in them. He smiles without an ounce of warmth or friendliness. I'm Spence, he says, nodding at me. I don't think we've met. His eyes move lazily from my face down to my shoes and back up. I don't even see Eli move, but the next second his fist is slamming into Spence's face. Spence staggers back a step, and Eli moves with him, landing a second punch, this one to the stomach. As Spence doubles over, he's met with Eli's knee slamming into his face. Blood spurts from Spence's nose, and I hear myself gasp. Eli glances back at me. Go, he says. I'll meet you back at your house as soon as I can. Eli, I don't know what else to say. I don't want to leave him, but I don't want to be his liability either, which is exactly what I am. The attention Eli just gave me has given Spence enough time to recover. He throws a punch and Eli twists out of the way, narrowly avoiding the hit. He'll be fine, Brandon says, tugging on my hand. Come on, I want to get back to your house as soon as possible. There's a tightness in my chest as I tear my eyes from Eli and let Brandon pull me through the crowd, back toward my house. It only gets worse the farther away from Eli we get. Brandon, what just happened? Is that normal? You'll have to ask Eli, Brandon says shortly, not slowing our pace. I'm tripping over my feet, and I don't know if it's because of the alcohol I drank earlier or the cold, numb feeling that's taking over my body. By the time Brandon and I burst into my house, I'm in full-on freak-out mode. The pleasant buzz is completely gone, and the tight feeling has spread from my chest and become tension throughout my whole body. Amy looks up from a collection of sewing patterns spread on the kitchen table in front of her and raises her eyebrows at us. I drop Brandon's hand real fast. This is Eli's friend, the one I was going out with tonight. I mean, not going out. We went to a party and something happened. Eli's coming over later and Brandon steps forward with that charming smile that's won over every person to ever set foot in Moonshadow. Mrs. White, I'm Brandon Robinson. I think you know my mom. Amy nods. Of course, you're Ellen's son. How is your mother? She's very well, thank you. I don't know how Brandon's staying so calm. I can't string two sentences together and Brandon's having a whole conversation with Amy like nothing's amiss. It's nice to meet some more of Heaven's friends. Thank you for getting her home safe. There's a shrewd understanding in Amy's eyes that's not a common thing. It's almost like she's hearing all the unspoken things about the party we were at and why I look like I'm about to crawl out of my skin. Actually, if it's all right with you, Mrs. White, I'd like to stay with Heaven until Eli can get here. Please, make yourself at home. Amy gives me a worried look. Are you okay, Heaven? Yes. I draw out the word, confused as to why she's asking. It's not possible she knows where I was, right? But she's been acting odd since I got home from school, like she's expecting me to not be safe. Okay, good night. She gathers up her patterns and drifts off to her room. I stare after her. Was she waiting up for me? Now what? I ask Brandon when Amy's bedroom door shuts. We wait. It turns out waiting is pretty much the only option, whether I want to argue or not. Brandon lies on the larger couch, eyes open, staring sightlessly at the ceiling, while I curl up on the love seat beside the door, under the windows. I wonder what Brandon's thinking about right now. Is he glad Rachel couldn't come to... I wonder what Brandon's thinking about right now. Is he glad Rachel couldn't come with us to the party? Or is he worried about what Eli's doing, like I am? I close my eyes and roll over so my back is to the rest of the room. I hate not knowing what's happening. I'm so beyond sick of the secrets. Please let him be okay. Please let him be okay. I repeat the prayer over and over, hoping someone's listening. According to the evaluators and my teachers, there's no one listening, but I refuse to believe that. How can so many people over the course of history have been wrong to believe in a higher power or an afterlife? Maybe I have it all wrong, but it's far less depressing and scary to believe someone's watching over me than it is to believe there's just nothing and we're all on our own. It's working for me so far. I keep repeating some version of praying for his safety and occasionally thinking that when he does show up, I'm going to kill him. Mostly, though, I just want him to show up. I don't know how much time has passed when Eli comes in. Brandon nodded off, but I haven't been able to sleep at all. Eli opens the door and slips in so silently, it's more like I feel his presence than hear him. I sit up quickly and move toward his shadow in the doorway, and it's not until he wraps me in his arms that I allow myself to believe he's really here. I can't see him clearly, but at the very least, he's alive. I hold on to him with all the strength I can and send a thank you to whatever God is listening. What took you so long? I demand. Shh, Eli murmurs into my hair. It's okay. It's all going to be okay. He disentangles himself from my arms and leads me over to the love seat I vacated. He pulls me down to his lap and I let him hold me. I'm still mad at him, but I can't resist. Eli, I say, we need to talk. I know, baby. He sighs. Let's do it in the morning, okay? And don't even think about leaving. Yes, ma'am. He lies back, pulling me into his chest and curls his body around mine on the love seat, which is way too small for us to lie on together. I could get up and sleep in my own room, but I don't want to leave him out here alone. And the way we are now, it's unlikely he can go anywhere without waking me. Chapter 13, 125 Days. There's sunlight streaming through the windows, and I'm cramped in a ball. It's too warm, and there's a blanket of body heat at my back and wrapped around my waist. I shift, and Eli moans and protests behind me. I can't see what time it is from this position, but based on the light, I'd guess late morning. Brandon's no longer on the other couch. He probably saw that Eli and I were both alive and took off. I attempt to remove myself from Eli's arms without waking him. It fails. He moans again and then jerks behind me, sitting up so fast he almost knocks me off the couch. His arms tighten before I can fall. Sorry, he mumbles. Are you ever going to tell me what it is that makes you wake up like you're preparing to meet a threat? Heaven, answer the question, Eli. I'd rather not. I turn to face him, and whatever I was going to say dies on my tongue. Eli's lip is split, and there's a purplish mark on his cheekbone. I gasp. You're hurt. It's nothing, he assures me. I'm okay. I pull out of his grasp and stand, crossing my arms as I look down on him. His hands both have dried blood caked over the knuckles, and there's more blood splattered over his clothes. Hopefully not his. What happened after I left last night? I demand. He winces. It was just a normal fight, Hev, he says. I'm fine. I shake my head, backing away from him. This isn't working. I can't be up all night, afraid you're not coming home, and then wake up to this. I wave my hand, gesturing at his face and hands. He stands up so he's right in front of me, but he doesn't seem to know what to do. He just stands there awkwardly, looking like he wants to comfort me, but is afraid of making it worse. I sigh and grab his wrist, dragging him into the bathroom with me. Sit, I order, pointing to the edge of the tub. He obeys without arguing. His eyes track my every movement as I take his hands in mine, examining the damage to his knuckles. I swallow hard as my heart squeezes in my chest. I hate seeing him hurt. I wet a cloth in the sink and start cleaning the scrapes. He clenches his jaw as he watches me, but doesn't make a sound. When I'm done, his hands are clean, but no less injured. I'm sorry, he whispers. I didn't want to scare you last night or make you worry about me. I don't want an apology, I tell him. I want answers. I meant it when I said this isn't working for me. Heaven, come on. You know what? No, I say. I'm done with the secrets and half answers. I've wanted to believe the rumors didn't matter, that that wasn't who you are, and they wouldn't affect us. But what I saw last night, I just feel like I'm losing you. You're not losing me, he says fiercely. Really? Because there's an awful lot you don't tell me. Like, who's Spence? You want me to trust you, but you won't trust me. I do trust you. His eyes beg for my understanding. The only secrets I've kept have been to protect you. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to hold back the tears that burn my eyes. I don't believe you. I hear his sharp intake of breath, and it rips open something inside me. Already hating myself for the words about to come out of my mouth, I say, either explain or get out of my house. I can't. I want to laugh, even though nothing about this is funny. What do you mean you can't? I promised Les I wouldn't leave this house for the rest of the weekend. My head is starting to pound behind my eyes. I'm too tired and possibly hungover to deal with this. The only time I've seen Les and Eli together, they look like they wanted to murder each other. Now Eli is making promises to him to stay here. I guess you better start explaining then, I say, opening my eyes. Eli's still sitting on the edge of my tub, looking down at his hands. You're going to be mad at me, he whispers. What happened last night? I refuse to back down, no matter how hurt he is, or what he says to try to deter me. The underground parties aren't always safe. Sometimes they go to complete shit, either because of law officers raiding or because of certain people coming here to trade. Spence is from out of town. We don't get along, never have, and probably never will. And when he looked at you like he did, Eli's hands clench in his lap, and he's still not looking at me. We were bound to fight over something. I don't think we've ever been in the same place without throwing at least a few punches. That is so not comforting. What happened after I left? People panicked. The fighting escalated. There was shouting and running, and then I got out of there. It's not as bad as it sounds. These things happen regularly. Everyone will be fine. And why did you promise Les you wouldn't leave my house? I'm aware I sound a bit like an interrogator, but I'm on a mission now. I wasn't supposed to go to the party. Like I was specifically forbidden from going. Eli looks up at me and our eyes meet. But I wanted to make sure you and Brandon got out of there in case things went south. Now I've got to lie low while Les cleans up my mess. You went to that party for me? And I don't understand you and Les. Are you friends or not? Eli's lips twitch up. We work together. He's not bad, but we're not quite friends. For a second, we stay there looking at each other while I struggle to process what he said. What does your necklace mean? I ask. Heaven, he starts but cuts off when I glare at him. It's a license of sorts. A license to do what? Trade on the black market. I gape at him. A part of me recognizes that I'm not surprised that Erica even suggested it during that conversation we had at the Robinson store about Eli and his connections. But I was holding on to the naive hope that the black market was really just a rumor and not a real active network. Say something. Eli stares up at me, his eyes cautious, as if preparing himself for a reaction he won't like. The black market is real, I whisper, like an actual organization and not just a couple of scattered criminals. It's real, Eli sighs, but it's a secret network and people will kill to keep it secret. A secret network the whole town knows about? The whole town doesn't know about it, though. He stands and crosses the couple of steps between us. Everyone knows unauthorized trading is illegal, but the actual black market organization is a secret. And you're part of that organization? I ask, needing to hear him say it. Are you telling me you didn't suspect it? I know I should have. I should have put all the pieces together when he told me he could get almost anything. When he started bringing me books that couldn't be bought legally. Maybe I didn't want to. Was getting mad at Eli over his secrets really just a distraction to keep myself from figuring out what those secrets were? How long? I ask. 5 or 6 years. What? But he would have been a kid. God, he's still a kid. It started with me being an idiot teenager, finding musicians and sheet music, he says. I did it for the thrill. It wasn't a big deal, not particularly dangerous or anything. I got clothes and simple stuff like that. Then it became other stuff too. I was good at finding things, finding information. I had a valuable skill and was welcomed into the official black market with open arms. He's playing with the cord of his necklace again, and I wonder if he finds it comforting at all, knowing the necklace is there. And you didn't care when things became more dangerous? I ask. At 13? No, I didn't. I know it's not what you want to hear, but that's the truth. I never gave a crap whether I lived or died, as long as I rebelled against my parents at every turn and proved to myself I was my own person. He looks away, his gaze fixing on the bathroom sink as if it's the most fascinating thing he's ever seen. I know this isn't fair to you, but I was serious last night when I said I can take care of myself. This has been my life for years. I know what I'm doing. I just never meant to get you mixed up in it. I wanted to keep you away from that part of my life. So, what? I ask, my eyes starting to burn for the second time this morning. You were just going to not tell me? Pretend that you weren't? I'm sorry. His eyes snap back to mine, and I know he means it. What do you want me to do? I'll do anything, Heaven. You could quit, make the danger go away. It's a little late for that, he says tightly. I could back out, but that wouldn't erase my past. I can try to do better by you, but I can't make all this go away. I'm sorry. His head bows so I can't see his eyes. I want to know more, I tell him, pretty sure it's a flat-out lie. What I really want is to lock all the doors and never let Eli or myself leave this house again. But that's obviously not going to happen. But maybe not right now. Okay, he says, but there's something else you should know. I brace myself for whatever he's going to throw at me now. He reaches behind him and pulls a gun from the waistband of his jeans. What is that? I ask, literally backing away from Eli and the weapon in his hand until my back hits the door behind me. Obviously I know what it is, but I can't sort through my thoughts clearly enough to ask something more helpful. It's a .45 pistol, he says, as if that makes anything better. This isn't happening. No way. This isn't a small risk or a little bit of danger. If he gets caught, I don't want to think about what would happen. Heaven, no, I stop him, putting up my hand as if I can ward off his words that way. But the silence is almost worse than whatever he could say. How could you? I finally ask. You've got to know how illegal this is. You can't have a gun, Eli. It's not what it looks like. Oh? My voice has a hysterical edge to it that's a bit concerning. So that's not an illegal weapon you're holding? He runs a frustrated hand through his hair. Yes, it is, but I have a reason for having it. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm not a gun dealer. Do they pass through my hands? Yes, but I try to stay out of the active gun trade. I'm not careless about the work I do and the things I trade, Heaven. I promise you. Somehow I'm not getting warm and fuzzy feelings about this yet. The guy I got in a fight with, he's trouble. The gun is a precaution because I know for a fact he's got one. See, that's not reassuring. I know, baby. He steps forward and brushes his fingertips along my cheek. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. His voice breaks, and I think that might be the scariest thing I've heard this morning. I flinch away from his touch, and hurt flashes through his eyes as his hand drops. What do you expect me to say? I ask. How am I supposed to react to this? I don't know. He sounds defeated. I guess I was hoping it wouldn't change the way you look at me. I don't want it to. I sigh. I just need a bit of time. Space. How much time? I shake my head. I don't know. You lied to me. I didn't. Yeah, you kind of did. You kept secrets from me about things that matter. Things that affect me too. I was trying to protect you, he whispers. I reach up and place my hands on either side of his face, forcing him to look at me, making sure he understands what I'm about to tell him. You can't protect me from the truth, the reality of your life. That's not fair, Eli. You can put whatever spin you want on it, but you were protecting yourself from what I would think. His eyes widen, but I can't read the emotions swirling in them. I'm going to leave this room, and you're going to put that gun somewhere Amy isn't going to see it. Then you're going to give me space and not talk to me for the rest of the day. Understand? He nods. I think he wants to say something, probably a bunch of somethings, but he keeps his lips pressed together and remains silent. I don't look back as I leave him alone in the bathroom, even though it takes all my willpower not to. I spend a few hours hiding out in my bedroom, losing myself in the pages of a book. The two girls in the story are discussing the superiority of book boyfriends to the real thing. I think they might be onto something. After a little while, though, I'm kind of missing my real boyfriend. It doesn't help that I'm hyper aware of him, and I'm pretty sure if I walk out of my room right now, he'll be sitting in the hallway. This isn't fair. He put me and my family in danger and hid that fact. And now I feel guilty for making him give me space. Ugh, it takes so much energy to stay mad at him. In the end, it's my stomach that convinces me to leave my room. As I come into the hall, the door of Cedric's room closes, confirming my suspicions that Eli was hanging out outside my door. But he is taking the space thing seriously. I stare at Cedric's door for a few seconds, chewing on my lower lip. Do I go in there or make him wait a bit longer? I shake my head and leave the door closed. I need food before I deal with talking to Eli. Good afternoon. Amy smiles at me. Eli made cookies. What? I ask, startled. He asked me to tell you. She points to a plate on the counter, piled high. I blink, but the plate is still there. He really made cookies? What are they for? I'm assuming you, she says with a knowing smile. Are you okay, Heaven? He's been moping around the house all day, and this is the first time I've seen you come out of your room. Is there anything you want to talk about? Oh, it's no big deal. I just found out Eli brought an actual gun into our house and has been hiding his involvement in an illegal trading business from me for months. Yeah, we're so not going there. I'm fine, I say. I just haven't felt great this morning. Not exactly a lie. I did have that headache this morning, and emotionally I felt pretty crappy all day. I make myself lunch before trying one of Eli's cookies, which admittedly are amazing. The taste of sugar and peanut butter does wonders for my mood. Okay, he's actually pretty good at this groveling thing. I knock on Cedric's door, and it opens almost immediately. Eli stands in the doorway, and my gaze goes straight to the bruise on his cheek. I hate that mark, even if he doesn't seem concerned about it in the slightest. Hey, I say. Hey, where did you learn how to make peanut butter cookies? I ask. I have a friend who taught me, Eli says. He used to watch out for me a lot when I was young and stupid. So, not that different from now? You're mean, he laughs. Yep, I grin back at him. Then I reach up and trace the mark on his face as lightly as I can with the tips of my fingers. Does it hurt? His eyes flutter closed. No, it doesn't hurt. I drop my hand and his eyes open again, the beautiful ocean green swallowing me up for a second. Sometimes looking into his eyes feels like drowning, but in a good way. Like his gaze is surrounding me in a wave of comfort and safety. And maybe I have a strange view on what drowning is like. Shh. I place my fingers over his lips to silence his words. It's okay. You've apologized. I've sulked. And now we move on. He kisses my fingers while they're pressed against his lips and then tugs my hand away so he can kiss my mouth. He doesn't say anything, but I can taste the apology in his kiss. Les is waiting outside my house Friday morning when Eli and I leave for school. He looks pretty comparable to the last time I saw him, except in the daylight I can see a black and white tattoo of a lit torch on the side of his neck, and his shirt sleeves aren't rolled up to his shoulders today. He still looks scary. Nice to see you again, Heaven, he says with an easy smile. Don't, Eli practically growls. Les rolls his eyes, but he doesn't antagonize Eli further. You need to stay away from the underground for a while, he tells Eli. Ryan? Eli asks. Les chuckles. Higher up than Ryan. You're in real trouble this time, James. That warning is coming from the top. Shit, Eli mutters under his breath. The top? I ask. The underground of Moonshadow is run by a single person, believe it or not, Les tells me. And that person has strictly forbidden Eli from showing up to any parties for the immediate future. For how long? Eli asks. I'd give it a month, Les answers. What? Eli snaps. I thought you were covering for me. Les laughs again. I did, asshole. I can't work miracles. Just stay away for a little while until everything goes back to normal. You suck, Color, Eli says. Too bad for you. You need me. Les grins. I'll see you two later, I'm sure. Keep him out of trouble, Heaven. He nods to me, dark curls falling over his forehead, and then jogs off. He's not bad when he's not trying to scare the crap out of me. Eli snorts. There are worse people in this town, I guess. Tell me the truth, I say, stepping in front of Eli. Are you in real trouble? Not as of now. But you could be later? It only takes a second to get into trouble, Heaven. It's staying out of it that's difficult. He takes my hand and squeezes lightly. I can't say I'm exactly reassured, but at least it doesn't sound like we're going to get jumped on the way to school. The morning goes by in a blur of lessons. I guess Eli's whole persistence plan worked, since over the course of the week our teachers have slowly given up, and Eli and I have been successfully sitting together. Because I'm a generally pessimistic person, I don't trust this new development. I haven't figured out why they didn't just expel us, and I don't like that question hanging over our heads. Eli, on the other hand, doesn't seem worried in the slightest. By lunchtime, I've almost forgotten about our visit from Les this morning. You really are incapable of keeping your mouth shut in class, aren't you? Eli teases me as we head for our usual table. You know, if you're going to sit with me, you could stop me from raising my hand when I really shouldn't get involved in the conversation. But I like hearing what you have to say. You're the only one, I mutter, sitting down and pulling a book from my bag. A boring textbook, not a fun one. Do you happen to know what I did to piss off the glaring redhead? Eli asks before I can start reading him anything. I look over my shoulder, half expecting the glaring redhead to be a figment of his imagination, conjured by his lack of desire to study for the English test coming up. But there is a redhead, and she's definitely glaring at Eli. Sarah's back. She's only been gone for 3 months, but I haven't spared her a single thought in a long time. I lost track of how long it's been, or when she was coming back. I'm not sure exactly, I say, but I'm guessing it has to do with the fact that this used to be her table. I should probably go talk to her. Do you want me to leave? Eli asks. I shake my head. You don't have to do that. Good, he smiles, because I haven't figured out whether I would or not. I laugh, but it's short-lived as I turn back to Sarah. She isn't even looking at me. She's too busy scowling at Eli. I sigh. I'll be right back. Hi, I say as I approach Sarah. How was your trip to Section 11? I'm sort of impressed I even remember which section she was doing volunteer hours at. I am such a crappy friend. It was good. Really good, actually, Sarah says, a tiny smile lighting her eyes, but it doesn't last long. What is Eli James doing at our lunch table? I guess we aren't doing the pleasantries thing first. He sits there every day. Since when? I can't say I was expecting such a strong reaction from her about this. She doesn't even know we're dating yet. She doesn't wait for me to answer before continuing. Heaven, I don't know what he's told you, but Eli is the epitome of trouble. You shouldn't be hanging out with him. It's a little late for that speech, I say. I get that you're not happy about this, but Eli's not going anywhere. You left and things changed. I'm sorry if you expected me to sit alone for 3 months while I waited for you to come back, because that's not what happened. I'm not asking you to like him, but he's here to stay. She blinks at me, surprise and hurt flashing in her eyes. You've changed, she says. You're not the same person I said goodbye to at the start of the semester. And you're right. I shouldn't have expected everything to just stay the same while I was gone. She shakes her head. I just hope you know what you're doing with him. Loathing is evident in every bit of her tone and expression as she glances Eli's way again. You really don't like him? No, she says without an ounce of remorse. I really don't. Why? What happened? She locks eyes with me. We kissed, and I thought it meant something, that I meant something, but I was wrong. I don't know what to say. I knew Eli must have fooled around with girls before. He's told me as much. But Sarah? I never would have expected that in a million years. I didn't know, I say, hating how small my voice sounds. Everyone has a few skeletons in their closet, Sarah says. Everyone, no matter how much they seem to have their act together. Come on. I take Sarah's hand and lead her to an empty table at the edge of the courtyard. Talk to me. Sarah gives me a brittle smile. There's not much to tell. I knew about Eli's reputation, but like an idiot, I was still sucked in by his charm and allure. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. It doesn't seem like a great moment to announce that Eli and I are together. I guess really I should be counting myself lucky I made it through the whole experience without getting knocked up or seeing the inside of a jail cell or dying. She studies me until I feel a bit like a bug under a microscope. I really thought you'd be smarter than I was. You wouldn't even go to a party with me. Was that meant to be as insulting as it sounded? Can I ask you something? Why didn't you ever ask about the rumors about me? I hold my breath while I wait for her answer. Which rumors? The boys and the parties, I say. Don't tell me you managed to miss the whole Alan Brooks scandal. The side of Sarah's mouth curves up. Because I know Alan Brooks. I didn't need to ask to piece together what happened between you two. I'm guessing you gave an inch and he tried to take a mile. Something like that. Actually, it was pretty much exactly like that. It wasn't your fault, Sarah says. He had it coming. But I did lead him on, I say. No one forced me to kiss him or to go to that party with him. I did have a hand in what went down, and I let him take the fall. If that party had been broken up just a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have gotten in that kind of trouble. You mean if he hadn't had a chance to try to assault you? Sarah asks. Yeah, that was totally unfair to him. You know, most of the student body blames me. They think I threw him under the bus to protect myself from getting in trouble. Why did you take my side? I mean, you didn't know me that well at the time. Sarah looks at me like I'm the most ignorant person in the world. Because I know firsthand how much boys suck. Even the ones who know how to wait until you say yes before trying anything. I look over at where Eli's sitting with Brandon and Rachel. It only takes a couple of seconds before his eyes dart over to me. It's not always like that, I say quietly, turning back to Sarah. Sure, whatever, Heaven. She glances at Eli and the rest of my usual table. I hope it works out better for you than it did for me. At least he doesn't kiss and tell. That sounded suspiciously like a dismissal. Do you miss it? I ask, already standing. Being in that other town and working in Section 11? Sarah smiles, and for the first time all day, it's a genuine smile, without a sarcastic edge. I miss it more than I thought possible. As I walk back to where Eli's waiting for me, I go back over my conversation with Sarah. Do I bring it up to Eli? Does he remember her? Or did she get lost in some long list of girls he's been involved with? What happens between me and Sarah now? She was right when she said I'd changed, and she has too. She's already got one foot in her next life. She's practically guaranteed to get assigned to Section 11 and will be moving back to that town she misses so much in 119 days. And Eli and me? Where will we be going on moving day? Are we right in our assumption we're both headed for Section 22? Eli's hand brushes against mine when I sit down, his fingers dancing along my skin and then entwining with mine. Everything okay? I hope so. Chapter 14, 98 Days. Weeks go by like seconds. Workshops and volunteer opportunities come and go. Classes get more and more focused on our futures and final tests than anything else. Somehow, one more semester has become one more week, to be followed by finals. Eli's had nearly perfect attendance in school since Les told him he was forbidden from going to underground parties, with the exception of the few days he spent volunteering in Section 13, building houses or something like that. But this morning, he's mysteriously missing. By lunchtime, I'm starting to worry. Call me crazy or paranoid, but the last time he missed a whole day of classes, the night ended with him getting in a fight and banned from the underground. And I can't tell if I'm relieved or pissed when he appears at lunch, kisses my cheek, and slides into the seat next to me. You're late, I tell him. I know. I'm hoping you'll forgive me if I show you why. Oh, you are? I grin. Yep, he says, confidence creeping into his tone. You'll thank me tonight. What's tonight? I ask suspiciously. Last I knew, nothing special was happening tonight. I'm fulfilling a promise, he says, which explains nothing. I'm taking you somewhere special. Are you guys done? Brandon asks. Seriously, is it necessary to talk like you're speaking in code? If it makes you feel any better, I have no idea what he's talking about either. I shrug. Wonderful, Rachel says. In that case, maybe we could have a conversation we can all participate in. Eli rolls his eyes. Where do you want to take me tonight? I ask him. And what promise are you fulfilling? I shoot an apologetic look in Rachel's direction. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm not exactly a fan of surprises. I'm not going to be able to focus on anything until I get some answers from Eli. Now it's Rachel's turn to roll her eyes. When you asked me where I stay the night when I'm not at your house, I told you I'd show you, Eli says. And before you ask for more details, that's as close to ruining the surprise as I'm going to get. Great. Now that that's cleared up, Rachel says, does anyone want to sign up for a workshop with me next week? Nope, Eli says cheerfully, earning a scowl from Rachel. I don't do workshops, babe, Brandon says. Sorry. How does that work? I ask him. None of the teachers are ever breathing down your neck for it either. I have an arrangement, Brandon says. I work at the store on weekends, and it counts toward all my real-world experience time. Hopefully I'm proving I'm good at the job, and I'll get to stay in Section 7. Hence the lack of other workshops. I'm not interested in a different job, and I don't want anyone to think I am. Huh, it sounds a bit like cheating to me, working in a store run by his mom and not having to suffer through any other workshops. So none of you will sign up with me? Rachel asks. You guys suck. I think you'll survive, Eli says dryly. I have faith in you. You, she points at him, are a jerk, on top of sucking. A bell chimes and everyone in the courtyard starts packing up their stuff for the next class. Wait, I stop Eli, reaching out for his wrist. Does this place you want to take me have to be tonight? Or can we go now? I don't generally condone cutting classes, especially since I know Eli's attendance score really needs all the help it can get after his 6-year break from school. But I also can't stand the idea of sitting through lectures while worrying about what's going to happen tonight. Go now? Eli asks, surprised. Yeah, I nod. You're sure? Come on, I laugh. I know you want to. He shakes his head, his eyes shining with amusement. Okay, then. Eli leads me off the school grounds and through a few sections. We pass his house in Section 3 and then Point Doom Prison on the bend of Cliffside Road. Technically, the prison isn't in a section, but it's only about 40 yards from Section 3. The perfect location, close enough to the law officer headquarters to be convenient, but still outside of where the important citizens of Section 3 have to see it or live beside it. Just beyond the prison is the short path through the woods and down the cliffs to Cali Beach. It's wider and nicer than Singer's Cove, but I don't come here much because it's not as good a place for swimming. The open ocean makes the waves far less forgiving and more dangerous. Apparently, I'm not the only one since the beach is completely deserted. This is what you wanted to show me? This isn't the final destination. Eli waves me forward. Is it always so empty here? No, when school isn't in session, this place is almost as popular as Singer's Cove. It's a great place to stargaze, or whatever. So where are we going? I ask, looking around. The beach goes on farther than I can see, but it's cut off by the border fence that stretches across the sand and into the ocean for another 1,000 feet. I know there's a guard tower at the end of the fence to make sure there's no crossing between Moonshadow and the wilds beyond, but it looks like just a dot from here. On the land side of the beach, there's thick woodland that comes right up to the edge of the sand, and opposite the fence, the cliff rises up. There aren't a lot of places to go. There, Eli points to the cliff. What? The word comes out before I can stop it. I sound a little horrified. It's on the other side of the rocks, he answers, taking my hand in his. What is on the other side? My secret place. I could point out that whatever's on the other side of the cliff doesn't belong to him any more than the field behind Section 19 belongs to the underground, but that's a pretty minor technicality. And how do we get there? My nerves are hitting full force now. We climb. That was pretty much the answer I was afraid of. I turn over his hand, the one I'm already holding, and run a finger over his palm. Every inch is calloused and rough. I continue up his arms, over biceps that are almost always hidden, and down his chest to abs I can feel even through his shirt. I knew his body wasn't the result of sitting around on my couch. As I look up at the cliff face, it all makes sense. I can't, I tell him. I'll fall and break my neck. You'll be fine, baby. I can't, I say again. Yes, you can. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Eli takes a step back in the direction of the rocks. He's still holding my hand, leading me slowly toward the cliff. Wait here. Eli takes off, and it's like watching him scale the side of his house, except scarier. When he gets to the top, he tosses a rope down with a harness attached to the end. Then he climbs back down. He drops to his knees in front of me and helps me strap into the harness. This is crazy, I tell him. How have you not died yet? You're so dramatic, he chuckles. No one's dying. I've done this climb hundreds of times. When he's satisfied with the harness, he climbs back up, leaving me alone again. Apparently, he has to be at the top for the rope and harness to do me any good. The climb isn't as bad as I expected. It's much worse. Walking and biking around town don't really build up great upper body strength. Eli tries to direct me from the top, but I'm thinking his advice might be making everything worse. My arms are trembling and my hands feel raw by the time I get to the top. But the view is really something. It feels like being on top of the world, with Cali Beach over one edge and a small secluded beach over the other. Is that where we're going? I ask, pointing to the hidden beach. Eli nods. Yeah, he's smiling, and it's clear how much this place means to him. At least going down, I can just sit back and let Eli lower me. No climbing required. I can see why Eli likes it here. The way the rocks rise up on all sides except the ocean side makes it feel like I'm in a pocket of untouchable space. Here we could be anywhere, anytime in all of history. It's peaceful, and there's something special about the wilderness of it, except for a couple of backpacks nestled in a patch of space between the rocks at the base of the cliff. Wow, I breathe. You like it? Eli sounds almost nervous, like there's any way I wouldn't love the small beach. It's incredible, I tell him. How did you find it? I've spent a lot of time at Cali Beach, he says. It was only a matter of time before I decided to try climbing the cliffs. Only a matter of time? Moonshadow is an incredibly boring place, and I don't have your books to spice it up. All I have is a guitar and anything that will bring an adrenaline rush. No matter how dangerous. He shrugs. I don't really worry about that. Right, because you're invincible. I resist the urge to roll my eyes at him. He tugs me down onto the sand with him. You're looking at this whole thing wrong, he informs me. Life is meant to be lived. I don't want to be scared of dying. Whatever happens, I don't want to spend my life just going through the motions. I'm going to have as many adventures as I can and not be afraid of the consequences. And where do I fit into this adventure? I ask. Are you saying I'm not living enough? He grins. You? You're better than the best adrenaline rush I've ever felt. I laugh. I beat out fighting, trading illegally on the black market, and risking his neck climbing cliffs? Yep. Me being better than an adrenaline rush makes a ton of sense. You don't believe me. He narrows his eyes at me. I don't see what makes me so special. He meets my gaze and holds it with an intensity burning behind his eyes. When I'm with you, this world doesn't seem so messed up. It seems fixable. I kind of like the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing he's ever cared about. And it scares me too, to hold so much power to hurt him. But it's not going to stay like this, I whisper. Things are going to change, and loving each other, it's going to hurt. It's going to be worth it. He cradles my face in his hands. It's going to be worth it. He's right. This relationship is most likely going to cause us both so much pain, but without pain, there can't be any real joy. One can't exist without the other. There's no knowing what's going to happen. There's just wanting without satisfaction or end. I'm not going to stop wanting Eli James. I'm in it for the long haul. I lean forward and kiss him. It's going to be worth it. We stay at Eli's beach for a long time. We play in the sand like children and dance without music. I try to convince Eli to sing, but he refuses to do so without his guitar. The sun sinks lower in the sky, and we curl up together to watch it. The sky turns a pale orangey pink color. Watching sunsets on the beach is always beautiful. It's where the sky is most colorful, and you can see the sun disappear into the ocean without anything obstructing the view. The only problem is the coast is cold once the sun is gone, even in late spring. I shiver. I can't help it, though I wish I could. I don't want anything to break this moment. Are you cold? Eli asks. It's no big deal. I don't want this day to end with you being miserable. I'm not miserable, and I don't want to leave, I add. I don't want this to be over. We don't have to leave. He strips his shirt off and hands it to me. But you'll be cold. I have more clothes here if I want them. Take the shirt, Heaven. He doesn't leave room for argument. How do you sleep here all night? I ask as I pull the shirt over my head. It doesn't really bother me. He shrugs. I kind of taught myself how to ignore the temperature. I mean, the first time I spent the night out here, it was midwinter. It was a lot colder than this is. But it was either that or go back home, and I didn't trust myself to go back home. You didn't trust yourself? He pauses and looks like he's going to say something a few times before he actually does speak. One day, when I was pissed at my dad, I lit some of his papers on fire. After that, I couldn't stop. I'd find unimportant, harmless things to light up, usually leaves or brush. The first night I spent here, I was afraid if I went home, I'd burn the whole place down. I don't know what to say. In some ways, I'm not surprised. I can picture Eli setting things on fire. It goes with the leather jacket and his general attitude. Have? Eli prompts. Are you still with me? Yeah. Do you have matches with you now? Yeah, why? Could we have a fire here? Well, we could if we had something to light. I don't particularly feel like burning up my clothes or food, so... Right. This would be the disadvantage of being secluded. Anything we want, like firewood, needs to be hauled up a cliff. Olive, I grin at him, and then climb into his lap, curling up against his chest. His arms wrap around me, and he rests his chin on top of my head. This is better than a fire, anyway. Chapter 15, 84 Days. I feel sick as I turn to look at the school grounds for the last time as a student. I hated school, couldn't wait for it to all be over, but there's no feeling of relief at its ending. It only marks that I'm that much closer to getting my section assignment. Are you okay? Eli asked me, his hand finding mine. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm not buying that. What's wrong? I turn to face him. How do you see through me like that? Are you kidding? He asks. Most of the time you drive me nuts because I can't figure out what you're thinking. Hey, no avoiding my question. What's wrong? What were your scores? I ask. Knowing probably won't make me feel better. In fact, it will probably make me feel worse. Scores can sometimes give a hint as to how prestigious a section will be assigned to. A perfect score is 100, but section assignments are based on a lot of factors other than our school scores. My final score on finals is 51, he says. My attendance and class participation scores are considerably lower. You? 96 for my finals, a little less for the other stuff. Jeez. We stand in silence for a minute after that. I guess I never thought this day would really come, I say. It's weird to leave, knowing I'm not coming back here again. I know, he murmurs. Do you want me to walk you home? As in, you're going to drop me off there and then leave to work on your top secret project? He's been ditching me after school all week. He claims he's preparing a surprise for me. I don't remember a time when surprises didn't freak me out. I've actually gotten better and am slowly starting to get used to surprises. Sometimes I even find them thrilling, but they still stress me out. I think Eli likes driving me nuts, and that's at least some of his motivation for doing this to me. Either that or he's still trying to get back at me for the subway station date I wouldn't tell him about ahead of time. I promise today's the last day, he says. Tomorrow you'll get to see it. You're annoying, I mutter. And yet you still like me. That's debatable. Ouch. He holds his free hand to his heart. That's harsh. By the time we get back to my house, the sick feeling is almost completely gone. The morning drags. Amy's gone to some meeting at work. What she needs to meet about is beyond me, since she mostly just organizes people and keeps track of the jobs they're doing. Eli's still gone, and I'm so not interested in sitting around waiting for him. I make it to 9 o'clock before I grab my bike and head out. It only takes about 10 minutes to bike to the Robinson store. I've just barely walked in when Erica calls my name from behind the counter. Heaven, she grins. Long time no see. Hey, I say, heading over to the counter. I heard you work things out with Eli. I'm proud of you. Okay then, she seems way too happy about this fact. I'm glad you approve, I mutter. Her smile widens. If you're looking for Brandon, he's in the supply room. She shifts out of the way so I can get to the door behind the counter. Thanks. I don't really understand Erica. Maybe her attitude, the way she seems to know a bit too much about everyone, is a side effect of working in the hottest spot in town to gossip. It's a bit disconcerting since I don't know nearly as much about her as she seems to about me. The supply room behind the counter is a surprisingly large room, full of shelves piled high with everything from food to clothes to book bags. Brandon and Rachel are sitting on bags of what looks like flour. Is that what you got to do while the rest of us suffered through workshops and volunteer hours? I ask Brandon, raising my eyebrows. This doesn't count as working, Heaven. He rolls his eyes. What are you doing here? I thought you and Eli were doing something today. Yeah, but he hasn't shown up yet and I'm bored. Brandon laughs. You are so good for him. What's that supposed to mean? Well, besides the fact that he smiles when he's with you, which I don't think you even realize is a rarity when you're not around, you make him work for it. Eli's used to having people do what he wants when he wants, and then there's you. I can't tell if that's an insult or not. I think he means it as a compliment, Rachel pipes up. He's just jealous because he doesn't have the guts to refuse doing exactly what Eli tells him to. Brandon turns on her. I thought you were on my side here. Just saying, she shrugs. I spend the whole morning and early afternoon with Brandon and Rachel at the store before Eli shows up. I don't even let him make it past the supply room door. He catches me as I throw my arms around him. Are you ready to go? I nod and he smiles. Smiling, Brandon coughs somewhere behind me, and I shoot a glare in his direction before heading out with Eli. Eli takes me back in the direction of his secret beach, but he swears that's not where we're going. Even when we get all the way to the entrance path to Cali Beach, he claims our destination has nothing to do with his beach. Do you trust me? He asks. Yes. He takes my hand and leads me into the woods off the path. Where are we going? You'll see. The trees are so close together, I'd never know there was a way through them if I wasn't following Eli's footsteps. We walk for several minutes of pushing aside brush and ducking under low-hanging branches. Here, Eli says, as the trees end and a clearing in the middle of the woods opens up. It reminds me of a much smaller version of the clearing where the underground parties are held. But this clearing isn't empty. There's a small house in it, smaller than the home I've grown up in. It's cute, with white walls, a clay-tiled orange roof, and a little porch wrapped in a white iron fence. How? I can't get past that one word. A friend, he says, as if that explains anything. No one has lived here or used it in years. It's ours as far as anyone who knows about it is concerned. Ours? What kind of friends do you have that can give you a house? Come on, he grins and leads me onto the porch. Eli, there's a house in the middle of the woods. How? My friend built it a long time ago. He doesn't live far from here, and the house is connected to his electricity and water. But he says he hasn't used it in more than 10 years now. But it looks fine, I point out. Not like it's been abandoned. Well, I did do some work on it. What do you think took me all week? Can I go in? That's kind of the idea, he chuckles. The door doesn't even creak as it opens. I wonder exactly how much work it took on Eli's part to make the house what I'm seeing before me. Counters line the right wall along with a stove and sink. To my left is a small round table with 4 purple and yellow cushioned chairs around it, and behind that there are 2 sofas with a low coffee table between them. The split between the kitchen and the rest of the room is only indicated by the tile floor switching to wood. I gaze around in awe. With its cute style and the yellow and green floral printed wallpaper, it's exactly how I imagine a summer cottage might look. What do you think? Eli asks nervously. He got me a house. I feel like that's not normal after 2.5 months of dating. It's kind of amazing, though. It's perfect, I tell him honestly. You haven't even seen the rest of it. He circles his arms around my waist from behind me. I don't need to see the rest of it to know it's perfect. I turn in his arms and kiss him. I can't believe you did this. I would say more, but I don't get the chance before his lips are back on mine. Thank you, I tell him when he pulls back. Seriously, I love it. What? You're not going to give me some crap about how us being together is a bad idea, yada yada? Shut up. Yes, ma'am. He grins and kisses me again. One of his hands skates over my shoulder and plays with the strap of my shirt. Is this okay? He murmurs against my lips. Uh-huh. And this? His fingers trace my neckline, brushing the skin just under my collarbone. I can't tell if he's teasing me or being serious. Instead of answering, I place my hands on his hips and slide my finger up under the hem of his shirt. Is this okay? More than okay, he says, his voice rough. Anything you want is okay. I'm yours. I swallow hard as the weight of his words settles on my shoulders. What if I mess up? That's not possible, he says. There's no right or wrong about this. We get to make up the rules as we go. My life changed the day Eli and I kissed. That day, that kiss, redefined everything for me. Everything changed again the day he gave me the house in the woods. For a week, we've been spending at least a short amount of time there each day. I've learned all 10 of the paths that lead to the house. We rotate through them so none become too cleared. When we're there, it's just so peaceful and far away from stress and life. It might be an illusion, but it feels like we're untouchable. We haven't even told Brandon and Rachel about the house, partially because it technically still belongs to Eli's friend, and partially because neither of us wants to risk breaking the spell of calm and tranquility we have there. For the moment, it's ours, and no one else's. We start calling the house Kansas. We named it after a place I read about in a book, about a girl named Dorothy. Dorothy lived in Kansas and ended up in a magical place called Oz, with wicked witches, flying monkeys, and questionable wizards. All Dorothy wants throughout the whole story is to get home. Since the house in the woods is the home where we really want to be, Kansas seemed a fitting name. Sometimes it feels as if Eli and the life we're living together is my own personal fairy tale. Most of the time, it doesn't seem real. Planting flowers outside, making a home for ourselves, all the things I never thought I'd have. The only downside is we've yet to spend the night at Kansas. I want to, but I'm not sure how to broach the topic. Ever since our highly awkward conversation about my not wanting kids 2 months ago, Eli's been pretty careful about not taking things too far. How do I tell him I want more? We could sleep next to each other without sleeping together. It's not like we've talked specifically about not spending the night, just like we haven't talked about the large bedroom in the back of the house with the double bed. I glance up from the patch of garden I'm working on, several feet from the house, which can be seen from the kitchen window. We met here this morning for breakfast, and we've been working outside since then. The temperatures are reflecting the oncoming summer. It's warm enough that I'm wearing jeans cut off at the upper thighs and a tank top, but Eli showed up this morning sporting his normal jeans and long-sleeve shirt. He must have meant it when he told me he taught himself to ignore the weather. He's ditched the shirt since I last looked at him, though. It's now tucked into the waistband of his jeans. Eli? I ask, trying really hard to drag my eyes away from his sweat-slicked arms and chest. Yeah? Can we spend the night here? I rush through the words before I can change my mind or lose my nerve. I finally make my eyes focus on his face. He's staring at me, unmoving, and I think he's trying to figure out if I'm being serious. You gonna answer? I ask, getting more nervous by the second. You shouldn't have to ask, he says. You tell me where to be, and I'll be there. I feel my lips curving into a smile, and I'm moving toward him before I realize I'm doing it. He doesn't get a chance to finish whatever protest he was about to make before I jump into his arms. He catches me around the waist. Sweaty and gross. I don't care. He's holding me up so my head is higher than his. It's strange to be the one looking down. I'm short enough that I'm generally only taller than children. My hands find their way into his hair, and I lower my forehead to his. I love you, he whispers. I freeze, my hand stilling in his hair. He loves me? Do I want him to love me? Do I love him? Some part of me definitely belongs to him. Is that love? Please say something. Eli lowers me so my feet touch the ground again. He doesn't let go of me, but his grip is loose. Even with his hand still on my waist, I feel the absence of his strength. He's pulling back, giving me space I don't want. You love me? You should know that by now. I love you more than I've ever loved anything in my life. Wow, that's a tiny bit overwhelming. I stand on my tiptoes and press my lips to his. I hope he can feel everything I haven't figured out how to say yet. All my feelings for him, as well as all my fear, because we're running out of time. I have something for you, he says when we pull apart. What? He takes my hand and pulls me into the house. It's not much. I stand by the door as he rummages in the pocket of his jacket, which is hanging over the back of a chair at the table. He comes back to me with a necklace in his hands, a coffee bean shell on a black cord. I promise it doesn't mean anything in regard to the underground or black market. I gasp. It's beautiful. I know it's not a book, he grins, but I wanted to give you something you could keep with you more easily. His fingers are warm on the back of my neck. The jewelry is bold and noticeable against my skin. It makes me think of Brandon giving Rachel the tattoo. I like having something so obvious to tie us together. We spend the afternoon at Cali Beach and then come back to Kansas for dinner. Eli cooks while I read aloud. We've made our way through all my Greek mythology, The Wizard of Oz, The Princess Bride, and a collection of fairy tales. Now I'm reading a book about a girl who loses her family in a car crash. Honestly, this story is making me grateful we don't have cars anymore. They sound pretty dangerous. The other stuff in the book is more desirable, though. The girl, her boyfriend, and her family all love music, and it's a huge part of their lives. I think that's why Eli likes the story so much. I like it because of the emotions, the feelings that are provoked by the intensity of the love and also the loss and pain. It's a rush for me, like Eli's rush when he climbs cliffs and sets things on fire. After dinner, we climb the cliff that leads to Eli's secret beach. We don't go down the other side, though. Instead, we stay at the top and watch the stars from there. It's so beautiful. I lean back against Eli's chest. Not as beautiful as you, he murmurs, kissing from my shoulder up to my ear. I wish I could stay like this forever. This is the moment, the one I wish I could freeze and never have to move past. I must have fallen asleep there in Eli's arms. The next thing I know, he's shaking me lightly. Heaven, we should go back. I mumble. Come on, baby, you have to wake up. I groan and force my eyes to stay open. Thank goodness getting down the cliff doesn't require actual climbing. If it did, I might be stuck up here until morning. The walk back through the woods from Cali Beach feels longer than it should. I guess the yard work took more of my energy than I realized. And climbing up the cliff is always super fun and exhausting. When we get back to Kansas, I pretty much drag Eli through the house to the bedroom in the back and collapse onto the bed, pulling him down beside me. A second later, he shifts and starts to get up. Where are you going? I whimper. So exhaustion apparently makes me very needy. I'm not going anywhere, he promises. I'm just taking my shoes off and getting us under the covers. Oh. I hear his boots hit the floor, and then I feel him pulling off my sneakers. I probably should have thought to do that. Too late now. I feel the blanket come over me, and then his body curls around mine as he pulls me back to his chest. Good night, baby, he whispers. Chapter 16, 75 Days. I blink in the morning light coming through the large window next to the bed. I can't move. My legs are tangled with Eli's, and his arm lies across my stomach, effectively holding me to the bed. I try to wiggle free of his embrace, and his arm tightens. Eli, I whisper. He pulls me closer and buries his face against my neck. Eli, I try again, though I'm just starting to think maybe I don't really need to get up right now anyway. Don't leave me, he mumbles. I won't, I whisper, not sure if he's awake enough to hear me or not. I maneuver one of my arms free and brush my fingers through his hair. I could get used to this, to mornings waking up in Eli's arms. Only our mornings like this are limited. They won't last forever no matter what I want or get used to. The thought is sobering, clearing the haze of warmth and peace. I wish I could go back a few seconds and not think that. If we only have 75 more mornings, then I want to spend as many as possible like this. Heaven? Eli murmurs, his voice thick with sleep. Yeah? You're here, he says against my neck. Where else would I go? He pulls back, propping his head up on his hand. His other hand trails through my hair. I wasn't sure if you'd stay, he admits. There's another room here, and I thought... His gaze shifts to the window behind my back. You didn't think I'd want to stay here with you? I know I've been cautious and a bit mistrusting throughout our whole relationship, but I never meant for him to think I don't want him. I told him he couldn't sleep in my room months ago, long before we were together, before I was admitting to either of us exactly how much he means to me. I didn't want that to be a permanent arrangement. I don't want to do anything you're not comfortable with. I know, but I want this too. You know that, right? I reach out and place my hand against his cheek, waiting until he looks at me before going on. I love you, Eli. I know I'm difficult and that I haven't made things easy for us, but I don't want you to be afraid of my every reaction. Wait, he says. You love me? A little part of me is dying. He sounds surprised, like he never expected me to say it. I love you, I repeat. I should have said it earlier. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. Not for that. I swallow the urge to say sorry again and lean forward, brushing my lips against his quickly. Then I pull back, untangling myself from his grasp and heading for the bathroom. I don't even want to think about how bad my bedhead is, and I really want to shower. The bathroom is only slightly bigger than the one I used to share with my siblings, but the small corner shower, rather than a full tub, makes it feel much more spacious. There's tile everywhere, the walls, the floor, the shower. Even in the summer, it's cold on my bare feet. As I stand under the warm water, my thoughts drift back to Eli and the limited amount of time we have left to live like this. I once asked him about running away, but we haven't talked about it in a long time. It feels more like a fantasy than anything, but I think if I asked Eli now, he'd be for it. It's stupid and dangerous, so right up his alley. But what if we're wrong, and by some miracle we aren't going to be assigned to Section 22 at the end of the summer? Can we just leave everyone we know behind on an assumption? I don't have an answer to that, and thinking about it is just going to drive me crazy. I turn off the water and get dressed, pulling up my wet hair so it doesn't drench my shirt. Eli is exactly where I left him, lying on the large bed, watching the bathroom door. Where did you put my shoes and socks last night? I ask. They might be under the bed. I raise my eyebrows. And why would you put them there? So you wouldn't trip over them getting out of bed. You have to remember I was half expecting you to climb out of bed in the dark in the middle of the night, and I didn't want them to be in your way. That's sort of sweet, actually, though seriously misguided. I lean down, reaching blindly for our shoes. Instead of the cloth of my sneakers, or even the thicker material of Eli's combat boots, my fingers brush along smooth wood. What the heck? I drop down to my knees beside the bed and find the edge of the wood, pulling out a box. It's stunning, carved with waves and shells. It's a piece of art as much as it's a box with a practical use. What's that? Eli asks, leaning over the edge of the bed to look down at the box. I don't know. Dirt and dust cling to the box as if it hasn't been touched in years. The lid lifts off easily with this satisfying pop that's more air than sound. Inside there are letters and photos tied together in bundles with string. Small trinkets and even a camera are nestled in the space between the bundles. I glance up at Eli. Who lived here before us? Do you know who this stuff could have belonged to? I'm not sure, Eli says. As far as I know, no one's lived here in a long time. I'm not clear on what it was used for before it was abandoned. Ryan, my friend who built the house, he won't talk about why he built it or what it took to make it all possible. It must have been important, I say. The number of laws broken and secrecy it must have taken to create this place. He had to have had a really good reason for building it. Trust me, I've asked. He's not one to give up secrets easily. I turn my attention back to the box and its contents. We really shouldn't be snooping. It could be a major invasion of someone's privacy. And yet that knowledge doesn't stop me from lifting a large stack of letters out of the box and carefully untying the string around it. Eli slips off the bed and sits beside me on the carpet as I arrange the letters in a semicircle around us, careful to keep them in their current order. The first letter is written in a loopy, graceful handwriting that doesn't look familiar to me. Eli leans over, resting his chin on my shoulder, to look on with me. Amy, I know you were mad at me last night. You'll probably deny it, but I know you were, and I can't stand that. You're my best friend, and I never meant to offend you. Don't disappear on me. Please let me make it up to you somehow. Come to the party tomorrow. I miss my dance buddy, John. I suck in a breath. The loopy writing I didn't recognize is my father's. I mean, it seems too coincidental for it to be a different Amy and John in Moonshadow writing letters to each other years and years ago. And there's a reply written on the back in handwriting I do recognize. Dear John, I'll think about it. Amy. These were written by my parents, I say, still feeling a bit stunned. I had no idea they used to write to each other. The more important question is, why are letters from my parents in this box, this house? But I can't bring myself to voice that question yet. I put the letter back on the floor and reach for the next one. What a night, huh? When are you going to tell me what's going on between you and Matthew? He totally has a crush on you. Have you two kissed yet? I want details. Please, please, please give me all the details. Like, don't spare me anything. John. Who's Matthew? I ask, as if Eli will magically have the answer. There's no last name, Eli says. I'm not sure we have any way of knowing. I mean, these letters could have been written before your parents were even sectioned. Matthew could have moved out of Moonshadow entirely. Both your parents grew up here, right? I nod silently, still staring at the letter in my hands. It's not just the mysterious Matthew that bothers me about the letter. It's the way there isn't even a hint of jealousy in Dad's words. He sounds excited for Amy, like he wants her to be with this other guy. I turn the page over to read the response on the back. Matthew's a friend and you know it, and we most certainly did not kiss. Amy. Ouch, Eli mutters. I hope Matthew never read that. There are a couple more letters about various dances attended and boys kissed or not kissed. Then, rather abruptly, the letters take a darker turn. Amy, what happened to us? We used to be fun and easy. Now you're mad at me all the time. What is it that I'm doing? Because I'm still the same person I've always been, and suddenly that's not good enough for you. I can't be something I'm not. I'm sorry that I love parties and dancing and kissing. I'm not going to change because of who you want me to be. I love you, Amy. You're my best friend. But I'm not going to change, and I'll never be a one-woman man. I'm sorry, John. Damn, Eli breathes. I wish I knew when these were written. Was it before they were sectioned? Before they were paired to be married? I really hope it wasn't after they were married. But even if it was before, it's not a good start to any kind of love story. A part of me wants to stop reading, to put the letters and box back under the bed and pretend they don't exist. Instead, because I'm an idiot, I turn the letter over and look for my mother's response. Parts of it are crossed out, making some of it barely readable. Dear John, I can't take it anymore. You're such a player, and you don't even care about all the hearts you break. As long as you get to dance with whomever you please, right? I'm tired of standing off in the corner while you flirt your way through the whole young adult population of Moonshadow. Do you know how it feels to be the one person, boy or girl, who John White won't kiss? I'm not even good enough for the guy with no standards. I just miss when we were close, and it was us and Matthew against the world. I miss you, John. The you were before all the dating. Amy. The next page in the stack isn't a letter at all. It's an official document embossed with the seal of Southern California. Recipient, John White. Answer to marriage request filed June 24th, 89 ES. Paired with Ambrosia Michaels. Please report to the request office with your pair to collect your marriage certificate and complete your legal union. I guess that clears up any possibility these letters were between a different John and Amy. I haven't given much thought to my parents' marriage. It's not something I ever wanted to analyze, but now I'm wondering how they felt about this assignment. They must have known each other for years before being paired together. They were friends. Did they worry a marriage would ruin their friendship? Or was their friendship already ruined by then? I reach for the next letter, hoping for answers, but it's all about wedding plans and options. So is the letter after that, and the one after that, up until I've read through the whole pile. My parents must have stopped writing to each other after they got married. I guess that makes sense, since that's when they started living together. Heaven? Eli asks, his voice hesitant. I want to know more. Are you sure that's a good idea? But I'm already reaching for a stack of photographs from the wooden box. In the first picture, my mother is leaning back against the chest of a guy who looks about the same age as her, with messy black hair and pretty hazel eyes. One of his arms is resting on her shoulder, and he's holding a book in the other hand. He's looking at the book, and Amy's eyes are closed. Neither of them seem to notice the photographer's presence. On the back is scrawled Matthew and Amy, 89 ES, in my dad's loopy handwriting. My mother would have been 20 when this picture was taken, a couple of years younger than she was when she married my father. There are more pictures of Amy and Matthew, and even a few of Dad. I pause on one of my parents on their wedding day. Amy looks beautiful in a plain white dress. She's so obviously delighted as she rests her head on Dad's shoulder and smiles at the camera. Dad's smiling too, but his eyes are serious and solemn. They're my eyes through and through, the exact same bright blue color. He looks like he's just sacrificed his happiness for some greater cause. He has that look of resignation. He does look like you, Eli observes. There are pictures of my siblings and me too, us as babies up to Lydian being a teenager, but I can't be older than 5 or 6 in any of them. I put the photos back into a neat pile and tie the string back around the letters I've already read. Eli watches me the whole time, not saying anything. The next stack I pull from the box is smaller and tied with a silky ribbon instead of coarse string. Eli warns, I don't think this is a good idea. I meet his eyes. I can't just not look. This is my family, Eli. Do you know how many times I've wished for answers? How many hours I've spent wondering what happened to make my father leave us? I can't just let it go while knowing there might be answers in this box. Okay, he nods. You're right. I just don't want you to get hurt. I don't have a great feeling about this. Every page in this stack of letters is crammed with writing. I only read the first few lines before deciding it's a bit too private for me to be snooping. I try a different stack. I can feel Eli's eyes on me, their wariness and possible disapproval, but I can't seem to stop. I feel like I'm on the very edge of understanding something important, something that will put everything, all the questions, into perspective. I unfold a severely creased letter, and as I begin to read, I swear my heart stops. Hush. She knows. Not about who you are or the house or any specifics like that, but she knows I don't love her, that I love you. She knows I've cheated on her, betrayed our marriage, and broken her heart. God, I am such a jerk. I heard her hush. She wants to know why I never told her. She says she could have understood that I don't like girls that way, but she's not sure she can forgive me for lying. Am I a horrible person? I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. I swear she won't find out who you are. I'll never tell, no matter what happens. I'm sorry for the mess I've caused. I love you. I love you so much, and I've been so selfish when it comes to you. Even if I could go back and change it all, I'm not sure I'd have the strength to stay away from you. I can't stop loving you any more than I can make myself love her the way she deserves. I understand if you don't want to see me again, but I'm an incredibly selfish person, Hush, and I'm begging you, please don't leave me. Yours forever, J.W. I'm shaking, and I'm not even fully sure why. The piece of paper falls from my hands, and I make no move to pick it up. How much of this did Lydian and Cedric know? How many secrets tore my family apart? Eli has moved to my side. Are you okay? He places his hands on my cheeks, and his eyes search my face. I'm not sure. He reaches down and picks up the letter. I watch his gaze move across the page silently, and then understanding lights his eyes. Shit. I just need a minute. My entire life feels like it's changed in the blink of an eye, and I don't know how to navigate it anymore. I try to remember my father, if there were ever any signs he and Amy were so unhappy together. Maybe you should go, I say after a minute. I'm probably not going to be good company at the moment. Heaven, don't do this, Eli pleads. Don't push me away. Let me help. I don't think there's anything you can do, that anyone can do. It's too late. All this had to have happened years ago. He reaches out and folds me into his arms, holding me tight, and I let him. I pull back first and glance around the room. It looks like a paper factory blew up in here. Somehow I've managed to scatter the contents of the wooden box everywhere. I start to get up. I should clean. No, Eli says, grabbing my wrist and pulling me back to his chest. I'll get it, okay? How could she not tell me? I whisper. All those years I asked, and she never told me anything. Amy, he guesses. I nod. She'd never talk about Dad. She said she didn't have anything belonging to him, and she always got so tense and upset if I mentioned him. Maybe she didn't want to change your opinions of him. Eli combs his fingers through my hair, and his other arm is wrapped around my waist tightly enough to keep me there. I lean into his comfort. He's so warm and solid, and I need him. Like Dad needed Hush. Eli? Yeah, baby? What's going to happen to us? I mean, forget our section assignments for a minute. Beyond that, what happens? We move into apartments and get jobs, and then what? We'll have to make the same choices my dad did. Either forego a family or put in a marriage request and be paired with whomever the evaluators think we're compatible with. I don't know if I could live with those options any better than my dad did. I love you, and I don't want to be with someone else. I don't know what's going to happen, Eli says, and I hate the defeat in his voice. What if we leave? I say. We've talked about it before. We can run away. Heaven, you know I'd run with you, but this isn't the time to make those kinds of decisions. You should talk to your mom. Ask her about all this. Take some time to think. I don't need time to think. I shake my head. It's simple. I want you, and the only way I can have you is if we leave. Leaving isn't going to be easy, Eli says. We need time to plan and gather information. And then if by some miracle we make it out, surviving on our own in the wilderness is going to be its own kind of difficult. I thought you were for this idea. I'm not for the idea of making a rash decision you could regret because you're upset. I'm not making a rash decision, I snap. Oh, what about everything you're leaving behind? Have you thought about that yet? What about your mom and our friends? I don't care anymore. You don't mean that. Yes, I do. A part of my brain is trying to tell me I'm being hasty and operating on emotions I have no handle on whatsoever. But that part of my brain isn't in control right now. I can't live like that. I don't want to turn into my dad. You won't, Eli promises. We'll figure something out. We can't figure anything out if we're separated. Then we won't let them separate us, he says simply. I'm not letting you go. You got that? If it means running, we run. But we need to be smart about this. Chapter 17, 75 Days. The view from the kitchen window really is beautiful. The garden of flowers is in bloom, and I think I could close my eyes and tell you exactly how many flowers of each color and type are in that garden by now. I've certainly been staring out the window long enough. Eli's cleaning up my mess in the bedroom and taking care of the box of letters and pictures. I feel like I should be helping, but honestly, I don't ever want to see that box again. The door to the smaller bedroom opens and Eli emerges, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Come on, let's go somewhere. He tugs me away from the window. Where? The beach. He never calls it his beach. I know he's referring to the secret one nestled between the cliffs when he says the beach, instead of naming a specific beach. Eli, are you coming? He asks, turning back to face me with one hand on the front doorknob and holding the other out to me. I sigh, a small smile trying to force its way onto my lips. I take his hand. The sun is starting to sink toward the horizon when we get out of the woods to Cali Beach. It's getting easier for me to climb the rocks that keep Eli's beach generally unreachable. I'm not going to be climbing without the ropes anytime soon, but I can now make it up without feeling like my arms are going to fall off. The beach is as beautiful as ever. I feel like the cliffs provide slightly better security from the rest of the world than the trees surrounding Kansas, and that security is more than worth the climb to get here. Eli begins unpacking his bag as soon as his feet touch down on the sand. He brought more than I'd assumed. There's food, a bottle of water, a couple of blankets, and a few books I'm pretty sure came from my room. How long are you planning on staying? I ask, taking in not only the contents of the bag, but the pile of firewood and a circle of stones he must have set up earlier. I'm just keeping our options open. We can stay as long as you want. What if I never want to leave? Then we don't have to leave, he answers, as if it were that easy and we could survive here with nothing but 100 square feet of sand and the supplies in Eli's backpack. Eli lights a fire while I spread the blanket and stretch out in the cool nighttime air. I really should have brought a sweater, or at least worn pants instead of cutoffs. The fire's warm, though. I watch the flames come to life, sparking and casting a golden orange glow over everything the light touches. What are you thinking? Eli asks, turning to look at me. Nothing. You look completely lost in your own little world over there. I'm not, I insist. I'm just watching you. And, he prompts. And what? You don't honestly expect me to believe you're just watching me and you don't have some thought running through that brilliant head of yours? I'm not thinking about anything specific, I tell him. I'm just happy. You're happy? He raises his eyebrows at me. Okay, so maybe that was a bit of a weird thing to say since I've been pretty clearly unhappy since the letter reading and my life imploding experience this morning. You make me happy, I clarify. Really? Surprise flickers across his features. Really? A smile spreads over his face, the kind that lights up his eyes and makes him even more gorgeous than he normally is. He drops onto the blanket beside me, his arms surrounding me in warmth, and places a soft kiss on my shoulder. Thank you, I whisper. For what? For everything. I want to stay up and talk to him all night. There's still so much to say and figure out. But after a while, I can feel my eyelids start to droop, and the time between opening my eyes gets longer and longer. When I wake up, the sky is the gray of right before sunrise. I roll over, reaching for Eli, but my fingers find only the soft blanket and empty air. I sit up fast, wide awake now. Hey, Eli says, looking up from stoking the fire. You're awake. I nod, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm fairly sure I never want to wake up alone again. Ever. Are you all right? He asks. You look agitated. It's been a stressful 24 hours. I know what you mean, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. What are you thinking now? I still want to get out of this town, I tell him. You were right that I do care about leaving my mom and my friends, but it doesn't change the facts. If I stay here, I have to do what the evaluators decide for my life. I don't want that, no matter what I have to risk or lose for my freedom. It's going to be dangerous. Eli sits beside me and I rest my head against his shoulder. More dangerous than anything I've done before. Do you think it's possible? Maybe. I think the first step should be talking to people in the underground, an illegal trade, and figuring out if anyone's done it successfully before. I can ask. I want to come with you. No, it's risky, and you don't know your way around the black market. We're supposed to be in this together. I glare at him. This is both our lives we're talking about. You're not doing it without me. Heaven, he pleads. I'm not changing my mind. You just have to deal with it. He's quiet, and I'm not sure if I've won the argument or if we'll be having it again very soon. He can't really stop me if I want to do this, and I think he knows that. Moonshadow's not that big, and I have no doubt I can find answers if I look. Really, I just have to find less, or even just camp out at the field where the underground parties are held until someone shows up. If someone has successfully gotten out, how would anyone know? I ask. I mean, wouldn't they just disappear? We won't exactly be able to talk to them or ask how they did it. No, but it would be proof that it's possible, Eli says. And I don't know what else to do, unless you want to try to swim across the ocean. He lets out a frustrated sigh. I'm sorry. We could talk to Brandon and Rachel, I suggest. They might have ideas. And they have their own connections. The more people who know about this, the greater the risk. I trust our friends. What about Sarah, he asks. Do you trust her too? I'm not sure what he's getting at. Is he trying to say I'm too trusting? As if. Sarah and I aren't really friends anymore, I say. And I wasn't suggesting telling her. Just Brandon and Rachel. One of his hands trails from my upper arm down to my wrist, where the blue braided bracelet circles it. There's a party a week from Friday. Do you want to go with me? We could make it a double date, tell Brandon and Rachel about our plans, and introduce you to the illegal trade. He doesn't exactly sound thrilled with any of what he's saying, but he's not trying to push me away, and that is huge. I smile. Yes, I shift so I can kiss his cheek. Thank you. I am so going to regret this, he mutters a second before he turns so that he can press his lips to mine. Chapter 18, 63 Days. In the days between the night we spent at the beach and the night of the underground party, Eli does everything in his power to avoid talking about plans or the black market or really anything serious. We split our time about 50-50 between Kansas and Amy's and spend the week and a half playing house. I can't really complain, but it's not the most productive thing we could have done with our time. Brandon and Rachel agreed to the underground party double date, and we're all meeting at Amy's before heading over together. "Hey, stranger," Rachel cries, throwing her arms around me the second I open the front door of my mother's house. "What happened to this being the summer of our lives? I've hardly seen you since school got out. What the hell's up with that?" "I'm sorry. Things have been interesting. I don't have a particularly great excuse. I can't tell Rachel about Kansas since it's not really my secret to tell, the house belonging to Eli's friend and all, and I don't want to talk about running away until we're far from Amy." Rachel rolls her eyes. "Though I really want to give you a ton of crap right now for being a terrible friend, I'm going to forgive you so we can get on with the rest of our summer. I hope you realize how much of a bigger person I'm being. You better appreciate it." "I love you," I tell her. "And I haven't even given you your present yet." She grins, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She's in a surprisingly good mood, considering she's supposedly pissed at me for being a crappy friend. I watch her run back to her bike, pull a bundle of fabric from the basket on the front, and run back to the front door. "Your room, now." I don't argue. I need all the bonus points I can get from her at the moment. Once we're in my room, she dumps the pile onto Lydian's bed. "Which ones do you want?" she asks, spreading out the stuff so it starts to become actual articles of clothing instead of a shapeless blob. "What is all this?" Brandon and I raided his mother's store. She shrugs. "You stole all this?" "No." Her eyes widen as if she can't imagine doing that in 100 years. "We bought all of it with my parents' money," she adds dismissively. Oh, sure, because stealing her parents' money is totally fine. Rachel pushes long black locks of hair back from her shoulder, exposing the lotus flower tattooed there, and holds up a white tank top. "What do you think?" "Looks nice." She strips out of the shirt she's wearing and pulls on the tank top. "So are you going to tell me what you've been up to all month?" "I will, I promise. I just want to wait for the boys." "You've become one of those girls, really haven't?" "Those girls?" I raise my eyebrows at her. "The kind who can't do anything without her boyfriend? I'm surprised you haven't completely started talking in the plural yet." "That's not what this is." "Sure." She doesn't exactly sound convinced. She holds up a salmon pink sweatshirt. "Should I wear this?" "It's too warm for that." "Ooh, but they're matching shoes." She pulls a pair of sneakers, the exact color of the sweatshirt, from the bed and sighs. "It'll be worth it," she decides, pulling on the sweatshirt. "If you say so," I mutter. "Come on, pick something." I eye the pile on the bed and pick up some close-fitting pants that look like they might actually fit right. Most of my clothes have come from Lydian, and we were never quite the same size, though we were close enough to fudge it. It can't really hurt to take just the jeans, even if I'm not sure I should be supporting this dress-up party. "You need more than just the pants," Rachel says, when I've changed and don't immediately return to the pile. "Rachel, no." "This," she says, ignoring my protest completely. "Definitely this." The top she's holding out to me is pale blue and white striped, with short sleeves and a V-neck. It's cute, and it's not worth arguing with her about it. Rachel appraises me after I change into the shirt. I approve. "Imagine that," I mutter sarcastically. "It's not like you picked it out or anything." Before she can respond, the bedroom door opens and both boys walk in. "You actually weren't kidding," Eli says, staring with an amused smile at the clothes spread out on the bed. "I told you I wasn't." Brandon crosses the room in a couple of strides and wraps his arms around Rachel. "You look gorgeous, princess," he tells her. "I'm glad you think so." She smiles up at him way too sweetly. "You know I'm going to make you change too, right?" He sighs. "And what's wrong with my clothes?" "They're boring," she tells him. "This is a date. It's supposed to be special." Brandon looks down at his plain jeans and white V-neck t-shirt, then looks back at Rachel. "Fine," he sighs in surrender. "What am I wearing?" For Brandon's outfit, Rachel decides on jeans with holes across the knees and a faded dark gray t-shirt. It's certainly different from his normal look. While Brandon changes, in Cedric's room, not with us, Rachel gives Eli an expectant look. "No way," he tells her. "I'm not your boyfriend, and you are not going to dress me." I hide my smile behind my hand, trying really hard not to laugh. Rachel turns her expectant look on me. "What?" I ask. "You already picked out my outfit. What do you want from me now?" She rolls her eyes and gives me the most exasperated look. "He's your boyfriend. Fix this." She gestures to Eli's leather jacket and usual ensemble. I sincerely doubt Eli is going to be wearing anything Rachel's brought, no matter what I say to him, but I'm a little too scared of Rachel to refuse. Also, there's a decent amount of guilt mixed in for going MIA for the past 3 weeks. I move to the bed and select a pair of blue jeans and a burnt orange and forest green flannel shirt. I glance at Rachel and she gives a nod of approval and then conveniently leaves me on my own. Eli stares at me like he's never seen me before and maybe a little bit like I've betrayed him. "No," he shakes his head. I just look at him. "No," he says again. "I didn't even say anything." "You didn't have to. The answer is no." "Okay." I move my hands up his chest, pushing his jacket off his shoulders. "It's not going to work," he says. "The answer is still no." Personally, I don't care what he wears tonight, but his adamant refusal makes this a challenge I can't resist. It's too much fun teasing him, testing how far I can push. I rise up on my tiptoes so our lips are only inches apart, so we're breathing the same air. Eli's eyes darken and he murmurs, "Have I mentioned how much I like these jeans?" His hands settle on my hips, and I silently thank Rachel for her thieving habits. I like this Eli. He makes me feel beautiful and sexy and powerful. Eli bends to kiss me, but I push away before he can, dancing out of his grasp. He makes a sound of protest, low in his throat, and reaches for me. I back up again. He lunges, and I let out a startled shriek. Eli's arms capture me, and his lips come down on mine, hard and soft at the same time. His tongue wets my lips, begging for further access. My lips part without me thinking about it. I think I gasp as the kiss deepens, and I can taste that spicy flavor that's all him. My heart is pounding when we come up for air. At some point, his hands moved from my hips to my butt, and my hands are tangled in his hair. "We should go," I force myself to say and step back, knowing if I don't now, we might not be going anywhere anytime soon. We're supposed to be on a double date. "Wait," he protests. "One more kiss?" I shake my head, backing out of his reach. "Nope." "What if I wear those?" He gives the jeans and flannel shirt a mistrustful look. "I'd consider it." "Fine." "Wait, really?" I didn't actually think he'd cave. "You're lucky I love you." The party's already in full swing by the time the 4 of us get there. I note that Eli rolls up the sleeves of his shirt to the elbows the second we set foot in the field. I think he wants to show off his tattoos and make sure everyone knows how badass he is, even without his leather jacket and ripped jeans. Our little group stays at the edge of the crowds where we can dance without crashing into anyone, though I'm not sure that would really be an issue since Eli's body and mine never get more than a couple of inches apart, and we're not taking up that much space. He keeps an arm around my waist, and I wind mine around his neck, fingers tangling with his hair, as our hips move together in time with the music. He pulls my leg around his hips with the arm not around my waist, and I suck in a sharp breath. "You ready?" he whispers. "For what?" He doesn't answer before dipping me so low my hair brushes the ground behind me. I lean into the dip, bending back as far as I can go before he pulls me up. Our chests are pressed together, and I can feel his heart beating just as fast and hard as mine is. I tighten the leg wrapped around his waist, pulling myself closer so there's not an inch of space between us. I look into his eyes and see hunger there. There's no other word for the way he's looking at me, like he wants to devour me. I wet my lips as a feeling of desire pulls low in my stomach. How long have I been waiting for this? The freedom to do whatever we want without holding back. Eli's forehead rests against mine, and I can feel his whole body tense, holding back from whatever he really wants to be doing. "Kiss me," I whisper. He doesn't disappoint. His mouth crashes down on mine, and there's no way to get enough. My fingers dig into his back as our tongues begin a dance of their own. The person I was at the beginning of this year would be embarrassed right now. Hell, she'd be embarrassed to be watching us, never mind being us. But she didn't understand how it feels to be free. Totally and completely free. Not just of rules, but of insecurities and inhibitions. It might catch up with me later, but I'll worry about that when, if that time comes. Jeez, guys, seriously? Eli breaks our kiss long enough to give Brandon a death glare and then returns his full attention to me. I really want to pick up where we left off, but we're supposed to be accomplishing other things tonight. With a sigh, I pull back slightly, removing my leg from its place at Eli's hip. We need to talk, I say, turning in Eli's arms so I'm facing Brandon and Rachel. What's wrong? Brandon asks. It's sad that he assumes needing to talk automatically means something bad. It's even sadder that he's right, and it pretty much is never a good thing. This is serious, Eli says, and we're trusting you guys not to breathe a word to anyone. He manages to make that whole thing sound like a threat, and he now has the full attention of both of them. Spit it out, man, Brandon says. We're listening. I'm the one who spits it out. We're going to run, I say. We're leaving Moonshadow. And going where? Brandon asks. Do you think you can survive on your own in the wilderness? There's skepticism in his voice, even though I think he's genuinely asking. And it's a valid question. We've never lived in a place without stores for food and clothes. We'll figure it out, I say, knowing that's a naive answer. So you're leaving us. Brandon doesn't sound happy, but at least he doesn't sound angry. Yeah, Eli answers, and there's a sadness in his voice too. Leaving our friends isn't something either of us wants to do, but we don't want to stay here either. I think I need a minute. Brandon turns away from us and starts to walk off. I can't tell if he doesn't want to see us or if he's trying to hide some emotion he doesn't want us to see. We'll catch up with you guys later, Rachel promises as she runs after Brandon. I'm sorry, I whispered to the space where they were seconds ago. They'll be okay, Eli promises. I know, but that doesn't make this suck any less. I watch the spot several feet away where Brandon and Rachel are talking. The clock is ticking on our time with them, with anyone, and then we'll be as gone as if we died, assuming we don't actually die in the process of leaving. I'm going to go find Les, Eli says reluctantly. Do you still want to come with? If you've changed your mind, you can stay, and I'll be back soon. I'm not changing my mind. Okay, then. He takes my hand and we walk into the crowds of people. Les is waiting for us, leaning casually against a tree at the edge of the clearing. He looks pretty much the same as the first time I met him. Thick curls falling toward oddly golden brown eyes, broad and well-muscled. His shirt sleeves rolled up to make his biceps more noticeable. He's not glaring at me today, but I remember all too well how scary it is to be on his bad side. He nods to me. Always a pleasure, Heaven. Eli tenses beside me, and I know he still doesn't like Les giving me any kind of attention. Les grins, and I'm pretty sure he likes getting under Eli's skin a bit too much. You, not so much, he says to Eli. You tend to cause me trouble. Awesome, Eli says. I don't really care. I need you to register Heaven with the black market. Les crosses his arms and looks to the sky as if it holds the answer as to how to deal with us. That's not going to happen. Why not? Eli demands. Because no one knows who she is. You got her that bracelet, didn't you? She has no connections besides you. That's not going to be enough to get her a necklace. And I am standing right here. Les turns the full intensity of his gaze on me. Sorry, kid, but I don't know what to tell you. No one's going to approve your registration without having a clue who you are. How do I make connections then? I ask, looking from Les to Eli. You can start by telling me why you want in, Les says. I glance at Eli and he shakes his head. This isn't going to work. I can do the trading alone. No, I snap. You're not shutting me out of the plans. Eli would rather I not participate in this, so he's not going to push as hard as he could. I don't think he has it in him. So I'm on my own. I have to figure this out with Les and whoever else is involved. I know I'm new to this scene and no one important knows who I am, but I'll do whatever it takes to get known, I tell Les. How do I make connections? Les stares at me for probably a full minute before answering. To trade on the black market, you have to register, or be registered, with the top person who runs the Moonshadow Underground. That person has to approve, or you get nowhere. And you're saying I have no chance of getting approved? It takes time to build up relationships and connections with people who can vouch for you. And how much is my relationship with you worth? I ask. He lets out a startled laugh. Our relationship? Watch it, Eli snarls. I'm a contact person, Les says. I set up deals for traders and buyers. I can register you and arrange your deals, but it's getting approval that's going to be hard. What do you have to offer the black market? Why are you worth it? Les's questions hang in the air between the three of us. What skill do I have to offer the black market? I can pick a lock pretty quickly, but I sort of doubt that's the kind of skill I can sell. I wasn't really planning on trading anything myself. I just don't want to get left out of Eli's deals. The silence stretches on awkwardly as I try to come up with something to say. She's not going to be trading. Eli finally breaks it. She just has to be with me. Explain, Les says. We're going to do something incredibly stupid and reckless together, and we're going to need all the help I can buy to even have a chance at pulling it off. The together part means she goes wherever I go. And this incredibly stupid and reckless thing is? That's our business, Eli says. Les lets out an exasperated sigh. If she's not trading, she can probably just sort of ride off your license, be present for the deals without taking part. And again, I say, I'm still right here. Stop talking about me like I can't hear you. You better get used to it, Les says, because if you want to be playing this game, you can't be drawing any kind of attention to yourself. You have to become an accessory during deals. I don't like it, but I don't have any other choices. So I keep my mouth shut and nod. Les turns back to Eli. What are you looking for tonight? Information, Eli answers. I'm looking for someone who knows what's on the other side of the border fence, guard towers, and the wilderness beyond them. The blood drains from Les's face. That's not the kind of information many people have. Crossing the fence is a lot harder than procuring train tickets. Anyone who's done it isn't going to admit to it unless they really, really need something you're selling. Eli nods. You'll let me know if you think a deal would be possible? Don't hold your breath. The conversation is pretty much over after that. Les heads off, winking at me as he passes. That didn't feel particularly successful, I mutter once he's gone. Oh, it was. Eli grins, a light sparking in his eyes. Les just confirmed crossing the fence is possible, that it's been done successfully before. Sure, it'd be great to be able to talk to someone who's done it and knows what's on the other side, but I was really looking for the confirmation someone has done it. I shake my head, feeling my lips turn up at the corners. You're a genius. It's actually a little scary sometimes. Nah, I don't scare you. He gives me an arrogantly charming smile, bordering on a smirk. You sound rather sure of yourself. I kind of like the way he doesn't doubt my lack of fear. I know it's a big deal to him. Well, you haven't run screaming yet, he says, taking my hand. Now let's go find our friends and see if they're ready to talk to us yet. We find Brandon and Rachel dancing near the drink table. They look happier than when they left us. I pause when I see them pulling Eli to a stop beside me. I don't want to interrupt them. Rachel spins under Brandon's arm, black hair streaming out behind her, before he pulls her back into his arms. They look so happy, and I hope like hell they get to stay that way, because breaking Brandon and Rachel up would be the most effed up thing the evaluators could do. Way worse than assigning Eli or me to Section 22. We probably deserve it, but Brandon and Rachel aren't like us. They should get a happy ending. If anyone deserves it, it's them. Eli's arms wrap around me from behind. I love you, he whispers in my ear. He's been saying that a lot lately, but it doesn't get old. I still feel the same shock and disbelief, followed by warmth and a fluttery feeling that I got the first time he said it. I bend my head back to look at him. I love you. Chapter 19, 21 Days. The bed is too small. I'm trapped between Eli's body and the wall. The first time we slept here, we tried pushing Lydian's bed against mine to make one bigger bed. That didn't work so well. We might have both ended up on the floor between the two beds. They most definitely didn't want to stay pushed together. But while sleeping in my tiny childhood bed is better than the floor, it's still not ideal. I roll over in the tiny space and Eli moans in protest. Sorry, I whisper. I maneuver my body, trying to get up without pushing him off the bed. Where are you going? He mumbles, his hand reaching out and grasping my wrist in a surprisingly strong hold. I have to get up, and you need to leave soon. No, I'm not letting you out of my sight today. He sounds dead serious. Eli, you have to. There isn't really a choice. He has to be at his parents' today, just like every other person getting their section assignment. I don't care, he says, sitting up on my bed so the pink comforter falls to his waist. My eyes lower to his bare chest and get a little stuck there. I want to be here for you. It's so messed up that we're not going to be together. For 6 weeks, we've spent nearly every second together. I haven't spent a night without him or been alone at all, and yet it doesn't feel like it's been anywhere near that long. These weeks have been the shortest of my life. They've gone by in a blur of planning, parties, and spending time with our friends and my mother. Brandon and Rachel have been helping us decide what we're going to bring with us over the border and stockpile stuff from the store. We can't bring more than necessities, but deciding what things are most essential has been a 1.5-month debate. I've never had to worry about things like which foods last longer versus which are denser and more calories for less bulk, or whether it's more important to have warmer clothes or sturdier, well-made clothes. It's like a game to figure out how we'll bring the most we possibly can in as small a space as we can. It's amazing how much time has bled away while we traded for illegal weapons, read everything we could find on survival in the wilderness, and practiced shooting Eli's pistol without ever actually shooting it because we can't risk anyone hearing us. And that doesn't even count the time we spent trying to do normal things with our friends and my mom, like celebrating my 18th birthday. I don't want to let Eli out of my sight any more than he wants to go. I'll be fine, I promise him. I'm pretty sure I know what the letter's going to say anyway. You can't. I stop him. Please don't do anything crazy today. We have to be smart, remember? This day is emotional for everyone. All section assignments have serious effects on our lives. We move away. We get a section we didn't want. We get one we did. We find out our friends aren't going to be living in the same town. We find out they are going to be with us. No matter how things pan out, it's a big deal, and that way only life-altering decisions can be. Eli reaches for me, pulls me into his lap, and buries his face in my hair. Meet me tonight in the grove of sycamores at the end of the street, I say. Just in case someone's watching, we shouldn't go to Kansas. I'll be there as soon as I can be. Take your time. Eli might never admit it, but I don't think he's immune to the trepidation of this day. Even though we've already decided to run, it's not going to be easy to read what futures have been assigned to us. I wrap my arms around his waist and hold on tight. Several hours later, I'm alone in the living room, staring at the piece of paper in my hands. It's kind of baffling that this sheet of paper has power over my entire future. The letter looks official, just like my siblings did, with its fancy seal from the evaluators of Southern California. Miss Heaven White, you are assigned to Section 22. You'll be sent from Moonshadow to Fort Medrano. Please make all necessary arrangements. You will be collected and escorted to alternate transportation on moving day. Good luck with your future endeavors. It's not signed. It just has the seal. I guess I don't need a signature to know who it's from. I shove the letter deep into my back pocket. I want to run to Eli as fast as I can. I need to feel his arms around me and hear him tell me everything's going to be okay. But like I told him, we can't do anything crazy today. Running to Section 3 like a bat out of hell isn't smart. We're meeting tonight. I'll just have to wait until then. Since going to Eli for comfort isn't an option right now, I head into Cedric's room for the next best thing. I root around in my brother's closet until I find the hoodie I'm looking for. It's too big for me, reaching my mid-thighs with sleeves that fall far past my hands. I've been stealing it when I need comfort ever since Cedric moved, but it's been a while since I've been in Cedric's closet. I return the sweatshirt there after every time I borrow it, even though he doesn't need it back. I pull the hoodie over my head and grab the book that's waiting on my nightstand. I want to get out of the house before Amy comes home and can ask about my section assignment. That is one conversation I really don't want to have. That probably makes me the most selfish, heartless daughter in the world, but I don't think I can take her reaction, or her lack of one. I slip out the back door and walk as calmly as I can, trying to radiate normalcy. If I pretend hard enough, maybe I'll start to feel it. Unlikely, since every person I pass is looking at me like they expect me to self-destruct or something. I feel like an animal from a different time that people used to keep in cages so others could gawk at them. Walking doesn't take much brain power, and I can't help thinking about Eli, back at his parents' house, reading his own assignment letter. We've been operating on the assumption that we're both getting Section 22, but there are 21 other assignments Eli could get. I'm sure he's killed his chances of getting into some high-class, prestigious section, but it's still possible he got something different. I think of Brandon and Rachel getting their letters as well. What did they get? Are they happy with their assignments? The grove of western sycamore trees is a welcome sight. It's not the kind of woods I could get lost in, like the forests that hide the underground parties or Kansas. But at least here I'm off the road and can put some space between myself and the eyes of my neighbors. I don't know how long it will take Eli to get here, but I don't have anywhere else to go right now. I can't go to Kansas or the abandoned subway station. I have to assume someone's watching me, making sure I don't freak out and try to make a run for it. I sit on the ground with my back against a tree and glare at my ratty sneakers. Damn, this is harder than I thought it'd be. I take a shaky breath and reach for the book in my hoodie pocket. It's The Princess Bride because I really need a favorite right now, one I know I can get lost in. It takes a minute to get into the story, but the book doesn't fail me, and soon I'm in Florin instead of Moonshadow. I'm ignoring the world in favor of the story of true love prevailing and characters running away together into the sunset. I hardly notice when the real sun begins to sink in the sky as the hours slip past. "Hey, Buttercup," Eli's low voice says beside my ear. I close my eyes and relish it. He sounds as relaxed as ever. I turn from the book to face him, and his lips brush mine quickly. Sadly, not a kiss that could go down in history. Eli isn't smiling when he pulls back, and a fresh bolt of anxiety runs through me. "How long have you been here?" I shrug. "I'm not really sure. A while." "I'm sorry." He tucks a lock of my hair back behind my ear, letting his fingers linger on my cheek. "I should have been here earlier." He takes the book from my hands and flips to the title page. He smiles very slightly. "I had a feeling," he says without looking up from the book. "Eli," I reach out and place my hands over his, ignoring the way my heart is pounding in my chest and the taste of fear in the back of my throat. "What section did you get?" He still isn't looking at me. His head is bent over my book, though I'm almost positive he's not reading it. "I don't want to tell you." I lean forward, moving my hand to his cheek until he looks at me. Looking into his eyes is like falling into the ocean. I feel a bit like I'm drowning. There's pain in his eyes, and I hate it. I hate not knowing what it means. "Tell me," I plead. 13. I let out a breath and fall back against the tree, my hand slipping from his face. I can't figure out what I'm feeling. My brain is going into overdrive, trying to process and reevaluate everything. I can't really feel anything for a few seconds, and then a horrifying understanding sets in. I'm alone in my section assignment, in my death sentence. Completely alone. Because if Eli tries to help me escape now, he puts himself in danger. Danger he's not in. He was wrong. We were wrong to assume that we'd both be sent to Section 22. I'm being sent there. There's a target on my back, but there isn't one on Eli's, unless I put it there. I can see his life flash before my eyes in a series of images. The life he could have if I don't drag him down with me. If we don't try to run away, he'll be able to stay in Moonshadow. He could work in construction or architecture with Section 13. He'll be able to keep his contacts in the underground and support himself easily. maybe even support a family someday. I force myself not to react to the thought. If I won't be in the picture, I can only hope he finds someone else who makes him happy. Heaven? He asks, and I have to close my eyes against the worry in his gaze. I know what I have to do, and I know that worry is going to turn to pain and probably anger very soon. We have to call it off. I keep my eyes closed like the coward I am. If we don't run, you have a future here. And I open my eyes, making sure he understands what I'm saying. You're safe. His fists clench and his expression hardens. No, he says through gritted teeth. Absolutely not. Eli, no, he says more forcefully. This wasn't just about Section 22. Hell, this was never about Section 22. It was about being together, not letting them separate us. What are you suggesting, that I stay here while you go off to Section 22 by yourself? That is what you got, isn't it? There's something frightening in Eli's eyes. I've never seen him look like this. It's anger and panic and denial all mixed together. I nod. Yes, I whisper. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's suicide, Heaven, he yells. Not quite, I say softly. I know there's a slim chance that I'll survive the military training I'll be a part of in Section 22, but Cedric hasn't died yet, as far as I know. Some people make it. I'm not letting this happen, he says fiercely. I can't. Don't ask me to do that, baby, please. His voice breaks on the last word, and my heart breaks along with it. Hey, I murmur, pulling him to me. His head falls onto my shoulder, and I can feel him shaking. I wish I could tell him it's going to be okay, but it's not. Not for a long time, anyway. I'm serious, Heaven, he says. I'm not going to just let this happen. There's nothing you can do. I can feel my eyes fill with moisture. This isn't going to go well, and it's going to hurt every bit as much as I worried it would. But I can't be selfish about this. I can't risk Eli's life. It's not going to happen. The anger has drained from his voice, and desperation has taken its place. My dad can do something, he says. He won't take you. He can't. Mr. James, as head law officer, will be the one responsible for collecting and escorting me out of Moonshadow. He will, I say gently. If he doesn't, he'll just get himself in trouble and someone else will. Eli shakes his head. You're not going. Our story is not over. There are hundreds of chapters we still have to write. This isn't going to be the end. The tears start to slip down my cheeks. He's wrong. Our story is coming to a close. I have 21 more days. Then I leave this town and everyone I love behind. Maybe I'll get a couple more pages after that. Maybe even chapters. But I'll be writing them on my own, just like he will. There will be no more chapters for us to write together. With every bit of strength I have, I remove myself from his grasp and stand. Cedric did this, and he managed to keep his head held high the whole time. I can do it too. I'm not going to curl up in a ball and feel sorry for myself. And I'm going to keep Eli from getting in the middle of this any way I can. Please don't do this. He rises to his knees in front of me. Please, Heaven, if you ever loved me at all, stop. I can't listen to this. Let him convince me to change my mind. I won't let him throw away his chance at living for me. Don't you dare try to use my love for you against me like that. How do you think I feel? I'm a dead girl walking, and I won't let you follow me to the grave no matter how much I want to stay with you. Don't ask that of me. I couldn't take it. And you think I can endure watching you be pulled from my life, knowing I did nothing to fight it? I can't just let you go. You don't have a choice. There's a pressure clamping down on my chest, a saw building there as my heart shreds itself into pieces. Please, he begs again. Goodbye, Eli. The horror of those words and what they mean threatens to choke me, but I know he won't give up on me otherwise. I love you, he whispers so softly I almost can't hear it. I pretend I didn't as I turn away and force myself to leave the grove. I never wanted to fall in love. I mean, I did, but not here and now, not in Moonshadow at my age. Hopefully Eli can find happiness again when I'm gone. Other girls will move to Moonshadow on moving day. Other girls will move to Moonshadow on moving day, and maybe one of them will strike his fancy. He'll move on and forgive me for today. Someday. Chapter 20. 21 days. I start running as soon as I'm out of the trees and the road stretches before me. I run as though if I can just push fast enough, I can erase the pain that's invading every part of my being. Now that Eli can't see me and there's no one to pretend to be strong for, it's harder to hold it together. The thoughts I wasn't thinking about are pressing in, demanding to be acknowledged. What will happen to me now? Will I just become another name Amy refuses to mention? Another person who's been erased from Moonshadow, forgotten as life goes on without me? What's waiting for me at Fort Mandrano? Will I really get to see Cedric again? Honestly, the idea of seeing my brother again scares me more than any of the other questions crowding my head. Because if I do, and he's different, I don't know if I'll be able to take it. And he will be different. There's not a doubt in my mind. A road snakes off my street to the right, leading to the rest of town. I take that turn. I'm not ready to go home, to face Amy. About 20 minutes later, I stop outside the Robinsons store. I stare at it for a second before walking around the side of the building. Please be here, I pray, as I knock on the storeroom door. I'm not sure it's fair of me to be here, but it feels like it'd be even more unfair not to tell them the truth. Several long seconds pass before the door opens and Brandon stands in the doorway. "What are you doing here?" he asks. "Nice to see you too," I reply. "Can I come in?" "Heaven?" Rachel runs at me the second I'm through the door. Thankfully, Brandon's hasty about getting the door shut behind me so I don't fall back outside. As it is, my back slams against the door with the force of her hug. I hug her back, holding on like I'm never going to let go. I don't think I ever want to let go. "What happened?" I ask Rachel as she pulls back. "Where did you guys get assigned?" "Brandon's staying in Section 7, just like we all knew he would." "And you?" Her teeth sink into her lower lip, and I brace myself for bad news. "I got Section 16. I struggle to process all that this means in a matter of seconds. They're not in the same section, so there's no chance they'll be paired together if they put in a marriage request. That's not good news. But at least they're both staying in Moonshadow. I'm the only one who doesn't get to stay. All my friends are going to keep living in Moonshadow, and I'm going to leave in 3 weeks. I want to be happy for them, relieved even, but I'm overwhelmingly jealous at the moment." "Heaven, what's going on?" Brandon asks. "Where's Eli?" I meet his eyes and see the understanding there. He knows I'm not here for a social visit. Not today. "I don't know where he is right now," I admit. We're not really. I squeeze my eyes shut for a second before whispering, "We're not going to leave. I called it off. I called off everything." "Are you all right?" Brandon looks nervous, like he expects me to collapse or throw some kind of fit. "Not really," I answer in a tight voice. "Why did you call it off?" Rachel asks. I swallow around the lump in my throat. "I got Section 22, and he didn't. If we don't run, he has a chance at a life here." "You'll break his heart, Heaven," Brandon says. "He's never going to get over this." "He will," I say, telling myself as much as Brandon. "He deserves better than me, and he'll find her. He'll forget about me, and nothing we had will matter anymore. I won't matter anymore." I slid down the door of the supply room to the cement floor. "But why did you get assigned to Section 22 and not Eli?" Rachel asks. "Eli's not much of a soldier, and he's not really a threat," Brandon says softly. "Eli's the friend who, when he tells me to run, I hightail it without a thought about helping or having his back. We're not equals, and we've never stood together against something. He was the kid who knew how to hold his own in a fight," Brandon shrugs. "And until he met you, he never let anyone stand beside him. Alone, he's not much of a threat." "But," I prompt, sensing there's more to his explanation. "But then there's you," Brandon says. "You're not another guy trading illegally or another teen who's rebelling against highly regarded parents. You brought something out in Eli, and if you tried, You could lead rebellions. You're someone worth following because you're smart and fearless, and you make people feel like you know what you're doing. What people? I ask. Us, Brandon says. You think just anyone could get Eli on their side? There are no sides, I say, and I'm not fearless. You just dumped Eli and all plans of escaping so he can be safe while you go to Section 22 alone, Rachel says. You're not exactly the picture of fearfulness. What was I supposed to do? Let him die for me? Because escaping never had a high success potential. It was really only a viable idea when we were both going to Section 22 and had a low chance of survival anyway. Then we could argue it was worth the risk. I tried not to fall in love with him. I leaned my head back against the door. I really did. I know. Brandon drops to the floor beside me. I get it. It wasn't a bad plan. But I failed. I did love him, and then I broke us. This is my fault. No, it's not, Brandon says. You can't take all the blame for what was between you and Eli. Rachel sits beside me and takes my hand. What can we do? I look over at her. Help him. I know he's going to hate me, and he's going to need someone. I turn to Brandon. And don't let him do anything stupid. Brandon laughs without a trace of humor. I'm honored you think I could possibly stop him from doing something stupid. I'll try, though. I promise. Thank you. I take a deep breath and push up from the floor. I've got to go. He might come here, and I can't be here when he does. It's fully dark as I leave the store and go home. To Amy's house. I know there's a chance Eli will be there, but it's not like I have anywhere to go that he doesn't know about. I make it all the way to my street before it all hits me, and I fall to my knees on the pavement. He's gone. This is really happening. I hold a hand up to my mouth to stifle the sobs I can't hold back. How did I screw this up so royally? I had rules. I wasn't going to do this. I'm not sure how long I kneel there on the side of the road. I don't think anyone sees me. At least if anyone did pass by, I didn't notice. I'm a little preoccupied with the whole crying like there's no tomorrow thing. I haven't cried like this in years, but I can't stop. It feels like 1,000 moments are dying in my chest. Eventually, I run out of the strength to keep it up anymore. I'm exhausted in every meaning of the word. Amy's not up when I come into the house. I open the door to her room as quietly as I can. I've never done this before. When I woke up in the middle of the night as a kid, I always went to Lydian or Cedric. There was a sort of unspoken rule that you didn't wake Mom or Dad in the middle of the night. I'd always preferred Lydian or Cedric anyway. I was only 7 when Dad died, and Amy wasn't ever all that comforting. But things are different now. I'm not a kid, and there are no siblings to go to. Amy's sleeping on one side of the double bed. Dad's side is an empty space beside her. I crawl into that space, careful not to wake Amy. Good night, Mom, I whisper. Amy shifts in her sleep, and I wonder if some unconscious part of her heard me. I blink sleepily in the late morning sun coming through the window of Amy's room. It all comes back to me in a rush of memories that sleep blessedly took away for several hours. I remember coming home late and crawling in with Amy, after I left Brandon and Rachel, after I broke my heart and Eli's. I clamber out of Amy's bed. Her side is empty, so she's obviously up, and we really need to talk. I stop short in the entrance to the kitchen when I see Amy. She looks like crap, not just sad or sort of out of it, but more like Dad just died again crap. There are dark circles under her eyes, and her skin is a pale color that doesn't look healthy. Her beautiful long hair is a snarled mess around her face and shoulders. Her eyes are unfocused, and they look haunted. Amy? I ask softly. She doesn't respond, but instead of seeming lost in her own world, she seems trapped there. Mom? I try again. That gets her attention. Baby? I blink, taken aback by the endearment. Are you okay? I force the words out around the lump that's appeared in my throat. Where were you yesterday? She asks without answering me. I was with friends, I tell her. An emotion clouds her eyes, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. I wait for her to say something, to acknowledge that my life changed yesterday, but she's quiet. If she wants to know my section assignment, she's not showing it. I stalk past her to the back door. I have to get out of here. Are you going to tell me what your letter said? Amy asks when my hand touches the doorknob. Are you going to ask? I reply bitterly. Because you didn't seem all that interested. I don't want to bore you. Heaven, she sounds hurt. That should probably make me feel guilty, but it feels amazingly good to get a reaction. You're my mother, I practically shout at her. This is supposed to be important to you. You're supposed to act like you care. I do care. I don't believe you. She laughs, and it's a hysterical, broken sound. Hearts are complicated things, she says. It's not always so easy to decide what your heart is going to feel. I was burned by love, and the thing is, even when you heal from that, you're not the same person as before. I never intended to shut you out. I was scared, baby. Scared of how long I'd have with you and Lydian and Cedric. Sometimes it was like I'd blink and all this time had passed. All of a sudden you were all grown up. I love you more than anything, and I'll admit, sometimes I wish I didn't. Ouch. This is definitely not making the list of my top most fun conversations. I do understand where she's coming from, though. Kind of. A couple of months ago, I found these letters from Dad. Letters between you and him. Him and someone named Hush. Amy sucks in a sharp breath. What? She whispers. Why didn't you tell me? I demand. You knew. Dad's letters made that fact inescapably clear. And you never thought I deserved to know? I asked. I begged you to tell me about my father. You didn't tell me he hurt you, that he cheated on you. Yes, he cheated, she says, her voice the picture of calm. He fell in love. Like that makes everything okay. You don't sound particularly upset. Oh, at the time I was. I was hurt and angry, the whole shebang. But in the end, I did the same thing. What do you mean? His name was Matthew, and he was exactly what I needed. I went to him when I wanted a shoulder to cry on. At some point, we moved from crying to kissing. Some of it was about pain, and I'll admit, revenge. I wanted to hurt John the way he'd hurt me. But somehow it was also about love. I fell in love with someone who loved me back. You fell in love with Matthew? Just like that? And is she talking about the same Matthew Dad asked her if she'd kissed? How did you fall in love with Eli? Amy asks. Was it some explainable event? I guess not. I don't even want to think about the fact that she seems to have no doubt I'm in love with Eli. But if you loved Matthew, why have I never met him? We had a bit of a disagreement a long time ago and broke it off. She looks down at her hands, which are clasped together on top of the table. Damn, I was kind of hoping she'd still had that shoulder to cry on. She might need it after I tell her what I need to. My section assignment is 22, I blurt out. She doesn't exactly look surprised as she looks up at me. Have, she murmurs, standing and pulling me into her arms for the first time in what feels like years. Her arms are surprisingly comforting, and I relax into her embrace. It's going to be okay, I tell her. I'll be with Cedric. I know, she says, her voice wavering. I wanted a reaction, but as Amy's tears fall against my shoulder, I sort of regret that wish. Because Amy obviously does care what happens to me, and watching another person cry over me adds a couple more cracks to my broken and aching heart. You asked me a while ago if I had anything of your father's you could take, Amy says, pulling back. I don't have anything of his, but I do have something you can take. I follow Amy into her room where she opens a small box of jewelry and removes a wooden heart on a silver chain. I've never seen her wear this particular necklace before. Matthew made me this, she says. I want you to have it. I can't take that, I say. It was a gift for you. I want you to. Just take the necklace, Heaven. I have a feeling you might need it someday very soon. What does that mean? She shakes her head. I hope you never have to find out. Amy, whatever happens, whatever you and Eli decide to do, be careful. Her eyes search mine, and I have a feeling she expects us to do something crazy. Something like running away. Mom, what are you not telling me? There are secrets I can't share, she says sadly. I'm sorry. She places the necklace in my palm. I love you. I love you too. I look at the wooden pendant in my hand, and when I look back up to where Amy was standing, she's already left. That was possibly the oddest conversation I've ever experienced. I'm sort of pissed and sort of baffled by whatever secrets she was prattling on about at the end there. What is she not telling me? Is she just going crazy? I honestly don't know. I do believe she meant it when she said she loved me, though. Despite all her mistakes and the fact that I'm not sure she's completely sound all the time, I don't doubt she loves me. I clasp the necklace around my neck where it hangs an inch or so below the shell necklace Eli gave me. It can't really hurt if it makes her feel better. Chapter 21, 19 Days. Coarse sand scrapes against the soles of my bare feet. I can't remember the last time I came to Wildlife Beach. It was Lydian's favorite of the 3 beaches in Moonshadow, mostly because it was no one else's favorite. The sand isn't soft, and the water isn't calm or sheltered. Some people say it doesn't really count as a beach. It's all the sand that runs between Singer's Cove and the east side border fence. The beach is unsurprisingly empty this lovely Sunday evening. Everyone who wants to be at the beach is at one of the real ones. I didn't really plan on coming here, but the stairs down the cliff face to Wildlife Beach are only 2 doors down, and I couldn't stand being in the house any longer. Watching the hours tick by on the clock, counting down the days until I become another phantom added to Amy's fantasy world, was driving me crazy. I spent the whole weekend feeling like a ghost haunting my house. I'm still alive, but I feel as if I've already joined the rest of the ghosts that live there. They're everywhere, living in the empty chair at Lydian's desk, in the dust coating Cedric's bed, in the pictures of Dad and Amy that hang on her walls, on the couch where Eli spent so many nights before he moved to my room. I walked to the water's edge and then wade in almost to my knees. The water pushes and pulls at my calves. If I walked far enough in, the water would take me out to the open ocean. There's a current that runs somewhere out here, one of the main reasons this beach is so unpopular. I'd be free. And I'd be dead. I almost laugh. I'm just like my dad, aren't I? All those fears I had about turning into him weren't misplaced at all. On the one hand, there are so many things I wish I could go back and change. But if I really could go back, I'm not sure I would be able to do things differently. Just like Dad said he wouldn't wish away their relationship in his letter to Hush. Even knowing what I know now, would I be able to erase all the good we had? And now I get to be the bad guy for leaving. I'm the one giving up on us, and it sucks. I hate feeling like I failed him, like I took everything he could give me and then threw it back in his face as soon as things got hard. I hate this feeling of my mind being in constant war with my heart. I want him, and I want to save him, and I don't see a way I can have both. God, I miss him. It's only been a few days, 2 nights of not waking up beside him in the morning, but it feels like it's been so much longer. I'm sick of being trapped in my thoughts with nothing to do but think. I don't have plans to make or stuff to pack or a boyfriend to make out with. What do I do now? Heaven, a voice calls from behind me. I look over my shoulder to see Rachel standing on the beach. Dark hair blows behind her, a sharp contrast to the white tank top and pale blue shorts she's wearing. I leave the water and meet her on the sand. Hey. As I get closer, I can see her face more clearly. Her eyes are red and her lower lip is trembling, as if she's fighting tears. I almost ask if she's okay, but it's pretty clear she's not. Amy said you were here, she says. I hope it's okay I came. I just really wanted to talk. Her voice is wobbly, more evidence that she's trying not to cry. I take a step closer to her and wrap my arms around her shoulders. She clings to me like I'm a lifeline, and then she does start crying. Rach, I breathe. I'm sorry, she says between shuddering breaths. I'm just a mess. This is so much harder than I expected. I mean, I'm trying, and Brandon's trying, but it's hard. Brandon and I are supposed to go in different directions on moving day, and that hangs over us like a black cloud. I don't want to think about it, but I can't help it. It's going to be okay. I'm using the phrase okay pretty loosely. You're going to get through it. You and Brandon are both going to stay in Moonshadow. You can make this work. I can't believe I'm even suggesting that. 6 months ago, I'd probably be saying the exact opposite. Because what kind of life can Brandon and Rachel really have together? They'll never be able to live together or start a family. Having children without being married would land them in jail for months, if not years. And being forced to give that child up, I can't even imagine what that would do to them. But none of those facts will make Rachel feel better. They won't make her or Brandon happy, and they won't magically take away what they feel for each other. I keep thinking he's going to want to break up in a few weeks, she says. He's going to want a family and a house, and all he has to do to have all that is give me up. Hey, stop, I tell her. He doesn't want to break up with you. How do you know? Because I see the way he looks at you. He's not going to give you up that easily. I still feel like he's waiting for the day that we're not together, Rachel says. Like that day is definitely going to happen. This is Brandon we're talking about. I give her a gentle shake. The same Brandon who worried you'd regret getting a tattoo. I can only imagine the regrets he's afraid you'll have if you stay with him long term. I'd put money on him preparing for the day you leave him or being worried about your safety, but not on him wanting to break up. I don't want him to break up with me to keep me safe either. Her words hit me like a sucker punch to the chest. Isn't that exactly what I did to Eli? And here I am trying to reassure Rachel that Brandon won't do the same thing to her. Is it possible I'm making a mistake? Or do I just want to believe that because I miss him so damn much? I don't think Brandon will do that. I force myself to focus on the conversation I'm supposed to be having. You did, she whispers. Eli'd do anything for you, you know. I know. There's no real doubt in my mind. Eli would run through fire for me. He'd step in front of a bullet. And that terrifies me. Even more than the fact that I'd do it for him, too. I get that this is an incredibly insensitive thing to say, but you're lucky. That kind of love doesn't happen every day. I open my mouth, but she holds up a finger to stop me. You're my best friend, and I love you, but I think you're making a mistake. I get what you're trying to do, and maybe you're right, and Eli's better off without you, but you can't make his decisions for him. What am I supposed to do? I ask helplessly. I'm a ticking bomb. In 19 days, I'm going to explode and destroy everyone who's too close to me. Trying to push him away isn't working, Rachel says. Not being able to do anything will destroy him too. Hours later, when I'm lying in bed not sleeping, Rachel's words are still playing in my head. Am I doing the right thing, or am I needlessly causing us pain by trying to avoid what's unavoidable? Is it too late to keep Eli safe? An image of his face as I last saw him, begging me not to leave, cuts its way into my mind. I wince, and a cold I don't think has anything to do with the temperature turns my veins to ice. I wake up feeling panicky and sick to my stomach, so a normal morning as of the past couple of days. I slept late, and Amy's already gone to work when I get up. As bad as I thought hanging around the house the past 2 days was, it's infinitely worse without Amy here. I have got to get out of this house, like yesterday. 10 minutes later, I'm setting my bike in the rack beside the entrance to Singer's Cove. Several hundred people are sunbathing and swimming in the waves. This used to be my home away from home, but in recent months I haven't been spending much time here. I debate swimming, but end up walking across the sand to the other side of the beach, where the dock ruins are. It's barely recognizable as a dock at this point, just a pile of old boards that are no longer held together. Some of them are broken and jagged, and nails stick up here and there, but it's not nearly as hard to climb as the cliff face that hides Eli's secret beach. I lie back on a piece of rotting wood and close my eyes, listening to the waves. The sun covers me in warmth and turns the inside of my eyelids red. Time passes. I have no idea how much, and I don't care. Have? I jump at the sound. My eyes fly open, and sunlight immediately blinds me, forcing me to close them again. I sit up before reopening them. Eli. He's standing below me where the dock meets the sand, making me realize for the first time how high I've climbed. Hey. Hi, I managed to get out past the squeezing feeling in my chest. Holy crap, he's here, right in front of me when I have nowhere to hide and no way to run without coming down from this pile of wood right where he's standing. Oh God, this is actually happening. What are you doing here? I blurt out. Eli shifts from foot to foot, looking as nervous as I feel. I was looking for you, actually. Really? Right or wrong, I want that to be true so badly. Look, we need to talk. Eli, no, just hear me out, okay? I know what you're trying to do, and if our roles were reversed, I'd probably be doing the same thing. But damn it, Have, this is killing me. Not only do you not want to go through with our plans, but you also don't want to see me for the rest of the time we have living in the same town? How does that make any sense? I sigh. That was a rhetorical question. I'm not done. Okay, then. I love you, Heaven, and I cannot sit back and watch this happen. I won't be your excuse for not fighting for that future we were going to build together. And you can't ask me to be okay with you sacrificing our future for my safety. I don't want to be safe if you aren't. I know I can't force you to do anything, but please, I'm not going to go away, and I'm not going to give up. If you want to spend the next 3 weeks fighting, fine, that's what we'll do. But you aren't getting rid of me that easily. He meets my eyes, holding my gaze. I can see the determination there, but also 100 other emotions. I swallow hard. He's dead serious. I don't doubt him for a second. If I have to make bets on which of us will cave first, I'll bet it'll be me. Because damn, I don't want to stay away any more than he does. I tried, but I'm not that strong. I don't want you to get hurt from my own selfish desires. The desire to live is selfish, Eli mutters. I might not die, you know. Maybe I'll thrive in Section 22. Not everyone dies. This is more like a last-ditch effort than a real argument. I'm about 3 seconds from giving in, and I think Eli knows it. He doesn't even respond to my words. He climbs up the dock ruins to where I'm sitting. We've already wasted too much time, he murmurs, his lips only inches from mine. Our time is precious, and we don't have enough of it to be wasting it fighting. You're right, I say. But don't say it. He interrupts me again. I'm starting to get a little irritated with that. Don't say what, I demand. Whatever you were about to say. There are no buts. Just leave it there. My lips tug up at the corners, much to my annoyance. Leave it at, you're right? I ask dryly. He grins. You know I'm right. Then his face grows more serious. I love you, he says, and I've missed you so much. I can feel our breaths mingling in the space between our lips, all 3 or so inches. I tell myself to pull back, but he is right. We're wasting precious time. Move back, move back. The distance is shrinking with every thought. I'm screaming at myself. His lips are soft and consuming and as hot as ever. I officially have no self-control. His mouth moves hungrily against mine, demanding and needy, but I'm really not any better. We're so breaking the PDA laws right now, and still I can't get my body to listen to reason. My hands wind around his neck, fingers tugging the tie from his hair. He moans against my mouth and then pulls back. It's good to see one of us has some sort of control. I'm going to hate myself for asking this, but what are we doing? What do you want to do? I don't want to give up and just let you go on moving day, but I'll take whatever I can get with you. His forehead presses against mine, and we're doing that breathing the same air thing again. I'm kind of hoping I've convinced you to take me back. I always wanted you back. He smiles and kisses me again, a quick, legal one this time. I swallow back the disappointment as Eli moves away, holding out a hand to me. He helps me climb down from the ruins to the soft sand below. When we're both on solid ground, he pulls me into his chest, holding on like he has no plans to let go anytime soon. Are we okay? He asks while his hand draws slow circles on my back. I think so. I have no idea what our plan is moving forward, but staying away from Eli wasn't working. I didn't even know how much I could miss him until this weekend. Maybe I could have done the right thing, the selfless thing, but not when he's here, fighting me every step of the way. Do you want to do something? Eli asks. We could go somewhere, or see if we can find Brandon or Rachel. Later, I tell him. I don't want to do anything at the moment. I want to take one afternoon without thinking or planning or worrying. Then we'll do that. For the afternoon, we act like a storybook couple, like we don't have a care in the world. We kick off our shoes and walk hand in hand along the beach. We talk about things that don't matter, topics that don't hurt. I always valued how I could talk to Eli about everything, how we shared our painful and deep stories and thoughts. But being able to talk about things that don't fall into that category is just as important. We talk about books and our friends. We talk about parties and music. It feels really nice to get back to that, like we're getting back to us. We've spent so much time focused on running away and dangerous plans for the future that we sort of lost sight of what we used to have. Hours later, we climb the stairs from Singer's Cove to the street above and find Mr. James and another younger law officer standing beside the bike rack. They appear to be in the middle of a very serious conversation or an argument, it's hard to tell. But they both stop talking quickly, turning their attention to Eli and me. I have a very strong urge to shrink back from their stares or maybe run away, but I'm frozen in place. Eli's hand tightens around mine, and I don't miss the way he shifts, so he's standing slightly in front of me. I can take it from here, Mr. Meering, Mr. James says, his voice cold and authoritative. The young law officer, who seriously can't be older than 30, gives a stiff nod that says he doesn't agree with Mr. James's statement, and then turns to leave. I need to see your identification, Mr. James says, looking between Eli and me. Both of you. Crap. I've been here before. Not with Mr. James or Eli, and not quite like this, but the situation still feels familiar. The last time I was asked for identification while with a boy, that boy went to prison and hasn't been seen since. Eli pulls the plastic ID card from his back pocket with his free hand, never letting go of mine. He hands it over to his father, and Mr. James looks it over like Eli's a stranger and not his son. You too, miss, he says, his eyes focusing on me. My hand trembles as I pull the ID from my pocket, and the card slips from my fingers to the pavement. Eli picks it up and hands it to Mr. James, before leaning down to murmur in my ear, Everything's going to be fine. It's okay. I was told you two put on an interesting show at the beach a few hours ago, Mr. James says, not looking up from our ID cards. Crap, crap, crap. How could we be so stupid? There were hundreds of people on the beach today who could have witnessed our kiss. Neither Eli nor I say anything as Mr. James writes something in a notebook. Is it better to deny it or confess? Finally, Mr. James looks up, his eyes bouncing between the two of us. Consider this your one and only warning. Next time this gets marked on your permanent record. His voice stays cool and professional. He sounds as if he's being uncompromising, but I know he just let us off the hook. We're not supposed to get a warning. This kind of incident is supposed to go on our records where it can be taken into account when we request marriages or houses or travel. My eyes are wide, and it's actually hard not to gape at Mr. James as he hands our identification cards back and turns away without another word. Is that normal for you? I ask Eli, when his father is out of hearing range. No, but I've never gotten in trouble with the law before. None of those rumors are true? I remember him telling me something about losing count of how many laws he's broken and that he's never been to jail, but I didn't realize he'd never been caught breaking the law before. I'm just that good, Eli smirks. I let out a startled laugh that only sounds a little shaky. Come on, let's get out of here. Eli's been staying at Kansas, and I promised to meet him there after having dinner with Amy. I'm still in a state of shock through the ride back to Amy's house. The whole encounter with Mr. James was a pretty major slap in the face. Eli and I got careless for a few minutes and had not one but two law officers involved within a couple of hours. Mr. James bent the rules for us. Next time we won't be so lucky, or the time after that, because we're going to keep making mistakes. We have 2.5 weeks left to make them together, and I don't think we'll magically stop making stupid, careless mistakes after moving day when we're not together anymore. Or maybe I'm just coming up with excuses and theories because deep down I still want to run away from all this. I want to cross that fence with Eli just as much as I did that day we first decided to do it, maybe more. It's a crazy plan, and it might get us killed, but that risk might be a price worth paying for freedom. How many times can I change my mind about this before moving day? One day it's too dangerous, and then the next it's worth the risk. Back and forth again and again. I guess the question is, which do I want? Safety or freedom? The thing is, I don't know which is more important. What's freedom worth if I'm dead? And what's life worth if we're not free? Ugh, this isn't getting me anywhere. Amy's cooking when I walk in the door. Wow, I say, coming up behind her. It smells delicious. Can I help? She smiles and hands me a knife and some tomatoes. Did Eli find you? Yeah. I keep my eyes on the vegetables I'm cutting as I ask, how'd you know he was looking for me? He came by yesterday while you were gone. We talked for a while. You didn't tell me you two broke up. I think we're back together now, so it doesn't really matter. I think it probably matters a lot. She glances at me. You were both pretty miserable yesterday. I let her words sink in. I'm sure if we gave it enough time, Eli and I would both survive. We'd move on, and the open wounds on our hearts would close and heal and turn to faint scars. But what's the point? I love him, he loves me, and denying that just makes us unhappy. Nothing feels right if we're not together. I'm going to stay with him tonight, I tell Amy. This isn't an abnormal thing. I've spent countless nights at Kansas, but it feels different this time, like I'm trying to prepare her for my leaving being more permanent. Eli's already at Kansas when I arrive. He's sitting on the couch strumming his guitar softly. It's so normal that for a second it feels as if the past few days were just a bad dream. Eli looks exactly as he always does in jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, despite the summer heat. His sleeves are pushed up, though. He stops playing as soon as I'm through the door, setting the instrument aside and coming to greet me. Hey, are you okay? No more run-ins with law officers? I'm fine, I say. I didn't get stopped by any law officers. If only that was all that worried me. You don't really look fine, he says. Talk to me, baby. I'm going crazy trying to guess what's going on inside your head. I don't know what to do. Running away seems like a crazy, stupid idea. And not running? That also sounds crazy and stupid. I want to go. I want to stay. And I want to just freeze time and not have to choose. It's going to be okay, he murmurs, folding me into his arms. We're going to figure this out. You don't have to do this on your own. I know people have let you down, but don't push me away, Hev. You can trust me. I hope I've shown you that by now. Do you really think we can do it, or are you just okay with going through with a suicide mission? Be honest with me, Eli. I think it can be done, he says. I don't know if we'll succeed or not, but I think we have a chance. And I know that's not the same as a guarantee, but it's all we're going to get. I'm not afraid of Section 22, I tell him. I mean, a little bit, because I'd be crazy not to be, but it's not the section assignment that's really scaring me. I'm afraid of losing you. I know. Believe me, I know. His voice is shaking, and his arms tighten protectively around my shoulders. Cedric let the law officers take him away. I can still remember the last day I saw him as we waited in the living room for someone to come and escort him to whatever transportation would take him to Fort Medrano. He was so okay with it. I mean, it was probably all an act for my benefit, but he didn't fight it for 1 second. He didn't get mad or ever show he was afraid. I pull out of Eli's arms so I can look up at his face. I don't want to do that, to let the future happen to me like I don't get any say. Hope sparks in Eli's eyes, but his voice is cautious as he asks, will you run with me? I nod. Why do I even bother trying to do the right thing when it comes to Eli? It never seems to work. A smile spreads across Eli's face, and it almost erases the guilt over the danger he's getting himself into for me. What are you thinking? He asks, his hands coming up to cup my face. That I want you to kiss me. Eli hesitates for a second, like he's not sure what the catch is. Then he presses his lips lightly against mine. His lips are so soft and gentle. He's being cautious, careful. I'm less careful. I kiss him like he's the air I need to breathe, as if his kiss is the only thing that can keep me alive. I fiddle with the edge of his shirt, debating between sliding my fingers under the fabric or tugging the shirt off entirely. Heaven, Eli gasps, pulling back a little. What? I'm all for this plan, but are you sure this is what you want? It's been an overwhelming few days, and I don't want you to regret this in the morning. Can you do something for me? Anything. Can we pretend for one night there are no sections or plans we have to make? I want to pretend we're here for no reason other than that we want to be. I am here because I want to be with you, he says. You know that. I know. I just want to leave all the plans in the future out of tonight. Eli winds his arms around my waist, pulling me to him. I can do that, he whispers against my ear, sending a shiver through me. His fingers slip under the hem of my shirt and up my back, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. His movements are agonizingly slow and soft. I slide my own hands beneath his shirt, feeling the tight muscles of his abs. He makes a sound in the back of his throat, and his fingers dig into the skin of my back. I take a step closer and then another, pushing him until his back hits the counter in the kitchen. Sorry, I say, not particularly apologetic. Eli's hands move to my hips, and in one motion, he's turned us around so my back is pressed to the counter. His hands leave my hips and settle on the counter on either side of me, caging me in. That didn't sound very sincere, baby. There's no time to respond before his lips are on mine. His kiss is hungry, and I can taste his yearning. I don't know how, but I can. He leans forward, pressing in so my back arches over the counter. His tongue explores my mouth, claiming every inch of it and sending a million sensations shooting through my body. I'm losing track of time and what's happening. My hands are in his hair one moment, and then they're clutching at his bare shoulders in another. When did his shirt come off? I run my hands over his chest, moving around the black market necklace, the pendant glowing softly in the growing darkness. Eli sucks in a sharp breath, pulling back from my mouth. I start to protest the lack of contact, but then my shirt is sliding over my head, and I lose the ability to focus on anything but that. Goosebumps immediately rise along my torso, even though it's not really cold in here. Then Eli's hands are on my waist, bleeding warmth into my skin. It's not like his hands weren't there 5 seconds ago, but it feels different now. I feel exposed, vulnerable. His eyes roam over my body, pausing on my chest in a way that makes heat sweep over me, like my whole body is trying to blush. You are so perfect. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and pull him back down to me. My lips find his, and I kiss him like there's no tomorrow. I don't really care if there's a tomorrow or not. I don't care about anything but right now. This kiss, and the feel of his hands on my skin, in my hair. I thought feelings like this were something only found in books and sometimes dreams. I didn't know they could exist in real life, in my life. Eli's fingers brush along the bare skin of my thigh below the hem of my shorts, and then he hooks my leg around his waist in one fluid motion, pulling me that much closer. There's not an inch of space between us anywhere, and I can feel exactly how much he wants me. Eli, I mumble, not sure what I want. We're crossing into dangerous territory. If we don't stop soon, I don't think we're going to be able to. Eli lets out a ragged breath. I know, he says, his voice strained. I know. He groans and steps back just enough that I feel like I can breathe again. I brace my hands on the counter behind me, holding myself up. My breathing isn't returning to normal, and my heart is still racing in my chest. I need to put my shirt back on. I need to stop staring at Eli's chest, the sculpted muscles of his stomach, the way his jeans hang off his hips. Heaven? Eli asks, and I can hear the smirk in his voice. I tear my eyes away from his body. He shakes his head. I need a shower, he mutters. A really, really cold shower. Wait, I say before he can walk away. He turns back and I capture his lips with mine once more, reveling in the spiciness of his kiss. You're evil. I smile sweetly. You love me anyway. He makes a sound that's halfway between a sigh and a growl. I do. He shakes his head, his fingers reaching out to trace the dimple in my left cheek. I love you too. He grins. I know. I watch him walk down the hall and disappear into the bedroom, fighting the desire to follow him. Chapter 22, 13 Days. Are you ready yet? Eli calls from the living room / kitchen of Kansas. There are 2 more underground parties happening in Moonshadow before moving day. Tonight is the first of them, and then there's another one in less than a week. They're crazy close together, but moving day complicates things. Travel gets wonky. There are more trains running this month, and as a result, more parties. It's good for us, so I'm not complaining. I pull off the light pink shirt I'm wearing and toss it aside. It's too pastel. Worrying about what I'm wearing is stupid and really just a way of procrastinating. No one cares what I look like. Less than 2 weeks. We have to leave in less than 2 weeks. All the planning and learning in the world isn't going to make the idea of escape any less terrifying. Heaven, seriously, stop worrying. Eli's voice is closer than it was when he asked if I was ready. A lot closer. I turn and he's standing in the doorway of the bedroom. Thanks for knocking, I say sarcastically. The door was open. That doesn't mean you have an open invitation to stand there gawking. I was not gawking. I don't bother responding to that claim. I pull on a black crop top that must have come from Rachel because I certainly didn't buy it. And then I add a light sweatshirt with the sleeves cut off and a hood that hides my light hair and shadows my face. Okay, I'm ready. I feel anything but ready. Leaving the house at all makes me feel jumpy and nervous. Anytime I venture into the real world outside these woods, I feel like I'm just asking for trouble. I'm Section 22. I could do something stupid, like trying to make a run for it, and that wouldn't be so out of the norm. People have done it. I don't know of anyone who succeeded, though less strongly implied someone has. Was that someone assigned to Section 22? Were they a high risk for doing something stupid? I push away the fears and anxiety as Eli holds out a hand to me. I refuse to be the girl so controlled by fear that I don't try. I take his hand and we head out. The walk to the field behind Section 19 takes longer than normal, since we have to change course a few times to avoid running into anyone. One of the things I'm most looking forward to about our escape is not having to be paranoid about anyone seeing me. I hate feeling watched all the time, even when there's no one there. When we're past the trees and reach the party, I breathe a small sigh of relief, some of the tension bleeding out of my shoulders. And then I remember what we still have to do now that we're here, and all the tension comes right back. There are more people here than I remember ever seeing before, close to 400 or 500, I'd guess. Eli leads the way, weaving through the crowd, keeping a firm grasp on my hand so we don't get separated in the press of bodies. I keep my eyes peeled for Les's dark hair and broad shoulders. Eli has an amazing ability to clear a path through people. They either move out of his way or he moves them. Most of them seem inclined to move themselves, though. I think it has to do with the sort of frightening, piss me off at your peril vibe he's throwing off at the moment. Finding Les probably doesn't take more than 10 minutes. He doesn't look happy to see us. His eyes flick from Eli to me, and the annoyance changes to something that looks an awful lot like pity. Does he somehow know about my section assignment? I've never been clear on exactly how much Les knows. Hey, he greets us in a tired, resigned voice. I need you to set me up tonight, Eli says, skipping the pleasantries. I figured, Les says. What is it this time? We need information, guard schedules for the watchtowers beyond the border fence, and blueprints and details on the fence itself. For a second, no one speaks. There's music playing and noise all around us, but it all sounds far away and muffled to me. Les looks conflicted, and that look, combined with the way Eli's tensing up, makes all my warning instincts fire. I've never seen Les look unsure like this. The illegal trade system is his comfort zone. He and Eli might argue and give each other crap, but they've never seemed uncomfortable or hesitant. Look, James, Les says, you're too close to this job. You're going to screw up because you're emotionally invested. I'm not going to screw anything up, Eli snaps, his voice sharp as the edge of a razor. Let me help you, Les tries again. Work with me here. I don't want you involved, Eli says, the edge dropping from his tone. I just need you to hook me up with someone who can get me the information I need. A look of regret flickers in Les's eyes, but it's gone so fast it's possible I imagined it. If someone else were asking for this information, I'd set them up with you. Les gives us an awkward shrug. You're the best. Eli doesn't look thrilled with that news. In fact, he looks downright pissed. He shoves his hands through his hair, and I watch him struggle to smooth out his features. Okay, he says finally. His voice is controlled, but he doesn't sound at all like he means what he's saying. He takes my hand and turns away from Les, tugging me away to a drink table littered with empty bottles and glasses. What are you thinking? I ask him. I'm out of options. Eli lets out a frustrated breath. I can't trust someone else to get the information, and I don't trust myself to do it right now. He runs a hand through his hair so harshly, I'm surprised he doesn't yank a chunk out. Hey, I tug on his wrists, pulling his hands toward me before he can do any damage with them. It's going to be okay. He gives a short, humorless laugh and shakes his head. You know how to survive trading on the black market? You never show any signs of weakness. The key is to go into things with confidence and not think about the consequences. That's how you succeed. If there's any doubt or fear or distractions, that's your downfall. But everyone's afraid of something. He gently removes one of his wrists from my grasp and brings his hand up to cut my cheek. The thing I'm scared of is losing you, or failing you. They're pretty interchangeable. He says it so matter-of-factly, as if it's a simple thing and doesn't mean something huge. What are you saying? I can't do this job. If I leave you alone, I'll be worried about you the whole time. And if you come with me, that's not happening. He sounds so determined, but his hand trembles slightly against my cheek, and he's not meeting my eyes, suggesting he's not as sure as he sounds. Look at me. I hold his gaze when his eyes flick to mine. We can do this. You're not going to lose me or fail me, okay? We'll get through this job the same way we'll get through everything else the universe throws at us. Together. I spread my fingers over his chest and feel his heart pounding beneath them. It's too dangerous. We don't have a choice. Running is going to be dangerous. Not doing anything at all is dangerous. He doesn't like it. That much is clear in the tight set of his jaw and the cornered animal look in his eyes. But he doesn't try to argue with me. Dance with me, I whisper. We can worry about this tomorrow. Make plans and all that fun stuff. He nods and we head into the middle of the dancing, where people are crowded so close it's nearly impossible to move without brushing up against someone, or multiple someones. We don't talk about planning or black market trades or dangers in our future. We can't really talk about anything this close to the speakers. I pretend we're here for no other reason than to have fun and listen to the music. I can almost believe it. I'm almost that good at lying to myself. The next day, Eli and I are sitting on the floor of the supply room at the back of the Robinson store. Brandon's leaning against the door that leads to the rest of the store, acting as a human barricade to make sure no one comes in, and Rachel is sitting on a footstool, somehow making it look like a comfortable seat. I haven't stolen from the law officer headquarters in a while, Eli says, the arm around my waist holding me to his chest with a tightness that's at odds with the calm of his voice. I can watch the shift patterns tomorrow, and we can break in Tuesday night. Both of you? Brandon asks. Yes, I answer before Eli can second-guess that decision. Yes, Eli says, half a second behind me. The hand knot around my waist starts drawing random patterns up and down my arms. Okay, what do you need us to do? Brandon asks. We need an alibi. In case anyone has reason to suspect us, we need to have been with you two the whole of Tuesday night. If you guys cover for us, we can keep our names off the suspect list if something goes wrong, and the law officers realize someone's broken into their headquarters. We can do that. Rachel leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Okay, we'll meet here, and then Heaven and I will go, get the information we need, and come back here. As far as anyone but you guys know, we'll be in this room the whole time. What about tomorrow? I ask Eli. What did you mean when you said we'd watch the shift patterns? Basically, we hang around and watch people come and go, he answers. It'll probably be boring as hell, but it should lower our fail potential. Should? I demand. We're breaking and entering a government office. The only place in Moonshadow harder to get in and out of without detection is the prison. This job isn't without risk. Right. I knew that already. Eli turns his attention back to Rachel. Rach, do you have access to any information through your dad? Does he keep anything at your house? He keeps his office locked, but he's got a meeting Wednesday morning. He'll be gone, and I happen to know where the key to his office is hidden. Do I want to know? Brandon mutters from the door. She ignores him. What kind of stuff are you looking for? Warrants, Eli says. Would he be notified if we get caught? Yeah, but I thought the idea was you don't get caught. That is the idea, he says. But I'd like to be prepared for anything. But you've done this before, I cut in, turning in his arms so I can see his face. How did you do it last time? There's a back door that wasn't watched in the evenings. I went in through there and was really sneaky and quiet. That's it? I demand. Your plan is to be quiet? I never claim to have well thought out plans with a high potential for success. Usually it's more like go in and figure out the rest as needed. And what if you got caught? He shrugs, looking utterly unapologetic. I never got caught. That's always been the plan. Don't get caught isn't a plan, I say. It's a goal that you need a plan to achieve. I know, baby. We need a plan. I get that. I'm just telling you what I've done in the past. His big secret is arrogance and improvisation. Eli's the best the black market has to offer in getting the information we need about the town borders and the fence, and he's been operating on sheer dumb luck all this time. We are so screwed. Okay, let's get back on topic, Brandon says. You guys come here through the front door. I'll tell Mom and Erica you're coming, and they can send you back here. Then you leave through the outside door to do your thing, and we make sure everyone thinks you're here the whole time. Then what? Eli eases my body back against his chest, resting his chin on top of my head. Assuming the guard's schedule hasn't drastically changed since the last time I broke in, we can use that back door. It opens into a straight hall with a door to the stairwell at the end. Records and blueprints are stored on the second floor. So once we're in, we quietly make a mad dash for that door and get upstairs as fast as possible. On the second floor, there's a training room that will be empty in the evening. It's the door on the left, immediately after the hall. Let's go there first. We can take a minute to breathe and regroup before the next mad dash. We go out the door across from the one we come in, turn right, and then the records room is the last door on the left. Once we're in there, we should be safe. There are lots of shelves and cabinets to hide behind. How did you learn all this? I ask. There's no way he simply explored the headquarters and learned the whole layout without ever getting caught. Even Eli can't have that much luck. I may have studied the floor plans that are in my parents' home office at one point, he says. What if someone sees you? Brandon asks. Hopefully no one will be there if we go late enough, Eli answers. I'm thinking 8 or so. The not hanging out in the hallways is more of a precaution in case we get unlucky and someone's working late. I don't like this plan, Brandon says. You don't have to like it. Personally, I don't like it much either, but what choice do we have? It's not like climbing through a window is any less conspicuous or risky, and we have to get into that room somehow. Brandon's lips thin, but he doesn't push it. Eli turns me around in his lap so we're face to face. His hands come up to cup my cheeks. I need you to stay close to me when we go in there. No wandering off, okay? Okay. Then another potential problem occurs to me. Aren't there going to be locks and other security features to keep us from just walking in? There's a keypad lock on the back door and on the door to the records room. Eli clearly doesn't think that's something to be concerned about. The code into the building is currently James, and the one to the records room is records. You're not serious. That seems kind of dumb. Eli shrugs. It's easy to remember. Is there anything else? If we get the codes wrong, alarms go off. And of course, there's always the chance we'll come across law officers with guns. So again, stay close to me. We get in fast and quiet, and then we get out just as fast. And then you'll come back here, Brandon finishes. And if you're not back by the time my dad goes to his meeting, I'll check if you got arrested, Rachel adds. If that does happen, what do you want me to do with the information? Eli looks over my shoulder and his eyes lock with Brandon's. Tell Les at the party Thursday. His eyes find mine again. But it's not going to happen, he promises me. We're going to be fine. I want to believe him, but it sounds more like wishful thinking than anything else. I wake up Tuesday as the sun is first starting to rise. Eli's still asleep beside me, his arm loosely draped around my waist. I slide out from under his arm, careful not to wake him. I don't have anywhere to go or anything to do. Today is going to be more waiting around, just like yesterday. Except at least we can wait at Kansas today instead of hanging around the law officer headquarters. I can't say the hours of watching that building were the most entertaining of my life. Crawling out of the bed, I moved to stand in front of the east-facing window of the bedroom and watch the sun rise above the tree line. It's beautiful, different than watching the sunset over the ocean, but no less awe-inspiring. Things could go really badly tonight. I'm not having second thoughts, but I'd be crazy not to be nervous. What Eli and I are going to do is stupid dangerous. If we get caught, I don't think this will count as petty theft. Is there even a law that covers this kind of thing? Stealing from the government? God, we must be nuts. You're so beautiful, Eli says from the bed. I look over at him, tucking my hair back behind my ear. No, he says. Look back out the window. Let me enjoy the sight of you lit by the rays of the morning sun. What the? I roll my eyes at him, but I turn back to the view outside the window. I can feel Eli's eyes on me for what feels like minutes before he moves. His arms slide around me and his lips brush against my neck. What are you thinking about? He asks, his lips moving against my skin with each word. Tonight. It's going to be fine. I would never let anything happen to you. I believe him, but it doesn't dispel all my fears. In some ways, his words actually make me feel worse. What would he do to keep me safe? Anything. I know he would do anything, and that's more terrifying to me than breaking into the law office headquarters. You want breakfast? He asks after a few beats of silence. Sure. We pretend it's a normal day. We make food and then switch between me reading aloud and Eli playing his guitar and singing softly. Watching hours tick by is torturous. Every time I look at the clock, an odd mix of dread, panic, and anticipation shoots through me. I guess I have some conflicting feelings about tonight. The dread and panic I understand, but what's with the anticipation? This isn't supposed to be something I'm excited about. When the clock reads 5, Eli sets aside his guitar and we're out of time. Brandon and Rachel will be waiting for us. It doesn't seem possible that it's already this late, and at the same time it seems like it should be way later. Again, dread and anticipation. You ready? Eli asks. I nod, tucking my 2 necklaces under the neckline of the dark shirt I'm borrowing from Eli. According to him, it's important to hide anything that makes us easy to describe or remember. Things like necklaces and tattoos. Eli tucks his pistol into the waistband of his jeans, and then we're off. Erica's behind the counter when we get to Mrs. Robinson's store a little over 5 minutes later. She shoots us a wide smile of greeting and moves over so we can get to the supply room door behind her. Have fun, she says in a way that sounds way too suggestive. What does she expect us to be doing? Eli smirks at her. Oh, we will. What was that? I ask the second the door closes behind us. Ongoing joke, he answers. Erica likes to make life difficult for me, and because she's an honorary member of the Robinson family, I can't do crap about it. Which is what makes it so fun for her, Brandon adds. You two look like you're going to a funeral. I always look like I'm going to a funeral, Eli points out. Yeah, but heaven usually offsets that. I roll my eyes. Rachel's rubbing off on you, I inform him. You say that like it's a bad thing, Rachel says, sounding offended. Oops. I would never suggest such a thing. I don't think she's buying it. We keep up the banter and teasing conversation, doing everything in our power to keep things light and our minds off what's coming in a few short hours. It's nice, comfortable, but it doesn't make the time move any slower. Before I know it, Eli's promising Brandon will be in and out and back before he knows we were gone, and then we're heading out the back door of the supply room. Have. Brandon stops me just before I can follow Eli. Yeah? Be careful. And take care of him, okay? I nod. We'll see you soon. I'll be waiting. We both look at each other for a long moment. I don't know how many more times I'll see him after tonight. So much depends on what information Eli and I learn. But regardless, I only have 10 days left in Moonshadow maximum. Everything's about to change one way or another. I slip out the back door, and Eli's hand immediately finds mine. The law officer headquarters is less than a 5-minute walk from the store. From the outside, it looks like a really oversized house with walls made of grayish stucco and light brown brick. It looks 2 stories high, but supposedly there's also a basement below the first floor. Windows dot the walls in slightly odd placements, probably so the general public doesn't have a view into certain rooms. The only windows I get to look inside on our way to the back door show a large room with desks pushed together into groups of 4. Eli squeezes my hand before keying the code into the pad outside the back door. I let out a tiny breath of relief when the lock clicks and no alarms sound. The door opens silently, and we're in. Eli keeps a tight grip on my hand as we race down the hall, heading for the door at the end. I swear he casts a longing look at one of the doors we pass, making me wonder what lies beyond, but I don't have time to think too hard on it before we're in the stairwell and running up to the second floor. All of Eli's instructions about where to go and what we're doing weren't particularly necessary. He doesn't let go of me for even a second as we head into the room where we're safe enough to catch our breath. Even once the door shuts behind us, throwing the room into darkness as hall lights are cut off, Eli doesn't loosen his hold on my fingers. There's a soft clicking noise, and the flashlight in Eli's hand casts a circle of light in front of us. I can't make out the room clearly, but it looks sort of like an auditorium from what I can see. Rows of chairs go back farther than the flashlight can reach, all of them facing a blackboard on the wall to my left. What is this room? I whisper to Eli. They hold classes here, he answers. More schooling in law and stuff. We move across the training room to the door on the opposite wall that will take us back to the hall. We're going right, then left, Eli reminds me, and I nod. Ready, set, go. He opens the door and we're running again. My surroundings are nothing but a blur of gray walls until Eli yanks me to a stop outside a door with another keypad like the one outside. It's not any less nerve-wracking putting in the code at this door. In fact, it's worse because I'm all too aware how much harder it will be to escape from here if alarms go off than it was outside. But no alarms sound. The inside of the records room looks like the library at school, where all the textbooks are kept over the summers. Except instead of books, the rows of shelves are full of endless boxes. They're labeled with dates and names in various places in town. I turn my attention back to the files, my eyes sliding from box to box. It'll take us forever to go through all this, I say, probably stating the obvious. I reach for Eli's hand, the one with the flashlight, and shine the light over the boxes. They're arranged in order by year, and then alphabetically after that. The fence must have been built when Moonshadow became an official town in the evaluator system, right? I ask, so we need to go back to the oldest records, unless they've updated it since then. So we should start with the most recent records? We work our way through the shelves, looking for anything pertaining to the border fence. Every second that passes feels like too much time wasted. How long do we have? Then I see it. 57 ES. Marson. Border control. There, I breathe, pointing to the box on the second shelf from the top. Eli pulls the thing down and carries it to a desk tucked in the back of the room, where a lamp gives off just enough light to read by. I'm going to keep looking, Eli tells me, just in case. I watch him head back into the shelves, and then I turn to the box of papers in front of me. I wonder how many times this box has been opened in the past 60 years. Inside, the box mostly contains warrants for the arrest of people attempting to cross the fence. Children sentenced to 6 months in prison with ridiculous fines to be paid before they can get out. People held until moving day, and adults who will never get out. There are some reports of people dying, like handwritten explanations from law officers who shot citizens trying to leave over the fence. Holy shit. Then, under all the disturbing stuff, there are blueprints and details about the fence itself. Eli, I hiss, not taking my eyes off the papers spread out before me. They show a layout that's far more than just the barbed wire fence itself. Beyond the concrete posts and strings of wire are mats of spikes, and then 20 feet of sand and soft earth that will not only make running difficult, but will show footprints, leaving a trail behind us. Eli appears at my shoulder, leaning over to look at the diagrams. Crap, he mutters. This is not going to be fun. My gaze moves to a map showing where all the watchtowers are located. There's one roughly every 1,000 feet. According to the blueprints, each watchtower is outfitted with 3 long-distance guns and was designed to be manned by 3 guards at a time. Once we start climbing the fence, they'll shoot, I whisper. Capture is ideal when possible, but not necessary. They'll kill us before they'll let us leave. They've done it before. I read the reports. But it's possible, he says. Not everyone who's attempted to leave has failed. A lot have, though. I know. He drops a sheet of paper onto the desk. This is a list of all the border crossings the law officers know of as of last fall. On the sheet of paper is a list of years and how many people were caught and how many were killed in escape attempts each year. The numbers start high but get progressively lower with every passing year. People either stopped trying to escape or they got more successful, I say, looking up at him. Eli nods. But what changed? I stare back at the list. I'm guessing it's a mixture of people giving up due to the low success rate and people getting used to this way of life. It's far from perfect here, but it's safe. Inside the fence, we have jobs and stores and a community. The wilderness on the other side doesn't promise anything. We need a current guard schedule, Eli says. If people have stopped trying to cross the border, then there are probably watchtowers that aren't staffed 24/7. Where do we find that? Downstairs. Eli puts everything away with the proficiency of someone who's done this many times before. It's perfect. You would never know we were here. The halls are quiet and empty as we slip back to the stairwell and down the flight of stairs to the first floor. Nothing's gone wrong at all, so I can't explain why something feels off. Then I hear it. Voices coming from below us. Chapter 23. 10 days. Eli and I look at each other. The voices weren't my paranoid imagination. Eli's hand closes around my wrists, and he pulls me through the door out of the stairwell. We have to get out of here, he says urgently. Any other information will have to wait. But we need heaven. We can't let them find us, he says in a deadly calm tone I rarely hear from him. Run. He drops my wrist, and when I don't move fast enough for him, he gives me a small shove in the direction of the door we came in. Go. What are you doing? I ask, desperation and panic building. I'm coming, he promises. Stick to our plan, and no matter what happens, don't stop or turn back. I love you, I tell him. Go. He doesn't have to say it back. I can hear it in that one word, see it in his eyes. I take off while Eli heads down the other hall. He told me to stay close to him, but now he's telling me to run alone and meet him back at the store. I don't like it. Not at all. I make it to the end of the hall and through the back door before I hear the shout. I turn back, not caring that Eli told me not to, but I'm too late. The door closes with a click of locks. A feeling of dread washes through me, like I just made a terrible mistake. I glance at the keypad beside the door. I should go back in, find Eli, and stay with him no matter what. But then what? I don't know the headquarters well enough to know where he went. I have a better chance of running into one of the owners of the voices we heard than I have of finding Eli. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. He promised me we wouldn't let them separate us. Granted, that was before I tried to break up with him after getting my section letter, so maybe I broke that promise. The sound of a gunshot yanks me out of my thoughts and into a place in my mind where everything is blank and sort of muffled. My brain feels disconnected from my body as I run in the direction of the store. Some animalistic response has taken over, and there's no thought other than to get away. When I get to the door to the supply room, I'm out of breath, and some of the numb blankness has abandoned me. I feel dangerously close to completely freaking out. For a second, I stand outside dumbly, not sure what comes next. My heart is pounding so hard it feels as if it's trying to fight its way out of my chest. Stop, I tell myself. Pull yourself together. What was that knocking pattern I'm supposed to use to get in? 3 knocks, pause, and then 2 more? I think that's it. The door swings open and Brandon pulls me inside. Where's Eli? We got separated, I gasp. He said he was coming. What happened? I give Brandon a full play-by-play, which he's completely silent through, watching me with unnerving intensity. When I'm done, Brandon lets out a rather impressive stream of curses. We have to go. What? Come on, I'm taking you home. He reaches out for my hand, but I pull back. I can't go home, I protest. We have to wait for Eli. Brandon closes his eyes and he looks like he's in pain. If Eli got away, he'll meet us back at your mother's house, he says, opening his eyes and fixing me with that same intense gaze. It's part of the backup plan, Heaven. That's where he's going, not here. Wait, backup plan? What backup plan? The plan was to come back here. Sorrow and pity fill Brandon's expression. I'm sorry, Hev, that wasn't the only plan. If something went wrong, Eli's plan was to distract the law officers and make sure you got away. Then he's supposed to go to your house after he's sure no one's following. It's farther away and gives him more time to lose them. Understanding hits with brutal clarity. Eli planned with Brandon behind my back. Telling me to leave without him, that was part of the plan, just not the one I was privy to. He lied to me. My chest feels tight like I can't get air into it, and my hands shake outside my control. I can sense it, but at the same time, all sensation seems far away. This isn't happening. I can't let this happen. Heaven? Brandon reaches out hesitantly, as if he's approaching a wounded animal. I have to go back there, I say. I have to find him. No, you can't do that. I have to, I cry. I can't do this alone, Brandon. I need him. I know. His arms wrap around me like steel bands of comfort, but also of restraint. I'm so sorry. He holds me against him for a long second before speaking. We have to go back to your house. If he gets there and you don't show up, he doesn't have to finish the thought. I know what Eli will do. Maybe not exactly, but I know it won't be smart. It will most definitely be crazy. I know because I want to do something impulsive and reckless right now, too. Okay, I won't do anything stupid tonight. I make no promises regarding tomorrow or any day after that. Brandon loosens his hold on me, but I can tell he doesn't quite trust me to keep my word. He keeps his eyes on me and his hand close enough to grab me if I try to run as we walk out of the supply room and into the store. It's empty and mostly dark. Where's Rachel? I ask, realizing for the first time that she was supposed to be here. She went home, Brandon answers. You were gone for close to 2 hours. She couldn't wait any longer. 2 hours? It didn't feel like it was that long. The streets are quiet and every step is tense over the 30-minute walk to my house. Neither of us speaks, and I think we're both keeping an eye out for law officers. Every sound draws my attention and makes all my muscles tighten. The overall walk is exhausting, and I collapse onto the love seat the second we're inside my mother's house. Brandon lies on his stomach on the other couch, resting his chin on the arm and keeping his eyes trained on me. I feel like we've been here before, the waiting up in the living room at ungodly hours of the night for Eli to show up. The last time he came. The skin of his knuckles might have been torn and he had a bruise on his face, but he came home. I hold on to that thought, that tiny spark of optimism and hope, as we wait and wait and wait. I don't remember falling asleep, but when my eyes open, there's sunlight pouring into the living room, bright and cheery, and at complete odds with how I feel. Brandon's asleep on the couch where he lay down last night. At least, I assume he's asleep. His face is buried in the cushion on the arm of the sofa. Morning. My head whips in the direction of the voice, so fast I'm surprised I don't give myself whiplash. Rachel's sitting on the floor in front of the door leading outside, her knees pulled up to her chest and head tipped back against the wood of the door. "How long have you been here?" I ask her. "A while." She shrugs. "I came as soon as I woke up. Saw your mom leave for work, but you guys were both out cold." Eli's not here. I already know it deep in my bones, but I get up and check every inch of the house anyway just to be sure. What happened last night after I ran? Oh my God. I ran and left him there. Maybe he just couldn't get here yet. Had to hole up somewhere last night. Maybe he's still asleep or is waiting for the coast to be clear before he can risk leaving his hiding place. Or he got caught. There's always the very real possibility he can't come back to me because he's being physically stopped from doing so. I refuse to even acknowledge the gunshot I heard last night. And I left. I ran away. "Did you know?" I ask Rachel when I come back into the living room, not really sure I want to know the answer. What Eli planned for if things went south? She shakes her head. "Not until after you guys left the store last night. Brandon told me while you were gone. Not that it really changes anything, but I'm glad to know at least one of them wasn't lying to me about the plan." "Babe," Brandon groans from the other couch. He sounds tired and looks possibly worse. There are dark shadows under his eyes, and his skin looks pale, lacking its usual glow of life. Rachel walks over to him, kisses his cheek, and then straightens. "I've got to go," she says. "Dad's meeting starts soon, and I've got to break into his office." "I'll come. I can't sit around here hoping Eli will show up. I'll go mad." "No," Rachel says. "Neither of you are coming with me." I want to argue. I think Brandon wants to argue. But this version of Rachel doesn't leave room for argument or discussion. This Rachel is the type of person you shut up and listen to. She hasn't even commented on what I'm wearing, and I know for a fact that I look awful. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked like a ghost in the severely black clothes I haven't changed out of since last night. But Rachel doesn't say a word about it. Yeah, she's definitely in serious mode right now. Rachel's been gone for 58 minutes. I have spent all 58 of them pacing the length of the living room while Brandon leans against my front door like he does with the door to the supply room at his mom's store when we don't want anyone walking in on us. His arms are crossed and he watches my every move, but he doesn't have to worry yet. I'm not going anywhere until Rachel gets back. He seems calm, but when the knock comes on the door behind him, he certainly doesn't waste any time throwing it open and enfolding his girlfriend in a hug that shows exactly how worried he really was the whole time she was gone. "What did you find?" I ask, coming to join them at the doorway. Rachel comes into the house and shuts the door behind her before turning to me. The look on her face doesn't give me warm, fuzzy feelings. Dad approved a warrant for Eli to be held in the solitude wing of Point Doom prison until moving day for possession of firearms. They moved him there early this morning, or at least that's what the report implied. My brain has stopped functioning properly. I thought I was ready, prepared to hear that. I was wrong. "Why?" I sink to the floor as my legs stop holding me up. Eli was supposed to be safe. He doesn't deserve to spend the next week locked in a prison. It's not fair. Running was about me, not him. I've never felt so lost, so alone. Fear and helplessness burn like tears in the back of my throat. No, no, no. What do I do now? It's a stupid question. I'm getting Eli back. Even if I fail. Even if it kills me. Anger bleeds in, pushing back the panic. I'm so blindingly angry, and that's better. Powerful. I'm furious with the law officers for taking him, with Mr. James for not doing anything to stop it, and with myself for sitting here like a lost child. I hold on to the anger, letting it burn through my veins until it's burned away all the helplessness. I am not a child, and I will get him back no matter what it takes. I push to my feet. I have to go get him. Hold up, Rachel says, planting herself firmly between me and the front door. Heaven, think about this. You can't just go get him. All you'll succeed in doing is getting locked up too. I'm not leaving him there. Just the idea of Eli being behind bars makes me feel sick to my stomach. Eli's not the type of person who is meant to be restrained. Not by laws or rules, and definitely not by chains and bars. I'm going to get him back, and then we're going to get the hell out of this town. I probably sound like a lunatic, but I'm beyond caring. But you don't have anything with you, Rachel points out. No food. No water. I mean, look at what you're wearing. Is that even a woman's shirt? I doubt it, I shrug. It's Eli's. Most of the stuff we wanted to take is packed away. I add, I'll grab it and then go get him. If you try to leave, they'll shoot first. Ask questions later, Rachel says, her eyes begging for understanding. Actually, they probably won't even ask any questions before they lock you up for life. You don't get it, I snap. I left him there. We ran, and I left without looking back because I was scared. I'm not doing that again. I don't care if I survive. If I die doing this, well, at least I didn't sit around and politely go when they said come. I'm not going to play their game by their rules. I might still lose, but I'm sure as hell going to cheat. What good does it do, Eli, if you get yourself caught? Brandon asks, taking Rachel's side. No surprise there. It makes everything he did mean nothing, Brandon says without giving me a chance to explain. I glare at him, but I can't reasonably argue with that. He's right. That doesn't mean I'm giving up, but he is right. If I go running into the prison, I'm going to fail long before I can even get to Eli. I need a better plan. I don't want to take the time to come up with one, though. Every second could count. I don't know what that prison is like, what Eli's going through right now. I don't want to wait. 44 hours. It's been nearly 2 full days since Eli and I went in different directions at the law officer headquarters. Brandon and Rachel have been babysitting me the whole time. I've only been out of their sight to use the bathroom, and each time I got out of that windowless room of my house, Brandon was waiting for me, leaning against the wall in the hallway. The waiting's almost over, though. Tonight, at the underground party that's starting in a few minutes, we're telling Les about Eli's imprisonment. Those were Eli's last instructions, and once that's done, I can move on to plans for getting him out. We're staying together tonight, okay? Brandon says just before we leave my mother's house for the party. Rachel nods, but I have no plans to stay with them. I know Brandon wants to protect me, that all this is coming from a place of love and caring. I appreciate the sentiment, but it doesn't change what I have to do. Okay, the lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Someday I might feel bad about this lie and what I'm going to do once we get to the party, most likely tomorrow, but right now I can't think about it. I have a goal that has to come above everything else. There's no room for guilt or regret. The 3 of us leave together, walking to the field behind Section 19 instead of biking. Tension fills the air between us. Eli getting caught alone at the law officer headquarters means we're pretty sure they don't suspect anyone else was there. But running into any law enforcement right now is something we're striving to avoid. I wonder about the lack of patrols wandering around at night. I've never given it much thought. It's just the way things have always been. But now I wonder if it's because we're caged in by the border fence. As long as we're in here, how much trouble can we really get in, right? Which begs the question, what kind of stuff does the black market really trade? If we can never leave, where does that stuff come from? Or maybe there is a way to leave, and people are doing it all the time. Eli and I never told Les what we were up to. We just asked for specific information. Are you sure you want to do this? Brandon asked me as we approached the woods that hide the underground parties from the rest of town. I can go deliver the message real quick. You don't have to do it. I want to do it, I say. I'm sure. Walking through the trees and down the path that leads to the clearing in the middle, I'm thrown back to my very first party, where I had my first real conversation with Brandon. He blew every assumption I had about him out of the water that night. Moonshadow's golden boy, the epitome of a perfect child, had a dark side. I think, in some ways, Brandon showed me that anything was possible that night. When we make it out of the trees and the party comes into view, my jaw drops. The field is more crowded than I've ever seen it. 15% of Moonshadow's entire population must be here tonight. But it's not just the numbers that make this feel different. There's an energy in the air, a defiance that's almost tangible. 2 platforms have been set up on either side of the musicians' stage. A handful of dancers are up there, and the way they move, it's like they were born on that stage. Their bodies never stop moving, not for a second. Some of them dance as couples, some dance alone, but all of them move like music, and rhythm fills their veins instead of blood. Their skin seems to shine under the lights, and I find myself transfixed with watching them. This is insane, Rachel yells over the music and general roar of sound. It's the last party before moving day, Brandon shouts back. For some people, it's their last party in Moonshadow. For people like me. Who are the dancers on the stage? I ask. Brandon shrugs. Don't know. They're amazing. And they really are. I move forward into the sea of writhing bodies and sweat-slick skin, never taking my eyes off the dancers. I know Brandon and Rachel will follow, because no matter what happens, they'll act as my bodyguards and backup, even if they don't like what I'm going to do tonight. Heaven, Brandon shouts. Where are we going? Closer, I reply. When we're right in front of the stage, I grab the hand of the first boy I see, who looks somewhat close to my age, probably a few years older. I can't make out many details of his face in the minimal light coming from the stage lights. He's wearing a black beanie that hides his hair and a loose sweater. He doesn't protest as I wind my arms around his neck. His hands settle on my hips and he dances with me. I don't even know his name, but he's a good dancer. Brandon's dancing with Rachel, casting glances my way. But for the first time in 2 days, neither of them are giving me their full attention. If I want to talk to Les without them, now's a good time to get moving. I come back up, placing my hands on my dance partner's chest, where I can feel a pendant under the fabric of his shirt. I'm Heaven. Isaac, he answers. I'm looking for Les, I tell Isaac. You know him? Yeah, I know him. Last time I saw him, he was over by the bonfire. Isaac nods his chin in the direction of the flames that are impossible to miss. Thanks, I shout. Glad to be of service. He winks. And tell Eli I said hi. What? You're his girl, aren't you? He chuckles at whatever dumbfounded expression is on my face. As fast as rumors travel in this town, they travel faster on the black market. I can't tell what he means by that. Is my status as someone important to Eli dangerous to me or to Eli? Is Isaac making a threat? I lower my hands and start to step back, but his arm snakes around my waist, holding me in place. He bends down so his lips are close to my ear. Let me help you find Les. I don't want any bad blood between Eli and me. You know, the kind that comes after I let you wander through this crowd on your own. I don't really trust Isaac, but there's not much he can do to me over by the bonfire that he can't do right here. Fine. He doesn't let go of my waist, and we're still sort of dancing as we make our way over to the fire. Strangely, it's easier to move through the crowd this way than if we stop dancing. He was right about Les being here. The flames of the bonfire cast a flickering golden glow over Les's face, making his amber eyes seem as if they're burning. His eyes meet mine, shift to Isaac, and then come back to me. He raises a single dark brow and a silent question. I need to talk to you, I say, not feeling the need to explain how I ended up with Isaac. Les turns his attention to Isaac again. And do you need something? Nope, just helping her find you. Then I guess your job is over, Les says, crossing his arms and making his massive biceps look even bigger. Isaac backs up, hands in the air. I'm going. He gives one final nod in my direction and then disappears back into the throng of people around us. What are you doing with Isaac? Les demands before I can even open my mouth. Where's Eli? I'm not doing anything with Isaac. I feel this sudden need to make it clear we just met and we weren't doing anything but dancing and walking over here. He was just helping me find you. I don't even know him. All the more reason you shouldn't be with him, Les says sternly, like he's my father or something. Where's Eli? That's what I need to talk to you about. We went to get that information we asked you about last weekend, and it didn't go as planned. I look down at my feet. I have to say this, but actually forming the words with my own lips makes them feel more real. He was arrested, I say, swallowing around the sudden pressure in my throat. He's at Point Doom prison until moving day for the possession of firearms. Shit. He wanted you to know, I continue. Why? So I can pass the information on, Les answers. There are people who will care very much about that. I need to get him out. Les sighs and looks at me with sympathy. That's impossible. If they're letting him out on moving day, he's lucky. Most people get months or years for carrying firearms. Moving day is too late, I snap. There must be something I can do. Les, I'm begging you. Please help me. I wish I could, but breaking into the prison isn't a service people offer, not even on the black market. The best I can do is find you someone who could give you a guard schedule or layouts, but you don't even have a license to trade. Getting you any information or help will take time, and you don't have time. I step back with a gasp. You know? I demand. About my section assignment? He nods. I'm sorry. What else do you know? Heaven. He takes a step forward and reaches out like he wants to comfort me or something. No, I grit out, taking another step back. I don't want your pity. I'm getting him back. One way or another, I'm getting into that prison. It's nuts. You'll never make it. And Eli would never forgive me if I let you do that. I let out a bitter laugh. You think I care if it's nuts? If I don't succeed? I don't really have anything to lose at this point. What about your life? I shake my head. You don't get it. This is my fault. He got caught protecting me. I can't leave him there. I turn to go and nearly crash into the chest of a man. He's tall, and I have to tilt my head way back to see his face. I haven't seen him before, not at the parties, and maybe not ever. He looks about my mother's age with graying black hair and dark eyes, not unattractive for an older guy. But something about him seems familiar in a way that nags at my memory. Maybe I know his son or something like that? Sorry, I mumble. I did nearly faceplant into him after all. He's looking at me oddly, as if he's surprised to see me. His eyes flick down to my chest, which is super weird and more than a little disturbing, and then he focuses back on my face. I think I can help you, he says finally. I'm Matthew. Chapter 24. 8 Days. Matthew. There's probably more than one Matthew in Moonshadow, but he's about my mother's age, and that nagging familiarity isn't something I can ignore. It's not because I know a family member of his. It's because he still looks a little like the picture in my dad's box, the one labeled Matthew and Amy. I don't know what to say, and I don't really understand what he meant when he said he could help me. I also can't seem to move or look away from him. There's something captivating about the way he's looking at me. Not just the surprise, but the way his eyes roam over my face, like he's taking in every detail. You're wearing Ambrosia's necklace. He breaks the silence between us. Not really what I was expecting him to say. Instinctively, I look down at where the wooden pendant hangs a few inches below the shell necklace from Eli. I'm sort of relieved that's what he was looking at. Also, what's with calling her Ambrosia? No one calls my mother that. No one I've ever met, anyway. And you're her daughter, Matthew continues. You look just like John. And he apparently knew, Dad. Of course he did. Dad had pictures of him from when they were young. Heaven, right? If there was any lingering doubt in my mind as to who he is, it's vanishing pretty fast. This is the guy my mother loved, the same guy who made her the necklace around my neck. I didn't know Ambrosia kept the necklace, Matthew says in a soft, almost reverent voice. I wonder if he'll just keep talking as long as I don't say anything. I'm not really getting the feeling he's talking to me anyway. What do you mean you can help her? Les demands from somewhere behind me, breaking whatever spell had hold of Matthew. His eyes flick over the top of my head. Exactly what I said. You're going to help her break into a government prison? I take a couple of steps back so I'm not standing between the two men who are now having an epic stare-down. I'm still just trying to process the idea that Matthew is a real person who's standing in front of me and not just someone out of a story my mother told or a photograph my dad took. I can't even begin to question what's going on between him and Les right now. This is crazy risky, Les says. Since when do you... Sometimes exceptions are made, Matthew says. This is personal. He fixes Les with a pointed gaze. What is the point of everything we're trying to accomplish if we lose our humanity in the process? The words don't mean much to me, but Les backs down. He looks at me, and something in his face softens. You're right, he says, and I think he's still talking to Matthew, but he's looking at me. Good luck to both of you. He starts to turn away. Les, Matthew calls him back. Yeah? Please don't tell Ryan, not until after we do this. Les raises an eyebrow, and I sort of think he disapproves of the request, but he agrees before leaving Matthew and me. Who's Ryan? I ask. Someone who will also find this job personal. Someone I won't put at risk. Well, that was vague as hell. Why are you helping me if this is such a stupid and risky idea? I ask the probably more important question. Is Ambrosia doing okay? He ignores my question. Is she healthy? Happy? I meet his eyes, and I'm hit by the surprising vulnerability I see there. Surviving. He nods, seeming to understand what I mean, which is good since I'm not really sure how else to describe my mother. I don't know how okay she really is or isn't. I'm not inside her head, and she hasn't exactly been forthcoming with me. How are you here? I ask, sort of doubting he'll give me a straight answer. He holds up a wrist as full of bracelets as Eli's, maybe fuller. Same way everyone else is. And you're part of the illegal trade network? He nods, pulling a glowing orb pendant identical to Eli's from beneath his shirt. Does Amy know? I don't really think about whether I want to know the answer to that before the question is past my lips and I can't take it back. Matthew winces and a sad look crosses over his face before he shakes it off. Yes, she knows. My mother knows about the black market, about Matthew being part of it. What does she know about the underground? Was that one of her secrets she refused to tell me? How does the necklace she gave me come into play? Does it mean something the same way the bracelets and glowing pendants do? Are you okay? Matthew sounds concerned, like maybe the fact that my brain feels broken is actually written all over my face. You said you could help me. I decide to ignore all things Amy at the moment. I can only handle so much at a time, and Eli's my main priority right now. How? That depends on a few factors. Which wing is Eli being kept in? Solitude, I answer, praying Rachel's information is accurate. I was thinking of a kill two birds with one stone kind of thing, Matthew says, a part lazy, part evil smile turning up the corners of his lips. I'll take care of a small problem of mine in a wing nice and far away from Solitude. That should draw a bunch of attention and make it easier for you to slip past the guards. The smile vanishes in an instant and his gaze becomes serious. This isn't in any way going to be easy. It's going to be risky. And if you can't handle doing whatever it takes to get this job done, we shouldn't go in, because we'll fail. I swallow hard. Whatever it takes? I'm afraid I already know what he means. He kneels down and yanks up the leg of his jeans, revealing a sheath strapped to the side of his lower leg. He pulls a wicked-looking knife from the sheath and stands again. Should you be doing that here? I ask, looking around to see if anyone's noticed the blade in his hands. This place is safe, he promises. People don't break the rules here. No one wants to know what happens if they do. I assume the rules involve not ratting out anything that happens at these parties to the government and law officers. He holds out the knife to me. My stomach churns sickeningly as I stare at it. If I take the weapon, I have to be prepared to use it. I can hope it won't come to that, but I have to accept the fact that hoping might not be enough. My hand closes over the hilt of the weapon. Matthew nods at me. I'll provide a distraction that will hopefully be enough for you to get Eli and get out. But after that, you're going to have to leave. Right away. If you wait, you give them time to increase security on the border, and there's nowhere in Moonshadow where you can hide forever. For the sake of everyone in this town with a secret, you have to escape the town, and the law officers have to know you did. Because if they're searching for us, they could find places like this, places like Kansas and the abandoned subway station, and who knows how many other secret and hidden places that have long been forgotten. I know, I say, with more confidence than I feel. We're prepared to leave already. Meet me here tomorrow afternoon, and we'll iron out the details. That should give us enough time to procure necessary supplies and help. He didn't really give me the option of arguing or saying no, so I nod, hoping he doesn't notice I'm white-knuckling the knife he gave me, or the way my heart is beating twice as fast as it should be. This is going to work. I just have to figure out how I plan on finding Eli and getting him out of a prison cell after Matthew gets me in. Should be no problem, right? I mean, I have until tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I'm officially, certifiably insane. It was nice to finally meet you, Heaven, Matthew says, and for some reason his words send a shiver down my spine. Is it all in my head, or did he just imply that he always planned on meeting me? Matthew leaves me by the bonfire, moving through the press of people with purpose, as if I'm one of many meetings he has tonight. There was definitely something powerful about him. I don't know him well, or at all really, but he gives me the impression I can depend on him. It's kind of a relief, this feeling of not being alone, like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. There you are, Rachel says, her shoulders sagging with relief. Les said he already talked to you, and you were over here. Her gaze settles on the knife in my hand, and her eyes widen. What's with the super sharp-looking weapon? I think I either just made a deal with the devil or an angel. Yeah, I didn't get either of those references, she says, still eyeing my hand warily. How do you feel about helping me pack for my escape across the border? What? Her eyes flick from the knife to my face. You're leaving? When? I'm not actually sure, I say, realizing Matthew and I didn't discuss that part. We only agreed to meet here tomorrow. I assume I'm leaving either tomorrow night or sometime Saturday. You assume? Depends on when I'm breaking into the prison. We haven't quite figured that part out yet. And who's we? Someone I met through the black market, I say, omitting the part about how he knew my parents. Rachel's jaw still drops. Since when do you trade on the black market? Since today. I feel oddly calm and collected about all this. Maybe it's fear that's making everything clear and simple to me at the moment, or maybe it's just sheer determination. Okay, Rachel says slowly. What do you need me to do? I blink. I was sort of expecting another speech about how I'm going to get caught and how that doesn't do anyone any good, yada yada. I thought it would take some time to convince her to be okay with this idea. You actually want to help? I ask. Well, there's clearly no stopping you, and we obviously suck as babysitters since you ditched us within minutes of getting here. Maybe we'll make better accomplices. I laugh, a grin splitting across my face that I couldn't hold back if I tried. You were going to make an amazing accomplice. The stage and other equipment are gone when Brandon, Rachel, and I arrive at the site of the underground parties the following afternoon. I've only been here once when there was no party, with Eli back before we were together. It was the first time he played me music. That was the day I first saw his tattoos. I thought this place looked sad that day, so open and barren. Today the field looks warm and comforting, bathed in summer sun. The grass is as green as emeralds, contrasting with the white trunks of the sycamore trees at the edge of the field. It would be pretty if I were here under different circumstances, like a hidden paradise. Matthew isn't here yet. Rachel lies down and throws an arm over her eyes to block the sun, while Brandon sits beside her, trailing his fingers up and down her arm. I can't sit. I need to move, to walk around. If you're going to start pacing again, can you do it on the other side of the field? Brandon asks. I paced back and forth the whole time I was talking plans with Brandon and Rachel this morning in my bedroom at Amy's house. It wasn't exactly appreciated. Deciding to give them some peace, I walk across the clearing to pace over there. I'm trying really hard not to think of what Eli's going through, or what the chances are of this escape plan working. Instead, I focus on other things, like what I'm hoping to find on the other side of the border. Are there people there? Communities or villages where people live off the grid and outside of society? Then again, if there are, how would we find them? This really doesn't feel like a better place for my mind to be going. Ugh, why doesn't the human brain come with an off switch? Thankfully, we don't have too long to wait before Matthew shows up. He's flanked by two young men, neither of them strangers to me. His entourage includes Les and Isaac. The expressions on their faces couldn't be more different. Matthew looks calm and in control. Les appears tense, his lips pressed into a hard line, and Isaac is smirking. Well, this looks like it will be loads of fun. Good afternoon, Matthew nods to me. I trust you're ready to go. He doesn't make it sound like a question. In some ways, I don't feel ready at all, but mostly I feel like I was ready to do this days ago. I nod, refusing to acknowledge any fear or doubt. Okay, let's talk strategy and see if maybe we can pull this off successfully. I walk with the men to where I left Brandon and Rachel. All 6 of us are sitting together in the soft grass, and I have a weird sense of being 8 years old again, planning out a strategy for capture the flag. The stakes are a bit higher now, but it is an oddly similar concept. We're going to break into the opposite team's prison and get our teammates out. Then we have to get to safety without getting caught and all locked up. Really, we are sort of playing a very grown-up version of the game. All right, Matthew commands all our attention with that soft-spoken word. Isaac and I will cause a distraction. We'll go in first and hopefully draw most of the guards away so you can get in undetected. What kind of distraction? I ask. Isaac grins, and it's slightly disturbing how happy he looks about this. Have you ever tried blowing up a wall before? It tends to attract a lot of attention. I can feel my eyes widen. I'm never going to be able to look at him again without seeing the glee in his eyes as he said those words. Matthew shakes his head and sighs. Isaac has a lot of pent-up anger. At least that's the only reason anyone can come up with for why he likes blowing things up so much, Les mutters. I nod, pretending I understand anything that's happening right now. So after you guys cause a distraction, I go in, get Eli out, and leave? Anything else? Well, I'd recommend you add not get caught to that list, Les says. Matthew shoots him a glare. You're not helping. He turns back to me. Have you ever done anything like this before? In the sun, his eyes look more green than brown, and they're soft and absent of judgment. I broke into the law officer headquarters once, but I was with Eli, and it didn't exactly go well. I looked down at the knotted laces of my sneakers, avoiding his eyes. Point Doom prison isn't that big, but it can be confusing, Matthew says without an ounce of impatience. If you take the wrong stairwell, you might not be able to get off at the floor you want to. The fastest, most direct way to the Solitude Wing is stairwell 6. It's clearly marked, and it'll be on your left when you first walk into the lobby. That's up 6 flights of stairs, Les adds. Can you do this? I shoot him a glare. Yes, I can walk upstairs, I say. I'm not an invalid. Enough, Matthew says to Les. He doesn't snap, but the quiet authority in his tone is somehow scarier, like send chills down your back scary. What are you doing? I ask Les. You're not going to be part of the blowing up of walls? Nope, he says. I'm not going in that building. Les, Matthew says. Either shut it or leave. Les presses his lips together. He doesn't look exactly happy, but at least he's not talking. What if I run into guards who aren't drawn in by your distraction? I ask, forcing myself to focus on Matthew and not think about anything Les has said. Matthew reaches into his back pocket and pulls out 3 syringes. Hopefully you won't need these, but if you do, they'll knock someone out for a good while. And even if the distraction draws all the guards, it isn't going to buy you forever. You need to be fast. I take the syringes wondering how long a good while is, and at the same time not really wanting to know. I'm already finding it kind of disturbing how much Matthew knows about explosions, prison breaks, and apparently sedatives. We walk for a while longer, and I end up acquiring several more helpful and fun items to aid in the plans. It's weird how into this Matthew and Isaac both are. It's like helping me break into the prison is their life's purpose. I can't decide if that's comforting or concerning. Les hasn't said a word since his comment about how he's not going to go inside the prison. I'm still not sure what he's doing here besides listening to us talk, but whatever. I don't have time to worry about what part he's playing. Brandon and Rachel have been silent throughout the whole meeting as well. They also won't be going inside the prison. When we've talked through everything any of us can think of, it's nearing evening. Once the sun starts to set, we'll go. It's too soon and not soon enough at the same time. Heaven, Les stops me from following the others out of the clearing, wrapping his hand around my elbow. Be careful, okay? You almost sound worried about me. I grin at him. I am, he says seriously. Don't take any risks you don't need to. I don't know what my opinion is worth to you, but you can trust Matthew and Isaac. Matthew's a badass, but a genuinely good guy. And Isaac, well, Isaac's a tool, but he's solid. I can feel a tiny smile stretching across my lips. Thanks for the tip. I'm sorry, he says. I wish I'd done more to help you. I have a feeling I misjudged you in the beginning. You mean when you scared the living crap out of me for being at that party when I wasn't supposed to? I get it. You didn't know who I was, and I shouldn't have been there. I forgive you. That's not... He cuts himself off with a sigh. Thanks for forgiving me, and good luck tonight. Chapter 25. 7 days. Point Doom Prison isn't flashy. It's pretty much a hollow concrete block sitting on the side of the road like some giant kid was playing and forgot to pick this piece up. It doesn't match the stucco buildings with clay tile roofs that are all over the rest of town. Those buildings are pretty and usually have doors and big windows. There aren't many doors on the prison, and all the windows are small little rectangles that create 6 horizontal stripes that wrap around the building. Behind the prison, trees cover the land, blocking the view of the ocean behind. I glance down at the watch on my wrist, a lovely gift from Matthew, and under my breath, count down the seconds until the supposed shift change. A part of me wonders if this is all a trap. Les claimed I can trust Matthew and Isaac, but when all is said and done, how well do I know any of them? But what are my other choices? Without Matthew and Isaac, I'm almost guaranteed to fail. Teaming up with them can't possibly give me worse odds than going into this blind and by myself. The seconds slide by until the waiting is over. This is it. Once we start, we have to finish one way or another. There won't be any going back. Showtime, Isaac says. He's wearing a leather strap across his chest that's outfitted with more weapons than I've ever seen in one place. He's not exactly subtle, but I guess looking like an assassin is his risk to take. See you after the explosion. He winks at me, and then he and Matthew are moving. I shake my head, straining to listen for whatever an explosion sounds like. I've been told they're loud, but I've never heard one in real life. What if I don't hear it? What if it doesn't draw enough attention to short-staff the other areas of the prison? This is so far from a foolproof plan. There's silence, nothing but the sounds of birds chirping and the distant waves breaking against Cali Beach. Nothing, and more nothing. I didn't have to worry about not being aware of Isaac and Matthew's distraction. The sound is loud and deep, like a gunshot, but less sharp. And if I hadn't heard it, the freaking hole that appears in the side of the building might have been a clue. Holy shit. He blew an actual hole in the wall. As much as I'd love to stare in awe at that, I have to move. The lobby area is deserted. Empty chairs are set up in clusters. It looks strangely like the waiting room at the hospital. Maybe this is where people wait after paying for a friend or family member's release for less serious crimes. I haven't known many people who ended up in jail. I skirt around the chairs and move to the doors on my left. They're clearly marked with numbers, just like Matthew said they would be. I push open a door with Stairwell 6 written above it. I race up the 6 flights of stairs, which does cause my legs to burn and the air to come in and out of my lungs a little faster. Les was right. This is a lot of stairs. No one stops me. There's yet to be any actual evidence there's anyone in this building. I was never that worried about getting in, though. It's getting out that's the real feat. At the top of the stairs is a door labeled Solitude. I have no idea what I'll find on the other side. Even Matthew said he's never seen the inside of this wing. With a quick breath that ends up being more shallow than deep, I push open the door. The Solitude wing is like I'd picture a medieval dungeon, the kind with cold stone walls and rusting iron bars forming cage-like doors. The small windows are all set high in the walls. They're a good couple feet above my head, high enough that no one could actually look out of them. It's not heavily occupied. I guess that would sort of defeat the point of Solitude. Most of the cells I pass are empty. I see him before he sees me. He's facing away from the hallway, his back pressed against the bars, his arms wrapped casually around them. The sleeves of his shirt are gone, and it's strange to see him here with his tattoos clearly visible. His jeans are ripped away at the knee, and I'm pretty sure they weren't like that last time I saw him. "Eli," I hiss. That gets his attention real fast. He tries to turn before he's untangled himself completely from the bars, growls in frustration, and extricates his limbs before turning fully. "What are you doing here?" He sounds like he's trying to be angry at me, but there's no real harshness behind his words, and he's reaching for me through the bars. His hands cup my face, and I take a step closer. "You shouldn't be here," he says. "This is really, really not smart. I told you not to let them find you." "They haven't found me," I say, "and I had to come. I'd never forgive myself if I left you here." "I'm fine," he murmurs. "Don't worry about me. I've been okay." I shake my head. "I'm always going to worry about you. I guess you'll just have to deal with it." He smiles, and in spite of everything and where we are, this is the best moment I've had in 3 days. His thumb rubs along my cheek. "I hate this," he says. "Holding you through bars isn't something on the list of things I wanted to experience with you." "We're going to get you out," I say, with all the confidence I can manage. "We?" he asks, looking over the hallway behind me. "Who's we?" "Me and Matthew and Isaac," I say. "They're here somewhere, creating a distraction." "You're here with Isaac?" Disbelief and possibly annoyance fill his voice as he says the name, but he doesn't sound worried that Isaac or Matthew is untrustworthy or that I've walked into a trap. It's a long story I don't think we should get into right now. He says hi, by the way. I add for reasons I can't even begin to dissect. "I bet he does," Eli mutters. I roll my eyes at him. "Can we focus on the important stuff here? I've got to get this door open, and then we're getting out of this town." I meet his gaze and hold it. "We're going to leave. This is really going to happen." He smiles, a real light-up-the-prison smile. "I knew I'd turn you into an optimist eventually." I laugh. "I love you, but I do really need you to let me go so I can get the door open." Slowly and reluctantly, Eli lowers his hands from my face and takes 3 steps back from the bars. I tear my eyes away from him and examine the lock on the door, a big bulky version of a padlock, then pull out a slim metal tool from my backpack and get to work. I owe Cedric 100 years of gratitude for teaching me the art of lock picking when we were young. The padlock isn't even complicated. Why would it be? No one's stupid enough to break a convicted criminal out of prison. No one but me and Matthew and Isaac, apparently. After a couple of long minutes, the lock Clicks. The door swings open without resistance once the padlock is gone. I run at Eli, and my arms are around him almost before he's out of the cell. His arms wrap around me, pulling me tighter against him as he buries his face in the place between my neck and my shoulder. It feels like the first time I've been able to breathe in days, and I close my eyes, inhaling the scent of his skin. Someone clears their throat awkwardly behind me. As touching as this moment is, you guys might want to hurry it up, Isaac says. I don't have to look to picture that stupid smirk that seems to always be on his face. For a second, I debate glaring at him, but that's not really nice after all he's done to help me get here. And he's kind of right that we have to get moving. Eli not being behind bars is such a relief that it's hard to remember we're still in the middle of a prison. Come on, I say. We're not safe yet. Eli kisses the top of my head, then my lips. Both kisses are too brief. He nods to Isaac with a grudging kind of respect. Thanks, he says. Then he takes my hand and we start back down the hall for the stairwell. I glance back at Isaac. He's making no move to follow us. What are you doing? I hiss at him. Another distraction, he answers. Your boyfriend's not the only person here who doesn't deserve to be. He shoots me a quick smile, and it's more genuine than any I've seen from him yet. I'd run if I were you. I don't know what he plans to do, but I don't think I'm going to get to find out. Eli tugs me along behind him and takes off running. Somewhere alarms are blaring. It sounds like it's coming from the other side of the building. Matthew? It's starting to feel like he and Isaac are trying to free the whole prison. And I have a feeling we're going to get caught up in a whole lot of chaos getting out of here. Eli, wait. I pant as we reach the bottom of the stairs. What if this doesn't work and this is all we get? What happened to all that optimism? He asks. He's not even breathing hard while my body appears to think it's just run 5 miles. I'm not saying I'm giving up hope, I promise. I just want one really epic kiss. He pulls me close and his lips are hard and desperate. He's kissing me like it's the only way to survive. This kiss is everything we've ever wanted to say to each other. It's every time I didn't tell him I loved him when I should have. It's every apology and every feeling we've ever had for each other. Gripping his shoulders, I put everything I have into kissing Eli. All the love I possess, and all the fear and desperation too. He's holding me so close, and his hands are wandering over my lower back, and then even lower. I don't want him to stop. I don't want this to end. Eli pulls back. He's breathing hard now too. You are every good thing that ever happened to me, Eli gasps. Not everything, I say. You have more than just me. I'd throw it all away, he says. I will throw it all away for you. Promise me, if you can't have me, that you'll live an amazing life anyway. I can't be his everything, not when there are no guarantees of a tomorrow. Heaven, stop. You're everything I want. Please, I beg, do it for me. I don't wait for him to respond. We've already spent too much time standing here. I grab his hand and pull him out the door. I'm not going to get another kiss, so we might as well get on with the escape part of this plan. The lobby doesn't look the way it did before I went upstairs. The clusters of chairs are toppled and strewn around the room. There are people here now, too. Most of them are running for the exit or for other doors leading off this room. None of them look like guards or law officers, and I see a lot of wide eyes and scared faces. I think Matthew and Isaac downplayed what kind of diversion they were going to create. This is far beyond what I expected. What's going to happen to all these people? Who are they, and how long have they been here? Eli's hand tightens on mine as he takes the lead, shouldering people out of the way and pulling me toward the door. Callie Beach, I yell to him. Brandon and Rachel are meeting us at the border with our bags. We break through the crowd and make it to the street outside. There are people here too, though not as many as were inside, or at least it looks that way since they're more scattered, running in every direction. The few law officers here seem rather overwhelmed at the moment. I don't want to know how long it will be before they figure out what's happened or decide to start shooting first and asking questions later. This is madness, Eli mutters. He hasn't even seen the hole in the wall. We can't stop. I tug him forward. The dirt road through the woods to Callie Beach isn't empty, but no one looks like they came from the prison. Everyone we sprint past looks more like normal people going for a moonlit walk on the sand than criminal escapees. We get a couple of strange looks, but everyone moves out of our way. The chance that we would mow them down if they didn't is high, and I think they can sense that. Cali Beach is alive with the expected Friday night parties and campfires when we get there. We're definitely going to have an audience for our border crossing endeavor. The parties act as a camouflage for Brandon and Rachel. Unless, I didn't know he was going to be here. We run along the sand, heading for the party closest to the fence where our friends are waiting for us. I think of all the obstacles we'll face on the other side of the barbed wire, and my stomach churns with a combination of nerves and dread. We're not safe yet. Even after we get over the fence, we won't be safe until we're past the sand and the range of the watchtower guns. It's a little late for cold feet. I shift my focus to Eli's hand in mine and keeping my footing in the sand. The really important stuff. We're about halfway to our friends when I see them. 2 law officers on the other side of the border fence. Both of them have guns in their hands, and the sight forces me to come up short. There's no way we can climb over this stretch of fence without getting shot. It's impossible. You see them too? Eli asks. I turn back around, looking to the beach entrance. Can we make it back out of here and cross the border somewhere else? Too late. Mr. James and 3 other law officers are emerging from the path down here from the woods above. We're trapped, penned between the cliffs, the ocean, and the law officers' guns. Eli curses at my side. Are you seeing any options I'm missing? He asks me. Because I've got nothing. There isn't anything. We can't both walk away from this. Do you trust me? I ask. He shouldn't. I have no clue what I'm doing. Eli nods. Stay still and don't say a word. I pull the knife Matthew gave me last night. Was it really only last night? And press it to Eli's neck. I feel him still, not because I asked him to, but in response to the weapon at his throat. I must have lost my mind, and there's almost no way this will work. But if I don't try, we're both screwed anyway. Get on your knees, I whisper. He raises his eyebrows at me, his eyes darkening, but he doesn't say anything as he kneels, holding my gaze the whole time. I break the eye contact first, turning my gaze on Mr. James and his approaching companions. Mr. James holds up a hand, and the whole group halts a few feet away from me. One of the law officers lifts her gun in our direction, and Eli stiffens. So far, this isn't going so great. I ignore the weapon as best I can and give Mr. James my full focus. Have I gotten your attention yet? I ask him, and I hardly recognize my own voice. I sound strong and cold and nothing like myself. Yes, you have my attention, Mr. James says, his voice controlled in that forced way that says he's not as calm as he wants me to believe. Maybe there's a chance he actually does care about his son's well-being. Good. I was beginning to wonder, but I did blow a hole in a wall. Dramatic, right? In a distant part of my mind, I'm sort of amazed at how steady the lies sound. But that part of my brain, the part that's me, feels buried under this other person whose voice is coming out of my mouth. It was. Mr. James takes a step closer to us. I shift the blade in my hand so the point is under Eli's chin. Not particularly more dangerous, but I think it gets the point across. Mr. James freezes. You can't do anything to me, I say. I have a hostage. Mr. James frowns, looking between Eli and me. I don't dare look and see what expression is on Eli's face right now. Mr. James doesn't seem sure enough that I'm lying to try to call my bluff. Thank God Eli and I never spent much time at his parents' house. If Mr. James knew even slightly more than he does, there's no way he'd believe Eli could ever be my hostage. What do you want, Miss White? I laugh, and it has a slightly hysterical edge to it. I want a lot of things. Things I'll never ever get because of him and everyone else who stopped us from just leaving peacefully. Does it really matter what I want? I ask. No one's cared before. I mean, I don't remember anyone asking me if I wanted to be assigned to Section 22. Is that what this is about? I'm not going to just disappear, I tell him. You think you can get rid of me, and it will be like I never existed, but you're wrong. You have no idea how much damage I've done. You think the prison is the only mark I'll leave behind? Unease flickers across his face. You haven't seen anything yet. This is only a taste of what I can do. It's weird, but the words leaving my lips feel powerful. I feel powerful, which doesn't make any sense considering my current situation. And I'd like my pistol back. Mr. James's eyes narrow. Your pistol? The one Eli took from me. He doesn't have it anymore, so I'm assuming you have it now. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Les join a group of teenagers closest to where I'm standing. Everyone is either frozen, watching my encounter with the law officers, or whispering to each other behind their hands. This will definitely get around town fast. Let him go, Mr. James says, and we can talk about this somewhere a little more private. He sounds like he's not blaming Eli for any of this, but is it enough? Will I shoulder the blame for everything that's happened today? For Eli having that 45 a few days ago? I don't know, and I probably won't get to find out. There are no guarantees, only wild hope. You think I want privacy? I demand. No, I want an audience. I want to be seen. I lean closer to Eli's ear and whisper, I'm sorry. I love you. Then I take the knife away from his chin and shove him in Les's direction before running toward the border fence. I know I'm not going to make it out of this. Not after I told them I was responsible for the entire prison break. But I'm not going to make this easy for them. They're going to have to physically stop me. I've only taken about 3 steps when I hear the shot. I look over at Eli in a panic. I can't help it. Eli's on the ground from where I pushed him, but he's shifted around to look at me. His lips are forming words, but I can't make them out. I think he's saying no. My legs give out and I drop to my knees. Eli's trying to get up, but Les is there, holding him back. And then I pitch forward, but I don't hit the ground. I just keep falling and falling. Chapter 26, 7 days. It's strange, but the first thing that enters my mind as the strength leaves my body and blackness clouds my vision, when I realize I must have been shot, is the moment right before Cedric left with the law officers. It was the last time I saw my brother. I'm 15 again, and Cedric's asking the law officer standing in our doorway if he can say goodbye. He's holding me close while I hide my face in his shoulder. Then he's peeling my arms from around his waist and telling me he loves me. I'm wiping at my eyes uselessly as I tell him I love him too. I remember what he looked like walking out the door for the last time, and the way my sobs shook my whole body. I remember counting down how long until my moving day, and wanting to follow him to Section 22. I was so ready then to say goodbye to Moonshadow, maybe even the whole stupid waste of time that was my life. I remember in those moments after Cedric left, vowing to myself I would never give anyone the chance to leave me again. I would guard my heart and never let anyone close enough to break it. No betrayal or disappointment, and no love either. Eli changed that. He somehow got past all my guards and walked straight into my heart. He fixed whatever it was that broke inside me that day Cedric left. Because when all is said and done, I wouldn't give up 1 second I had with my brother or Eli, even knowing how it was going to end. That love, it was worth every bit of pain that came with it. It's all so clear now, and I feel so calm. I'm not scared. I'm not even angry. In fact, it's weird how at peace I feel. Do I wish we'd had more time? No doubt. But this doesn't seem like a bad way to die, knowing I did everything I could to save him. I gave them all somewhere to place the blame for every law that was broken today, and there was nothing more I could do. I've read about people who saw a bright light as they were dying. I don't see a light. Maybe I'm not close enough to dying yet. You'd think I would be. I feel like I've been speculating an awful lot for so little time to have passed. But there's no light. Instead, I see clouds, and a staircase climbs up through them right into the pages of this hovering book. Yeah, it's bizarre, but it looks like paradise to me. I want to climb those stairs. I'm ready for the next adventure. I'm ready to meet my maker. The last thing that enters my mind before I can take my first step toward the stairs is Eli's face. Come find me, I think to him. Take your time, live an amazing life, and when it's over, find me. And then I black out for real.
Epilogue. Dear Heaven, I don't know how I can ever begin to tell you goodbye. It's not even enough to say I love you. I do, of course I do. But you deserve speeches and love poems. I hope you know how absolutely grateful I am for every second of every single incredible day that you've been a part of my life. Before I met you, I was a mess. You know that. But something you don't know is how incredibly hard it was for me to talk to you that first day. You didn't make it easy, you know. I can't even adequately describe how terrified I was during those first lunch dates. And yes, they were dates to me. Falling in love with you felt like jumping off a cliff and just hoping you'd catch me. Maybe jumping is the wrong word, because that implies I had any kind of choice in the matter, which I didn't. I guess that's why they call it falling. Do you want to know when I knew I was really in trouble with you? When I'd crossed the line and there was no going back? It was that day you showed up at lunch with a written list of rules I had to follow if I wanted to be your friend. I was giving you some crap. You snapped at me to shut up and listen. It was a bit disturbing how much joy it brought me to have you snap at me like you weren't the least bit afraid of me or wary about how I might respond. It was amusing, but more than that, it was refreshing. I'd gotten used to people either wanting things from me or being afraid of me, but you treated me like I was a deeper person. When you looked at me, you didn't see my connections or the rumors. I don't think you ever knew how much that moment meant to me. God, I miss you. I want to demand you tell me why you did it, why you pushed me out of the way and ran when there was nowhere for you to go. But I already know the answer. I know you did it for us. For everyone who was to blame for what happened at the prison. For me. After the shot, when you went down, everything just seemed to go perfectly still. It was like time stopped. I don't know how long I was there after they took your body away. None of them tried to take me back to Point Doom. At the time, I wished they would. I'll probably never understand why you had to die. It's not fair that you only got 18 years. It wasn't enough time. But the why is just another question I'll never find the answer to. I never did figure out what it was you did to me, how you wrapped me around your finger. You broke my heart, just like I guessed you would. But you also found me when I didn't even realize how lost I was. I want to tell you everything, even though you'll never read this letter. I can't give it to you even if I want to more than anything. It's easy to forget sometimes, especially when I'm asleep. I still wake up expecting you to be there. Sometimes I swear I see you out of the corner of my eye, but when I look again, you're never there. You left your scars on my heart, but I'm living, just like you asked. Your plan worked, as I'm sure you would be happy to know. Everyone believes the prison break was all you. Matthew's in the clear. A bunch of people successfully escaped and have since disappeared from town, and they haven't come for me yet. Les is fine. Brandon and Rachel are okay. We're safe. You can breathe easy wherever you are now and know that you succeeded in saving us all, in more ways than one. I hope you're happy where you are. I hope it's a paradise and that you're smiling. I guess I should let you go now. I don't want to stop writing. I don't want to say goodbye. Thank you so much for allowing me the privilege of being a part of your story. It's a story I will cherish forever. I don't think there's another you to find. I love you, baby. Thank you for saving me. Eli.